To welcome you into my home, and the show is all here in the home, and we are going to do the best we can with what we have. So I want to bring a few people into the shot right now. First, Brad, why don't you pop yourself in there, and we'll see how this is all going to work. That's everybody. Oh my God, just everybody. That's fine. It's just like
There's sound.
They say there's no sound.
There's sound. They're saying,
sound?
there we go.
There we go. We have sound. David says we have sound.
Somebody muted me. I don't know why I was muted.
So have you guys heard me say anything yet? Huh? I have. You did. Thank you, Ryan.
I can hear you from the other room.
Ryan, can you close your door?
No, I don't want to close my door. I want to be able to hear it.
Can you go up the stairs and just right around the corner out the front door and just close the door? And we'll let you know when we need. Just kidding. Hey. Yeah, Ryan. So we're in my basement, and if you didn't hear me talking before, let me just reset the table. Really what I was saying is, welcome into my home, welcome into my basement. We're all sitting down here. We are all together, and we are doing this for you, and we are so grateful that you are here with us. And we're going to do this together tonight. We're going to have this watch party tonight together. Ryan, results are starting to come in right now, and for the folks who are watching at home, as we started off here with some technical difficulties, we are going to have several of those throughout the evening because we're doing this all ourselves, and none of us have done television production. Oh wait, there has one person who's been in the industry before.
Well, let's just see a show of hands. Who's done television production in the past?
I should really unmute
Show of
him.
hands. Yeah. So why do we have technical issues? It's all on you, buddy.
What you have is a technical director who is sitting, I don't know, beneath some sort of Notre Dame logo, who really is resting on his shoulder. So if there's problems, what you do as a producer is that you talk to the technical director.
He's handling it. And, you know, Brad's shoulders are so broad that he holds up the Fighting Irish. That's basically what we're saying here. So there are some results coming in. Ryan, can you see the results? We're working on setting up that studio. Leave it to technology to want to do a software update right at about 5:58. That was awesome. But the East Coast, it is 7 o'clock. Their polls have closed. Can you give us any details so far, Ryan, on what we've learned so far?
Well, right now, the only numbers, and this is worthless. So don't believe that this matters at all. But these are the first numbers of the night. So let's share them. Right now, looking at Real Clear Politics here, I'll be looking at a lot of different... I'm going to put my news hat on, by the way.
Yeah.
Just so we know that this is the news. That's not... Should I go this way?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I'm going to take a drive.
There you go.
All right. So these numbers are what we have, but bear in mind that this is very, very early. Georgia is reporting right now. I hate to tell you, Raphael Warnock has 75% of the vote to Herschel Walker's 25%.
Ryan, this is exactly what I did not want you to do.
This is real. This is...
Well, I understand that, but there is less than 1% in. So.
Less than 1% in. Exactly.
Yeah, why don't you lead with that?
So I should have led with the percentage, but I thought I'd set the hook really in and then say, oh, because that's what we do. How about this? 5% is all that's in with Florida right now. Do the results really matter? I mean, 5%, but right now the Democrats are leading. Val Demings.
Just like that, I could come in here and turn him down just that easily. Is that better? Is that sound a little bit better for you guys? Does that seem like... Let me know if that got better. Okay, keep going.
Okay.
Rock and roll.
So the results are so preliminary. Now that's 6%. So Val Demings is currently beating Marco Rubio. But again, these are probably blue districts that are turning in first, which is actually unusual. Usually red districts turn in first. So we'll see what happens. This is so early. But that's why we're on at 6 o'clock, is to talk about what comes in first. And that's what's in first. I will say this. No, I got to put on my other hat. So we'll talk about how to interpret some of these things. Right now, I'm just giving you the facts. And those are the facts. And that's why I'm wearing this hat, is to give you the facts. This is the newsroom. This is a news hat. As you see when you tune into Fox News or whoever, when they're talking news, they wear hats like this. It's very common. So
they don't. It's the hat. I already said this once, but the hat is not for the benefit for you. The hat is to remind him what he's supposed to do and not do.
No, and it's fine because it is. Because I almost, you caught it a second ago, I almost started giving an interpretation of some results that I'm watching from pollsters. And I didn't do that. And I'm not going to do that.
The first thing that you said, when I said you need to give straight news and straight data, the first thing that you said in here was you wanted to report that Raphael Warnock was in the lead. Which is factually true. But it's kind of misleading. That
may be the case, but it is facts.
When you said that, did you know that it was misleading? Did you feel like, ooh, I'm going to get him?
Yeah, I did.
Guys.
I did.
I need you to admonish this man in the comments.
So
is the sound better?
Ooh, can I give you a little bit? So we are starting to see some
a couple calls made by Fox already.
Wait, now what's this?
I'm seeing a couple calls made by Fox already on the Chiron.
Okay. All right. We'll look this up. I'll tell you what just popped up on my screen. And that is that Florida is now up to 9% reporting.
Go to Fox, buddy. We're going to walk you through this.
Right there. Okay.
Look at those red states.
Mike says, Annie, calm down. He's not cooking ramen.
Yeah, there's no boiling water here.
All right. Looking at, let's see, key seats here. Brad, what's Fox putting on their Chirons anyway?
So they put Indiana, Young and McDermott.
Okay.
And Kentucky, Booker and Paul.
It's not an interactive link.
I mean, that's what the yellow check mark is, right?
Yeah, that means Tim Scott has won in South Carolina. And there's some congressional races that have been called. But these are going to be, obviously, right out the gate, these are going to be things that are called that were
already safe.
Pretty obviously going to be the case. Hannah, have you talked? How's your microphone level?
I have not talked.
Hi, Hannah.
Hello. I am excited to show you guys what else we have in store. This is not going to be my only location. I'm going to have another location. Hopefully it's safe. Safe to Annie's house. And I can't wait for this. This is my first midterm election coverage that I've been a part of. Can we hear me? Oh, we can't hear.
Yeah,
Brad's getting it.
Yeah, you talk into this side of the mic, Hannah. There you go.
Now can we hear?
I think it says she's muted.
She is not muted. She's in my ears.
It says Hannah has an echo.
Everybody has an echo because Ryan's mic is picking up absolutely everything.
By design.
By design.
Yeah,
okay,
Tim Scott's been called, by the way.
Now it's saying it's better.
So South Carolina is
yes.
staying red.
Yeah, they're going to be on about a 30-second delay, so I'll make an adjustment.
I'm looking at Indiana and Kentucky. It looks like those Senate races may have been called also, and maybe Vermont.
I am better now.
But that's according to the map, and that is not. I'm not saying that's official until I see that it's official.
Hello?
Uh-oh, don't knock your lamp over.
I'm not going to knock my lamp over.
Senate.
All right. So, hey, Ryan, why don't you come and join us in here if you want to.
You can leave your room.
And you can come hang out. If you want to hang out with me right here, that's fine. And we can maybe adjust the camera shot, possibly. And we can kind of react.
Is this good?
It's a good shot.
There
you go.
Okay.
let's just jabber a bit.
What are we doing?
I love Trump in the background there.
I know.
Glad that he is there with us. Tim Scott wins South Carolina. I think Tim Scott is presidential material. And I don't know what's going to happen. Like, there's so many people who are in the conversation right now, obviously. But I'm excited to see where he continues to go. And he was, I think he was the first person that they popped up there that suggested that he was a called race. So.
You know who else likes Tim Scott a lot is Trump. He was just singing his praises, I think, last couple days.
Jay wants to know, Annie, what's the pour for the evening? That is a great question because I've been running around like crazy and I haven't poured anything yet, and that will be very high on my list when my husband gets home to maybe bartend. He was cultivating things before the evening started, and when he gets home, he'll probably hook us up with that. Did you need something, Brad?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to put a mic on Ryan, and then we still need to connect Ryan's special place.
He can talk here.
Ryan's other special place.
You can move the camera too if you want. Bourbon?
That's what they're suggesting is bourbon.
I'm not opposed to bourbon. So, Rand Paul also, did we mention that in the list? Rand Paul has been projected to win. He is the victor there. And Kemp is at 50%, 50.4%, and Abrams at 49.1%, but that's just 1% in. Don't you remember in 2020 when we were watching, you'd be at this point right now and numbers would be coming in from Georgia, and like it never ended.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing they can call some of these races so early. That race that is scrolling. So there's a race in Virginia that everybody's watching because it's very much a swing district. I would say it's probably similar to Regan Deering and Nikki Budzinski's district. Maybe leans a little bit more independent than that one leans a little bit, tiny bit more left. You can hear me, but you can't see me. But this district in Virginia that they're looking at, the two candidates are named Spanberger and Vega. And that is for a U.S. House seat. And they say that could be one of the earliest races that will indicate anything all night. And traditionally, that's one that comes in pretty quick. Right now, Spanberger is the Democrat. Vega is the... What's that?
Come sit over here. Easier. Pull this closer. Lots of tech stuff sitting all over the place.
So there we go. Can you get my chest a little bit better?
A little tighter on that.
Can you go really tight right here?
No.
Other way.
This is a disaster. This is an unmitigated disaster. Look at Fox News and all their fancy lights and all their fancy shots and everything. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and their multi-million-dollar equipment set up and.
So I see Kimberly Ham. Oh, she just put up a comment from her. She said, "My polling place in Missouri said they had record turnout today."
What was your experience?
That's interesting. Yeah, my experience. So I went to the polling place at about 10:15, and I waited in line longer today to vote than I waited for the presidential election in 2020 and the primary. I waited, I would say, probably total an hour, and it was crazy. I was also the youngest person in the whole place, probably by at least 20 years.
What time was it?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Yep. And it was crazy. So Kimberly, your comment about high voter turnout, I believe it. I believe it. And I was a little stressed. I was worried I wasn't going to make it to work on time. But really I was happy. I was happy to see such high voter turnout, and that was great. What was your experience voting, Annie?
I went in and I voted I got there at about 10:50 a.m. And I think I was in my car by 11:15 a.m.
Nice.
It wasn't super crazy busy, which at 11 o'clock in the morning, it seems like it would maybe not be as busy there. But I wonder how much it might have picked up around 11:30 or noonish or so, when it was actually getting to the point where people might be getting off for work or like lunchtime and stuff like that. So I'm going to put up here so that we can all look at this together. Here are the Fox News results that you can check out. And listen to this.
I want to have a chair.
Listen to this. This is if there has ever been a Ryan Wiggins chair. Listen to this.
All right.
Look at Hannah.
Oh.
I wouldn't have shown him that.
Nobody's showed him that. He
I'm
found
so
it.
sorry for all
Fix
of you
it.
guys that.
Fix that. Do what you can to fix that camera angle. Make us look good, Ryan. Huh?
There we go.
It's so lopsided.
At least we're leaning to the right, I think. Let's look at these election results here on Fox News. So, right now it shows here, you can see the +3 Republicans, +1 Democrat. That shows that, what?
Less than 1% are in South Carolina. We're calling it for Tim Scott.
Yeah, they didn't even have 1,000 votes in for either candidate.
That's incredible. There's that race I was talking about with Spanberger and Vega. But
What were you saying about it?
Spanberger
listening.
and Vega that's a district that's in Virginia. It's just outside of Washington D.C. It is a swing district, like all the time. It goes back and forth. Right now, it is held by the Democrat. I think it's Spanberger. I don't know. I can't remember if she's the incumbent or not. But Vega is challenging that. That seat is typically called pretty early because it's not a huge population there. But it's also pretty indicative of the way things go. So that's one that everybody's watching right now. I mean, there's still, again, we're talking about like 1% or so of that vote it's in. But right now, Vega is leading that, and she's the Republican. So we'll see. I'll be watching that one.
8.4% in Georgia, and Florida has 36%. Gosh, Florida just has their act together in a way that is
I wrote it the other way.
very refreshing. They seem to be able to get things done,
Yeah.
and in a way, I mean, like you look at Arizona today earlier, and the issues they were having in Maricopa County, and you're like, Arizona, did you not see this coming?
Yeah.
Like, you got to be sitting in a meeting somewhere going, here's what cannot happen.
Yes.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
joke.
We cannot have
Especially
a Maricopa County issue with tabulators. And I mean, it was the middle of the day, and they were saying 20% of the machines were
That's
not functioning properly.
astronomical.
Hiccups is the phrase that they were using.
Gosh,
Well,
that's
my thing, we talked about this a little bit on the show, and my thing was like this. It's just like, so who's in charge of it? Well, it's, what's her face? Katie Hobbs, who's running for governor. And the takeaway to me is if she can't handle running an election, especially a stressful, hard contested election, that tells me she's not ready to run a state. She is not qualified. She's not prepared. She doesn't have what it takes because she can't even do the job that she has. Why does she deserve a promotion?
There were people way ahead of Election Day calling for her to basically recuse herself from that role for that reason. They said, look, you're setting yourself up to be criticized for this if something goes wrong. Of course, she didn't do it. She doesn't really do anything. I mean, she doesn't do her job.
She doesn't do debates.
She doesn't campaign.
She doesn't talk to anybody.
She doesn't do anything. So that'll be, of course, I mean, that's one everybody's watching. Carrie Lake looks like she's doing pretty well there.
One of the things, too, that's important when you're watching these results come in, you might say, oh my gosh, this person was up by so much. Like right now, Raphael Warnock with 8% in is up by 67%. It 100% matters where that 67% is coming from. What kind of populous areas, what kind of rural areas, where are the people that have reported already voting from? And it will make a massive difference. And I will go back to Rodney Davis's campaign. It was 2018 when he was running, and he had a challenger. And CNN, among other places, called it for the other guy. And he was saying, wait a second, I think it was Taylorville maybe that hadn't been tabulated yet. And that's like his hometown. And everybody had said that the other guy had, or girl, I don't remember who it was, had won the race, and he's saying, we're not conceding yet. They haven't counted all the votes, and it turned out the votes were all counted, and they had to retract it on CNN, and Rodney Davis told us the story one time on the air that at the time Paul Ryan was the Speaker of the House. Paul Ryan called him and like, man, I'm so sorry. I can't believe that you lost that race. And he's like, we haven't lost yet. We haven't counted all the votes. So it really depends on where the votes are that haven't been counted yet. So when you're watching and it's early on like this and 8% in, 9% in, 1% in, there's a lot of science that goes behind it, and stuff that is way high level over what we are privy to, but they do know that this percentage of the Republican vote is going to come out of these areas, and if a lot of those areas haven't reported yet and the Republican is down, they might know full well that when that vote comes in, the Republican is going to overtake that. So Cook County in Illinois is a perfect example of that. Cook County is 67% about of the state of Chicago, and you could show all the counties reporting, but Cook County, and that's still going to be a huge chunk. It's going to make a big difference when those votes start getting counted.
The fact that they've already called South Carolina for Tim Scott and Indiana for Young.
South Carolina for Tim Scott, and he has 6,700 votes.
Yeah, go Laffy. What's Laffy doing?
It sucks up the marker.
Why? How?
It sucks it up.
Oh.
It disappears?
It just disappeared. We've got disappearing ink
Man.
over in this election center.
Man, oh man. I'm doing my best, guys.
I don't think you had anything to do with the dry
No,
erase.
I don't know what. Don't take that personally.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Danuch, I agree. Lapel mics work wonders, but lapel mics cost lots and lots and lots of dollars. So if you guys would like to do super chats, we have the super chat hat we'll put on, and we'll do something goofy with the super chat hat.
And
But
Also, we are just doing this on our own dime. So nobody is giving us anything to do this, and all the equipment is our own. So it says turn up the volume, please. So maybe if we can. Oh, it says we're too far away from the microphone, so we can't be any louder.
I don't know how much I can give anybody else. And do that, give you guys some more volume. So people are telling me, well, Brad's too loud, and then other people.
It's okay. It's all right.
Other
Don't
people are like,
take it
"It's too
personally,
quiet."
Brad. It's okay. We'll get there.
I can't hear what's going on
We
the
knew
other
that
people's
this
ends.
would be a work in progress.
I'm taking this personal.
The whiteboard, on the other hand.
It's all gone.
Yeah.
did it actually disappear?
Yes.
That's amazing.
That's
Should
amazing.
have got those markers, Annie.
I got them. Man, that's okay. At least I'm going to get my money back for the whiteboard. Tell me this, folks. Is this any better on the volume? Tell me.
And if we can figure this out in the first hour, here's the thing. The first hour, we're just kind of hanging out. The results, when they start to come in, if this is going to be a good night, this is going to get fun, and I am going to have some mom water. And things are going to start happening.
Which one? Sandy, Karen?
I think it's Sandy that I liked because
Coconut?
it's coconutty. Yeah.
I still haven't tried the mom water.
Ooh, and
Oh,
you
yeah, it's
can now.
time.
Yeah, you couldn't drink it when we originally
Did
had
you
it.
have a drink at Rock and Brews?
Nope.
So we haven't shared a 21-year-old beverage with our Hannah yet.
Man, I'm getting ready to start drinking a little bit. There's nothing really to project right now. Oh, the thing that I did want to mention though is that Kentucky, not that this was really in play this year, but that's a weird state. You know, they've had a Democrat governor, and the fact that Rand Paul they've already called that for Rand Paul, that's good. You didn't want to see that.
That's the way it was
later.
the last, I guess it was 2 years ago when Mitch McConnell was running in Kentucky, and the amount, millions and millions and millions and millions of money that was spent to beat Mitch McConnell, and he was called immediately.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
Oh, it is still Kentucky.
I love that people dump money into races like that they have no chance. Like Charlie Crist, for instance. Why is anybody spending money on Charlie Crist this year? But go ahead, spend all the money you want and waste it there, and then don't spend it in races that matter. The thing about this year is that you don't really know what races will matter. So they've had a tough time. Both parties have had a tough time figuring out where to allocate resources, because is this going to be a huge red tsunami? Nope. Drink. Or
Folks at home.
Or is it going to be a pretty normal midterm that Republicans should do well in, but we don't know. It's those kind of things that you make you go, I don't know where to spend money. I don't have to make those decisions, so that's good. But
So here is the breakdown of the Senate so far. You can see this is the Fox News information. The Navy ones are the ones that were already seated. So then they're waiting on. So Indiana has been called.
mm-hmm.
And with 8.89% in. South Carolina, Tim Scott, Rand Paul, in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
And then over here, you have Vermont has been called. Vermont has been called for Senator Welch. Still a lot of different seats, of course, to come in over the course of the night. And you can see here, too, like, these are the seats they're going to show you over here that have been called and how that works. So Senate races by state. You can see on the Fox News information right here who's running in which races. And here's Marco Rubio. That's coming in right now. Polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is 7 p.m. here. So they're still open, which is interesting. How does that work, that they have results coming in with polls still being open? They tabulate them as they come in?
Some counties, like the rural counties, sometimes
all the polls
they'll be closed.
So some polls close at 7?
Yeah, and then some I'm sure do start to report. They start to count even while the vote's still happening. I'm surprised that those are reporting already, though.
Here you can see numbers coming in for Georgia. Raphael Warnock at 60% lead. This will tighten up over the course of the evening, and we'll see if Herschel Walker has what it takes. 10% in so far there. Hassan in New Hampshire. This is one that when Ryan talked with Trafalgar and Robert C. Cahaley when he was on the show, he brought up New Hampshire also. And you can see those are coming in. That's just barely starting to trickle in.
What is the status? Oh, by the way, since a lot of people have asked, I looked for a dong today.
Oh, no.
And I'm not.
Here we go.
I'm telling you the truth. I looked and I found, very little out there.
Did you go into the store and ask for a dong?
You did not,
What
Ryan.
store? Wait,
And they're like,
oh, a bell, like a bell?
yeah, they're like,
I don't know. What are you
No.
talking about?
I'm talking about sound effects,
Like,
like
we-
in the sound effects
we
libraries.
we have very little in the way of dongs.
Well, let me tell you something about Odyssey. Among the sound effects libraries that I have, they ain't big on the dong. So
All right, we're definitely. Every time Ryan says dong,
everybody
people at
drinks.
home,
Yeah.
you gotta take a
No.
drink.
You
And Red
can't-
Tsunami.
You cannot put that kind of power in his hand, because the three of you will end up with alcohol poisoning.
I don't play.
Every single person on
I, as a grown woman, don't really play drinking games per se. I just drink when I choose to drink.
I thought that we were starting at 7, basically doing 3 hours of beer pong.
No, you didn't.
You're right, I didn't.
Wrong show.
Beer dong.
Drink.
Dong.
That was her, not me. But what is that? I wanted to set the record straight with that first. What is the status of Ryan's secret place?
Ryan's secret place needs to hook the camera up, and then it'll be ready to go.
Okay. Should I
Are you wanting to make?
pontificate
Are you
here?
no?
Or should I wait and do it there?
You should wait and do it there.
Wait and do it there.
Okay, because I have some
You-
pontifications
Yeah, you can go.
that I'd like to share, if possible.
It's not time.
It's always time.
No, it's not time.
It's-
You can go, Brad, if you want to go set it up.
I'd like to hear from you guys at home. What's your favorite election snack? What are you guys
Collection
doing?
snacks. Mm-hmm.
Election snacks. Yes.
We've got chicken upstairs.
Yeah, that was
I've eaten half
that was
of
my
it.
first time.
Maybe we
got-
had chicken upstairs.
I've eaten a
Maybe
lot
I
of it.
missed out on the rest
Yeah.
of the chicken.
I
You don't
believe
get
there's still
this
some up there.
body from eating a little chicken.
That was my first time trying boneless chicken wings.
USB-C to USB adapter.
I don't know. No.
Kimberly
got my
says I'm eating
computer
a
too if you
caramel.
want to try it.
Caramel what? Candy?
I'm eating a caramel.
A caramel. Good for you.
See, it says Caramel, so that would be caramel. Yeah.
Jody says Sugar Fire's on the way. I love Sugar Fire. Have you guys
Good.
ever had Sugar Fire?
Yeah,
choices.
we got a sugar fire right down the street.
Oh man,
Really?
you got it going now. Lots of people chiming in. White chocolate, somebody says, or white castles, not white chocolate. My eyesight said chocolate.
Brian says, I prefer ice cream.
Over what?
Chris says, making homemade chicken pot pie.
Nice.
That sounds good.
Nice. This is hunkering down. This is a blast. We're technically at work right now, but this is so fun. I love
Buffalo
election night so
chicken
much.
dip.
And the fact
This
that
is kind of like work overtime, though.
yeah.
I don't think we get anything
We do
but
not get
like
anything
extra
extra for
credit.
this,
But
no.
by extra credit, that just there's not really a.
It's on that chair right behind you in the U.S. steel bag.
Debbie is eating pizza. What kind of pizza? Amy says frozen pizza. What is the best frozen pizza?
There's some really good
Tostinos?
local, like Dogtown pizzas. Have you had
What?
those?
Yeah.
Dogtown?
Dogtown, like some of the local ones.
No,
yeah, I
Brad,
think-
that's the worst.
Tostino's is not even real pizza.
No, that's not
terrible.
even-
Tostino's pizza is
No.
the best.
No,
Those are
Brad.
those still $1 or not?
No kidding. Yeah, they taste like they're $1.
Yeah.
I had a roommate, I'm not kidding, who the only thing he ate ever was Totino's pizza and mac and cheese. That's it.
Is
How's he doing? Healthy?
Alive?
He
Why?
is still alive. He weighed like 100 pounds. I don't know how that happened, but apparently if you eat nothing but Totino's pizzas and macaroni and cheese, you will weigh.
I don't
100
think
pounds.
that is good health advice.
I'm extrapolating. That's what I do with data. I
That's
have a little
why
bit of
we
data.
have two separate spaces for you.
My favorite frozen pizza is probably Jack's or Red Baron.
Jack's is good.
Brew Pub brings in pizzas to the station pretty often. They must like somebody there.
Lots of matzah.
Lots of matzah. Same, yeah,
Yep.
that same company.
They do bring those in a lot.
And those are pretty good. There are some local. There's some local. Schnucks has actually quite a few of them. That's the
Ooh.
one. That's the best thing about Schnucks is their frozen pizza selection is top notch.
Carlos says, especially on the Presto Pizzazz pizza cooker. Have you guys ever heard of those or seen those?
Yeah, I had some coworkers who used to have a pizza pizzazz.
Describe it. Maybe I have.
It
turns
rotates
it.
it.
Oh, is it the one spot and it rotates it?
Yes.
My dad had one of those.
That I think it makes a difference.
In a positive?
Yes.
Because he would not use his. I hope
Ball
he's not
says he's
watching.
crushing some macarons, which are the best treat out there.
Nice.
You got a pen?
What?
A pen for this computer?
You know what we should
A
do?
pin?
A pen number. And the password
Which?
so I can open
Whose
it.
computer? Oh, is it Ryan's?
Yeah.
Just
a
shout
PIN
your
number? I'll be
password
right
out
there.
for all the people to hear.
Yes. What's your pin to your checking account?
Hot leftover pot roast on rye with mayo.
Let's look at some more results here. Hannah, do you think you could try to
Yes.
work on that shot while I'm going over some of these results? I want to pull up these election results here and see what we have to look at. Florida is one that I'm super interested in right now, so we can do Florida. Let's pull that up. So you can see here the counties that are reporting right now, and you can see how each county really breaks down. So for instance, let's find one of these more rural counties here. What one was that? 0. Several of these counties don't have anything reporting in. I think, oh, you know why Florida polls close at 8 is because part of the handle is in Central Time Zone, I believe. Is that right? Isn't that right?
I believe so.
Palm Beach has 350,000 votes in, so obviously Palm Beach is going to be, if those results haven't been reported yet, it's going to make a difference, but lots of them have come in already. And then you have Okeechobee, which has so far about 5,300 votes total.
I'm going to announce a couple results already. I got my hat on.
Okay.
He's so
Let me see.
excited.
Hold on. Stand by. Let's get Ryan.
Here we go.
Hold on. Okay, speak. Can you?
Don't. Oh, here I am. I wanted to let you know from the election center, official results. They have called, kind of hinted at this already, but they've called the Vermont Senate race for the Democrat, who is some random guy that nobody's ever heard of. There you go. They also have called the South Carolina governorship for the Republican. Dong.
It's unbelievable, really.
So excited.
Let's go to governor results. Ron DeSantis, a steady 500,000 vote lead right now with almost 60% in. Let's take a peek at the House right now because I guess we got 3 seats called for Republicans right now.
Wow.
Kentucky and 2 in South Carolina.
This is always what the first hour is like, is you're like, ooh, what's this and what's that? And then by 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, it is just a deluge.
Why are you standing there?
Because I'm not on the camera anyway. Because look.
If there's only something we could do about it.
There.
Beautiful. I cannot wait for all of you to see Wiggins' other location. He'll be
Can
in.
you talk about, can you tease what you want to prognosticate?
It's about exit polls
Oh, Lauren.
and what they mean and what they don't mean and how they're shaping up so far from what we know.
Where do you get your information?
One of my favorite pollsters, who I will share with you once I get to my secret place.
Are you your favorite pollster?
Yes.
He's really acting like a child. Like he's
Already.
acting like a kid on Christmas. It's hilarious. Just wait, folks. Just wait. So we have Fox News on here. We're watching Fox News. It's right up here. And I think what we might do is have later on in once we get everything all working, functioning the way we would really like it to be functioning, maybe you can sign on the phone and like do like a on the StreamYard and walk around and show everybody the behind the scenes
Okay.
action.
Yes, that seems like a good idea. It really, there is a lot going on, and I think in the live stream, you guys, like, we seem so far away. We really are not far away from each other at all.
No, yeah, she's
So-
right
Like we
there.
could basically touch.
Yeah, almost.
Yes. What race are you, or probably not one, which races are you most excited for?
I'm just really on a national scale. I'm the most excited to see how the Senate shapes up. I think the House is going to be a Republican majority, and to some extent, the majority is the majority. And if the Republicans gain it, that's kind of the thing about the House. Is it's a simple majority rules there. The Senate is supposed to be a little slower paced and a little more deliberate. And so depending on how many senators we get, I think that is, to me, going to be the closest temperature taker that we have for the American people on the whole, how they feel about the way the country is going right now, the direction we're headed in, the policies that have been put into place. I think that the Senate races are going to be what really lays out for us the idea of what is this country right now? Because when you look at the 2020 election, the presidential election, and you see Donald Trump got more votes than he did the first time in 2016. Joe Biden obviously got more votes than Donald Trump did. When you see how many people were invested in that election, and then you look at the idea of the House being razor thin majority of Democrats and the Senate literally being 50-50, it really shows that we could have a red wave right now, but it's going to take a red wave for Republicans to get some power back because the Democrats had taken it in the last election. And if the pendulum keeps swinging back and forth, you got to ask yourself, why is the country in a constant state of dissatisfaction? And if the government is not there, Jim Carafano said this on the show today, because I was asking him about the end of democracy. Yeah, I was talking to him about the phrase that we keep hearing from people talking about this election is about the end of democracy. And I mean, like, that's a really, really freaking bold statement. And for the constant drumbeat of you have to vote for this one party or democracy ends, it's strange to me that the party that they're saying you have to vote for is the party that's in power. If the party that's in power can only be voted for again in the next election in order for democracy to continue, that seems like a one-party rule. It doesn't make sense, but you already knew that. So if the Senate decides to be more demonstrative than a 51 or a 52 seat Republican majority, I think that is going to show America that we have to really recalibrate our thinking and our expectations for our government officials and how we can expect them in the future to react to what we are demanding of them, as opposed to this constant cult of personality that really tries to suck people into their world. They're supposed to work for us. I think that matters.
Ready for some dong?
No.
Are you back?
I would like some results.
I don't have results. I do have some factual information to share, so I'm not going to dong this. But right now, that bellwether that I was talking about in the House, that's Spanberger and Vega. That's in Virginia. Vega's the Republican. Spanberger is the Democrat. They keep saying if Vega has a good night, and maybe if she wins, that would indicate the Republicans are going to have a really good night. Right now, and this is a little bit of a tease, so hang with me here, but right now, that race has about 30% reporting. More than we had before, but not enough to really have any true results from it. Right now, Vega is winning that 60% to about 40%. However, don't get too excited about that yet. I just wanted to share that because in other races, like North Carolina Senate, for instance, Bud is the Republican, Beasley is the Democrat. Bud is favored to win that. They've actually put that over the last week or so into lean Republican from toss-up, so that's trended toward Republicans. And right now, that race has about the same amount in, 30%, 33%. Yet, Bud is losing that race 40 to 60. So that just indicates that even though we're starting to get higher numbers of results in, it really depends on where they're from. And until we know closer to where they're from and we get a better sample size of the full electorate, really can't call anything. So
keep talking.
What?
Do more races.
Do more races. Well, how about Georgia? That one's at roughly 30% too right now. 30% also, not 30%, 32. Warnock right now 60% to Walker's 37%. So there's a lot of 60-40 with these when you have about a third of the votes cast. Now Florida, check this out, man. I think Annie was just talking about this, but I'm going to share numbers. Florida, the Senate race there between Val Demings and Marco Rubio, that's already got 63% reporting. My hat looks terrible.
Great. It looks great.
Thank you, but you're wrong there. With 63% reporting in Florida, Marco Rubio is ahead by about 10 points. That's 54% to 44%. That one's still too early. Nobody's calling that race, but that's a lot to already have in. And I think this is what Annie was saying too, is that Florida's got their act together. Why can't everybody do? Florida is more populous than most of these states that are having a harder time counting the vote or reporting the vote. And yet they're ahead of everybody. Why is that? I don't know. I would love to say it's DeSantis. I don't know that it is, but he's got a good team. So maybe it is. A couple other races. Now, these are just House races, though. The most we're seeing from the House right now is North Carolina District 13. And these are mostly toss-ups, so these matter more than ones that they know or which way it's going to go. 43% in from this North Carolina District 13. Right now, the Democrat is winning that one. Again, roughly 60-40. So we're seeing a lot of that. Governor's races, Abrams and Kemp. Only about 20% in on that one right now, and no real results. It's actually pretty close right now. Abrams up a little bit. Florida, DeSantis. Oh, here we go. Right? Florida, way ahead of everybody else. DeSantis, 63% again. So that's exactly the same as Rubio and Demings. DeSantis, Christ, 63% in. DeSantis winning that race, 56 right now to 42. So those are good results, especially with high percentages in, but nothing's been called. Let's go ahead and do the... All right, I'm just going to do it instead of framing it because everybody likes the jokes. I don't get you with the jokes. What's with the jokes? Dong. Here is one that's been called that we have not mentioned yet. It is Ohio. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'll give you what I was going to give you, and then we're going to talk about another one that's just been called. Ohio governor. Whaley and DeWine. That looks like it's going to be a Republican hold. That was, according to polling, that was expected. Get this. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna do this.
Let's go.
And then I'm gonna run back into that room.
Hold on.
Okay?
Things are happening.
Okay? All right, I'll say it slowly then to let you prepare because this is a big one. This is big.
How big?
Dong.
How big is it?
Big dong.
All right. Hannah said it, you drink. When I say it, you don't have to because I'm just going to abuse it. I'm going to abuse that dong.
All right.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready for you to stop saying that.
I will. You ready? Hi. Oh, friends. Oh, wait. The thing I'm going to announce. Here we go. I'm tired of waiting to see if you're ready.
Go.
We have now been able to call the next governor of Florida will be Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, baby! Woo!
So there you go. Huge implications for beyond even this year. Boy, that is early. It is not even 7 o'clock yet, and they're calling that for DeSantis. That is good news.
Come back in here.
Yay!
All right, I'll be right there.
Anywho, that's exciting. That's very exciting. I have a spot for you now. Oh, you have to slouch.
Okay.
We're getting better. Every single time we do a scene change, something's gonna be different, and you'll notice
This camera looks really good. We are lit very well. Well, I was, and now I'm sitting kind of with a right light. But this looks really good. Hey, there's
He's
no
drinking.
alcohol. It's just 7-Up.
Legitimately drinking 7-Up with sugar. How old is
Don't
this?
pour that on your computer.
No, I'm not. Well, are you even drinking it?
Yeah, it's tiny. It's a little 7-Up for
It's a
babies.
little mini.
How did you put... Fox News isn't calling Ron DeSantis.
Real Clear Politics just called it.
I told you we're using Fox News results.
Sorry.
Apparently we're
Just
using
wait.
a hybrid, which is why we wanted to stick with the same info. Ew. Did you hear that?
More importantly, did they hear that?
Folks,
They
at home, I
probably
hope you
didn't.
hear that ASMR from Ryan.
I mean, seriously, don't do that again. Why? Just, okay. All right.
It was completely clear.
Do you like the shot houses right here?
Oh, it's
right
good.
about-
The mic is somewhat right in your face, but
Wow, this shot is fantastic.
that looks great.
Looks perfect.
You can see Hannah over there. Somebody's over her shoulder.
Yep.
Just like he's over all of our shoulders in this midterm
And light.
election. Really.
He's in light. Amazing. That was an early call for Florida, but
Yes, indeed it is.
so early that our
You know what's crazy?
source of calling
Yeah.
the resorts hasn't
Well,
even
Fox
actually
News-
called it yet.
Fox News is calling it for DeWine in Ohio.
That's not Ron DeSantis, though.
I know. But DeWine, you know what's funny about that race is that DeWine is actually losing right now. But they still called it based on percentages.
Doesn't it matter how much Ron DeSantis wins by? To me, it does.
Absolutely it does. He's interesting though because I don't know how much of an indicator he's going to be for the rest of the country because he's such a it's like Kerry Lake.
It's not about an indicator for the rest of the country. It's not about predicting what's going to go. It's about actual factual results about what Florida and what the entire country, every other Democrat out there has used Ron DeSantis as an example of how scary Republicans are for their own races in their own states. And Florida said, we know who our governor is, and we really like him. Mm-hmm. And the people are fleeing these states where you have California, Illinois, you have people running campaigns, Democrats running campaigns based on like the big, bad, scary politics of Ron DeSantis. This is what the Republican, the conservative party is. And you get to the point where you have to look and say, is Ron DeSantis, does he have it right or does he have it wrong? And if Florida, where everybody is fleeing to, says, we're really cool with Ron DeSantis, that is huge for what Ron DeSantis is doing. It's not an because a Republican in Illinois is not a Florida Republican. Well, maybe eventually they are. And that's kind of the problem, right? That they continue to move in the direction of out of the state. And yeah, it is 6:53, so we are almost 6 minutes away from the polls closing in Illinois and Missouri and getting some local results.
All right.
Ryan, what was your voting experience?
It was really good. I've been my polling place has changed, so this is the first time that actually in the primary I did too, but I didn't primaries sometimes are different than where you vote for the general, so I wasn't sure whether that was just for a primary. So I went to my traditional polling place, and they were looking for my name. So in Illinois, you don't have to have ID. Did you have to show ID?
I did have to show ID. Yep, it got scanned.
So
I showed Ryan Wiggins ID. They were like, "Here's 2 ballots."
so I couldn't vote. That's my experience.
No,
Somebody
you
already voted
don't. You
for me.
don't have any. You sign.
Yeah, that's the only safeguard that we have. Because I even pulled my ID out, and they said, "You can show us if you want, but you really don't have to."
That just blows my mind.
Doesn't? Yeah. So, I said my name, and they said okay, and so they started looking for me in alphabetical order. Well, they couldn't find me, and so they said, "Well, step over here because they'll look up your name for you." Well, in doing that, I was standing there watching them bring other people through. And the girl in front of me is the only one I really saw go through the whole process. They checked her signature against her signature on file, and two separate people deliberately did. And they were casual about it, but they both did. And I don't remember seeing that in past elections so clearly. I'm not saying they didn't, but they were very deliberate about it this time, which I was like, that's great. That wasn't for me. So I left there and went to my polling place. When I signed in there, I was really, really happy to see this, and I just applaud people doing this because you're volunteering your day, sometimes long hours to do this. But I signed my name, and the guy who was sitting there was next to another guy. Well, the other guy had to get up and go take a piece of paper to somebody or something. So there was just one guy there. So I signed my name. He checked it against my signature.
Wow.
That other guy came running back and said, wait, I have to check it too. And so he did. And I said, thank you. And he said, we have to have a Democrat and a Republican checking these. And I said, that's why I said thank you. So I was very glad to see two different polling places, people following the rules.
Brandon says, wait, they didn't know who you were?
I told them, why don't you? Yeah.
Don't you know who I am? And they're like, no, we need you to tell us your name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I came in on a skateboard.
I still can't believe you didn't have to show an ID.
It's amazing, yeah.
Illinois just blows my mind. You don't have to wear a helmet on a motorcycle. You don't have to show an ID, and you don't.
We
need
live on the
car
wild side.
inspection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can't do fireworks though. FYI.
They want us to be safe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Anecdotally, not related to really the experience itself of voting, but when I put my paper in the machine, there was a young girl there and an older lady, and the young girl just was kind of giving me instructions, and the older lady just walks up and goes, "Blessings and shalom."
Oh.
And I was like, "And to you."
Thank you. The woman who handed me my ballot was wearing a mask. I was like, "Oh, you're not gonna like handing me this ballot."
All right, Ryan, you're gonna sit here.
Okay.
I'm gonna work on the studio in here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can pontificate.
Well,
News hat.
no, this is just because my hat was backward and I'm leaning into the chair. That's all.
Oh, wrong hat.
I need to, Hannah, take this for a second. I'm going to grab my computer so I can give you a little fun stuff.
Okay. Brad is trying to set up Ryan's other special place currently. There's a lot going on. We're all very, very happy that you guys are here. Here comes Ryan with his special laptop.
Special laptop. All right. I have been looking at exit polling. Exit polling is very unreliable. But at this time in the evening, it's all you got. So, there is a pollster named Rich Barris who runs big data polling. Oh, is this indeed? And now I will run for president. Since we're in a civil war, that's what I mean. So, Rich Barris is the People's Pundit. He runs big data polling. He gives a lot of just data, which is great. Tom Bonnier is another one. Now, Rich Barris has a partisan lean. He's a conservative. Tom Bonnier is a Democrat. I don't know if he runs, but he is a part of Target Smart. NBC used Target Smart as their official polling, I guess, on their website. NBC's got their own polling, but they used Target Smart in 2020, so they're a pretty big deal. Tom Bonnier is looking at exit polling, so is Rich Barris. Rich Barris just simply said, the exit polling is looking good for Republicans. He didn't go into detail. And since I'm wearing this hat, it doesn't really matter. But he said exit polling is looking pretty good, and he gave a couple examples of where exit polls have come in, what they looked like the last couple cycles, and typically what exit polls do, and this isn't exclusive, but it's more often than not, just like regular polling, is it favors Democrats. Why? I don't know. There's probably a lot of reasons for that, especially with real polling. I don't know about exit polling. He cited specific races that in previous cycles would show exit polling leaning Democrat, where a Republican would actually win the vote. In this one, those same races were showing Republicans winning in exit polling. So that's rather anecdotal. It's got some data to it, but it's interesting. Now, that's the Republican guy. Now, this is the Democrat guy, Tom Bonnier from Target Smart. He is looking at issues, and he's looking at, of course, he's wanting to highlight things that are good for Democrats. He's saying that in... yes. Okay. Now, I'm having trouble reading this because I did not bring my monocle. It has nothing to do with whatever Annie's doing. I'm just having physical trouble reading without my monocle. Fair? He's giving Pennsylvania exit polls. Ooh, thank you. Don't mind if I do.
Literally had no alcohol yet.
First one of the night.
7 o'clock. We just crossed 7 o'clock. It's time. My water. No.
What flavor is that?
Illinois Senate up on the board.
Coconut mango. Illinois coconut mango. Let me finish this thought before.
Up on the Fox News screen.
Let me finish this thought. Tom Bonnier has given issues polling and saying that abortion is one that people are really voting for over inflation. So
Freedom Claw.
I don't know whether that's true or not, but another thing that he did say, and again, when these come from Democrats, you're like, ooh, what's that? As of 5 p.m., sample precincts in Virginia, specifically Virginia Beach, the average Dem precinct is at 87% of turnout from 2021. The average GOP precinct is at 86%. That's a 5% difference. That would bode well for Republicans compared just to 2021. Okay? Not to 2020, not to 2018, because that's where people are usually comparing them. This is Virginia comparing these to 2021, which is just last year. So if GOP turnout in this sample precinct, according to exit polls, is up from last year, that bodes very well. Again, exit polls, very unreliable, but at this stage in the game, a lot of times that's all we have to go by. And I cede the floor back to you, Hannah or Annie. I'm going to get wasted.
Oh! Ryan.
Yes. And I'll be answering questions, by the way.
You might want to go back in your studio.
Okay.
And
I
see-
believe there's some results.
and see if there's any results that you want to. I will remind you that we are reporting from Fox News.
Okay.
Yeah. Welcome back. Let's see. You've got the wrong hat
Yeah,
on.
you gotta put your news hat on.
I haven't changed yet.
That's why. You also need to unmute the mic in there by pushing the red blinking button.
Boop.
Oop.
Oop
Did-
or boop?
Did I boop it on?
How we doing back there, Brad?
I hate Google right now. I've
Do you
got
need-
some backgrounds ready to go though.
We are, Brad is setting up another location that we are going to report from, so stay tuned for that. My second location I was talking about earlier.
I think that we should. We probably should.
Can we show it?
Yeah, I think we can.
Okay.
You just need to turn. First, before you do that, I'm going to take you off of here, Hannah, and you can reset. You can set up your shot.
Okay.
And erase it, and then you can show people in real time. I made a feverish race to make a purchase of a whiteboard so Hannah could wow us with her whiteboard skills, which she's very good at doing when it comes to X's and O's. And maybe they know. Maybe the viewers know something that we don't.
Maybe I feel like there could be a simple fix to this.
That we just have not figured out at this point in time. Mark wants to know, what site are y'all using so I can follow? I will show you here right now. This is the Fox News election results. Fox News Democracy 2022. And you can see here the different things that are being called. It's solid red if it's called, DeSantis. They call. So they called DeSantis. Fox News did call DeSantis, right?
Yes.
Yes.
They did.
Interesting. The Georgia governor race is starting to get a little bit closer there as well. We'll go to Ryan. Are you ready to make some?
I was asked to bring down the food for everybody.
Are you ready, Ryan, to make some announcements or no?
Yeah.
You are? All right. Let's see it.
Okay. This is not necessarily one that people were talking about, but Maryland has been called for Van Hollen with basically 0% reporting. So
Can you say the race when you're
Yeah. Let me get to it real quick here.
governor,
This is for Senate.
Senate?
Maryland Senate, Van Hollen. Now, here is the couple to get to here. So Vermont and Maryland are the only two Senate races that have been called for Democrats at this point. In the Senate, on the Republican side now, we've mentioned Tim Scott, South Carolina, that's called. Kentucky, Rand Paul has won that race. And in Indiana, Young has beat McDermott, the Democrat there. So those are Republican states now. Here are the two updates, though. Florida called for Rubio. Bravo, bravo. That was considered a swing state. I don't think we were too worried about that, but certainly this early in the night, that's great to see already. And then Alabama has been called for the Republican as well. So there you go.
Remember when Alabama was a Democratic senator?
That was not long ago. And that was a big deal. So those are your updates. Let me look at some other called races here, pulling them up.
James says that is an interesting gumball machine you have there. What is he talking about?
I don't know. I didn't know there was a gumball machine.
Kind of want some gumballs.
Okay, so I think we've talked about, so they have, like I said, Fox News has officially called Florida for DeSantis, so there you go.
DeSantis and Rubio, that is a wonderful future for the Republican Party. I think Rubio, do you like Rubio, Ryan?
I do. I actually liked him quite a bit even in 2020, but by the time we got to Illinois, he was not really in it anymore.
I still voted for him.
Did you?
Yeah, it was, actually I think that he announced he was withdrawing the day before the primary, but he was still on the ballot, so I think I just still voted for him.
So yeah, we've got DeSantis now is going to be the governor of Florida for another 4 years.
Probably.
We assume. South Carolina's been called for McMaster. That's the Republican governor there. Alabama also for Kay Ivey. That is the Republican governor there. Tennessee has been called. I don't know if we've mentioned that one yet, but that's been called for Lee, the Republican there. And then DeWine was expected to win governorship again. Very, very popular governor in Ohio. He has won. Now here, let me give you, we're talking about a lot of the same states because results come in at about the same pace. So for Maryland, the governorship has already been called with basically 0% in by Fox News for the Democrat there. In Massachusetts, the same thing. The guy's name is Healy. Well, I don't even know. Haley. In Massachusetts, the Democrat going to be governor there. Here's the one that I find very, very interesting. They have called the governorship for Vermont. Now, I just mentioned that they called the Senate race for Vermont already for the Democrat. Here is the winner of the Vermont governorship. Scott, the Republican governor. He is the incumbent, so he's very popular. And he was expected to win that, but it's just interesting because it's Vermont. So they're projecting him to win very easily in Vermont again. So how about that? I'm going to pull up the House and see if there's anything that we can share there. Right now, let's see, I'm going to count these off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
If they're saying you're too loud, you can just turn that down a little bit. They were saying you're kind of quiet now.
I need to see the comments.
Yeah. You got to catch up on 130 comments.
Okay, I'll read them real quick. Now I can see your comments.
You need to read them real quick, like Steve Martin says. I'd like to thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Love to see what you said there, Fuzzy Bullet, Mike G, James Ross, Vicky Long, Kelly J, and Amanda Rankin. Thank you. And to everybody above you. I just read those right before that, too. So, right now, Fox News is saying that Democrats and this is very early, obviously, we've got 438 seats to go through here. But they're saying the Democrats have now secured 10 House seats. Republicans have secured 17. So that's where we sit with the House. That's about all we can tell you because there's going to be so many of those coming in so fast.
Be able to get sound from that, especially if he sits there.
They're all East Coast.
Jared came out, set him up there. I'm like, no.
That Shabuya, Drew.
I'm not that angry. Oh, a long time.
Where's the camera switcher? This is the sign. Switch.
Make sure we have cool stuff in there.
Okay.
Right.
I'm just grabbing random crap off the internet.
Okay, I believe we're supposed to switch. This is supposed to be my location where I was supposed to write our key races, but Annie got this whiteboard impromptu. We were supposed to have a map. I believe she will tell you a story about the map later on. So we got a
Ryan,
whiteboard
how did you get there
instead.
so fast?
So fast?
I'm not
Andy's in his party hat.
I don't know where my regular hat went. Did you take it?
So if any of you guys at home are whiteboard experts, I would really appreciate that, because look what happens when I write on the board. It starts to disappear. Literally, the ink disappears. This is a brand new whiteboard. We don't know what to do, so let me try to see some comments here. If any of you guys have any suggestions for us about that, that would be great. Hangman or tic-tac-toe? I would love to play Hangman or tic-tac-toe, but everything goes away. So, it all fades. Did you peel off the protective coating film?
What?
Protective coating film? How?
Oh, this is so funny. I just want to sit in this chair and watch this.
How? I didn't know
If you're lying to us right now,
yes.
You're getting the finger. She's like,
don't lie, because I'm taking this thing back. I want my $100 back.
that's a mom.
It really does disappear.
I don't think that there's a cook.
I don't.
It would make sense if there were.
Yeah, it would, but I don't think there is.
How many blinds does it take to?
Do I count as a blonde?
Mm-hmm.
Did I tell you my mom
Is it
already
a
sent me a
ceramic
picture?
board? Someone is screwing with you, Hannah. That's what I thought too. That is what I thought too. I don't know. These are good expo markers, and for those of you who watch X's and O's, you know you always are complaining about our markers. So look, we got a whole new stock of markers. So on Friday, that should be fun. Dat Cat says wipe with rubbing alcohol. Not all have the film. You know, guys, it's not the erasing that's the problem. It's nothing stays on it. So it's disappointing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's disappointing. It's the whole thing you're supposed to do.
It was gonna be awesome.
I was so excited. We had a whole thing planned, and oh, well, at least we have a thing to hold our marker. Thankfully, we have that.
It comes with mounting instructions. Nothing about it not working.
Yep. So if any of you have any suggestions, please comment below. We checked for the protective screening. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Here we go. Smile is fading away
It's a sad smile.
on the board. Do we have any more election results?
I think Ryan left. Did he go upstairs?
Entirely?
Oh, he's.
Paper.
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm here. Sticking with the facts, but I hesitate to say there seems to be the trend. Again, I'm telling you facts here. I'm telling you that there are outlets that are suggesting that Tammy Duckworth is going to retain the Senate seat in Illinois over Kathy Salvi.
Boo.
Wait, I'm not calling that. I'm not calling it. Just
I'm gonna
saying.
boo it anyway.
Yeah, you should boo that. That's fine. it's still very, very. There is only 3% of those votes in, but that's the direction that the pros are saying right now. Boy, there's just so much there. So there have been a couple more House seats called in since I last said, and I can give you an update on that. Interestingly, though, no more Senate seats have been called, according to Fox News. So Democrats, last time I reported this, and this was 5 minutes ago, Democrats had 10 House seats, Republicans had 17. Now Democrats have 12, Republicans have 18. So a couple more called for each side. Now that'll happen pretty regularly because we got 438 of those to call. Let's take a look at the governors. There have been a few of these called, and I think I have already updated, but take a look once again. Man, that Vermont seat's interesting. The fact that a Republican can carry Vermont locally for the state is just something else, and that's not just this cycle.
I feel like I have missed so much. What were you saying about the Vermont seat earlier?
The Vermont Senate has gone to the Democrat, but that was expected. And the other thing that was expected is that the governorship in Vermont is going to stay Republican, and easily. He's the incumbent, so they just like Scott in Vermont. I have a few friends that live in Vermont, actually, and that's such a weird state. They're so pro-gun, and yet they're so liberal on so many social issues. Just interesting state. Flipping back to the Senate here, just so we can keep track. If you are keeping track, just the overall number. Obviously, 51 senators needed to carry the majority, 50 if you're Democrat. Right now, they've called the races for and a lot of these are not up this year. So with the totals of ones they've called and races that are not up, Democrats right now sit at 38, Republicans sit at 34. There's not really been anything terribly surprising happen there yet. And actually, I may step away here because I want to look at that one bellwether in the House and see how that's going. Spanberger and Vega. Interesting. Right now, 77% in for that House district and this is why we're watching this one, because they say this one comes in the earliest, which it is. It's among House races that should be toss-ups or should be contested. This one has the most percent reporting right now. This is Virginia District 7. 77% of those votes are in. It's still close, but right now Vega is winning that 54% to Spanberger's 45%.
Talk about Missouri.
Okay, let's see what's going on in Missouri. This is going to take me a minute because I'm going from national to local.
Well, like, what about Eric Schmidt?
Oh, the Senate race? Okay. All right, so the Senate race in Missouri right now. Let me flip back to that. Very only 1%, if that, reporting right now. and they're from looks like heavily Democrat precincts because Trudy Bush Valentine's slightly winning, but we're talking about very, very few votes, not even 10,000 votes that she's got to Eric Schmidt's 6,600. So not a lot to report in Missouri yet as far as the Senate race goes.
People are saying that they've called Pritzker.
I don't see that yet.
I haven't seen that yet either, but I wonder where they're seeing, where you guys see that it's been called. Oh, AP.
Local station. Fox 2.
4% in, Pritzker at 63%, I think it said. Duckworth about the same. Nikki Budzinski in with 7%, 69% up. We'll wait and see how they shake out. I'm looking at the county results right now for, I'll show you here. Illinois, and it shows 3.72% in. Pritzker's up by 50,000 votes or so. Cook County right now, it's funny, Cook County is red. They have 800, 700 votes in right now, so obviously a lot coming in there. So lots of votes to be counted yet. I don't know if AP is called that. It's not being called anywhere else that I've seen, but. And then you can see here the same amount being reported for the Illinois Senate. And let's go to Missouri. And Schmidt and Valentine, 0.61% in as of this point in time right now. So still tons and tons of votes to count. Not really enough information there to...
What counties are in?
No counties are in. Lincoln County has... it's not even...
Still too early to
measurable, yeah. Because it's just a fraction of the counties that are reporting right now. So, too early to tell with these numbers in Illinois, or in Missouri, excuse me.
I'm on the edge of my seat to hear the St. Louis County results with Sam Page and Mark Mantovani. I'm really looking forward to hearing those results, and I hope it goes the right way. I would love to see a change. I'm still looking to see officially if Pritzker's been called.
Yeah, we're still watching a lot of East Coast results on Fox News. They're still pulling in those results that are tabulating from all the different counties on the East Coast. So it's going to be a second or two before we start to see this shape up and, figure out what kind of night we're looking at.
Sheepdog said, spray a little WD-40 on a rag and wipe the whiteboard. You think that'll work?
Somebody
That's
said...
a terrible idea.
Why? Why is that a terrible idea?
I don't think WD-40 is going to be good for that whiteboard.
I don't think anything is good for this whiteboard. I believe someone said rubbing alcohol.
Rubbing alcohol makes sense because you can use rubbing alcohol to clean a whiteboard, get rid of some of the extra stuff on it.
We might try that. We might. I did not even notice Biden was behind you, Brad.
Uh-huh. I try not to look.
Jump scare. They're saying WD-40 won't hurt it.
Is it
That's
Sheepdog?
interesting. No.
No, who else is saying that?
Jerry Fitzgerald says that it won't hurt it. So, will a crayon work? Maybe.
The permanent marker should work.
A lot of people are suggesting rubbing alcohol. We might have to try that. I do want this to work. Are the markers dry erase or wet erase? Dry erase. I'm so excited that for X's and O's we'll be able to have more options.
Probably not. I'm taking all that stuff back.
Oh,
If it doesn't work. Unless I could gift those to you.
Is it the marker? No. Not the marker. Oh. I wonder if Wiggins is still consuming his mom water. Oh, it's right there.
It is right here. Yeah, Illinois is coming in slow. I'm not really paying attention to that. Right now, the House is set up for the... Scroll here. These are the seats that have been called for the Republicans. These are the seats that have been called for for the Democrats. And the balance right now is 25-14. So obviously a lot of road to cover still before we know where the House is going to settle in. And the Senate, we can look at the breakdown here. You can see Fox News shows 34 Republicans, 38 Democrats. That takes into account all of these like muted red ones. Those are the seated Republicans, like this Missouri down here. That's Josh Hawley. Illinois over here, that's Dick Durbin. And then you'll see this purple one, Bernie Sanders, because he's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. And then these fresher blue-colored ones are the Vermont and Maryland races that have been called for the Democrats. So 5 Republicans have won a Senate seat, 2 Democrats, lots of interesting races to be called still here. Are they going to call something else? Arkansas Senate. Okay. Where's Wiggins?
I don't know.
I believe
he's in the studio. He's putting his hat on.
Oh, there he is.
He's got to turn your mic on.
What's that?
Turn your mic on.
There. No more races have been called in the Senate for Democrats. It's still just Maryland and Vermont. However, it looks like they have called Arkansas for Republicans. These are early in the night races. Nobody was expecting Democrats to carry Arkansas, but they have called it for Republicans, which, according to Fox News, now puts the balance at 38 Democrats to 35 Republicans. So Republicans picked up one there. Gosh, there's so much information right now. and none of it conclusive. That's what's tough. Just based on the percent returns, it looks like the next Senate race that will be called, at least ones that we would consider kind of swing, or at least ones to watch, will probably be North Carolina. They have the most percent in right now. That is Bud versus Beasley.
Ryan, are they reporting anything on Arkansas's governor?
Arkansas's governor. Let me take a look. Fox News has called Arkansas governor, and it's a brand new governor. Do you know who it is?
Is it the former press secretary?
It is.
Sarah
It
Huckabee
is Sarah
Sanders?
Huckabee Sanders is the next governor
Make the noise. Do the noise.
of Arkansas. Dong. It's really incredible that Fox News is saying 0% reporting. And they're calling it. They're doing the same with a couple of these, though.
7% in on Illinois, and neither Senate or governor has been called with Fox News yet. So.
Right.
I thought that was a typo, but now I get it.
Yeah. It
is not.
I usually don't put those up, and I didn't realize until I put it up. I see what you did there.
Hey,
I saw it a little late.
I think I know who Sheepdog is, too.
I think I know. Sheepdog announced who he was earlier.
Did he?
No, we don't know who Sheepdog is.
Well, we don't.
Alicia says, how can the AP call races with only a small percentage of votes in? Basically, all these different outlets have their own political scientific algorithm where they look at counties, precincts, what numbers are coming in from where, and they put all this information together to make a projection. And it's proprietary to each individual outfit how they choose to make those types of calls. And really, since the 2016 election, it seems as though a lot of outlets have been more willing to wait a little bit to make a call. But of course, in the 2020 election, we saw Fox News. Didn't they uncall a race? I don't even remember. I think
it feels like they did.
Somebody uncalled a race. I don't remember. It was so confusing. But yeah. Ryan, you want to look at the Senate projections? Fox News Senate projections?
Yeah, and actually, okay, let me look at the overall right now. I don't know that we've changed anything. Governor results. Ooh, I'm not going to report that yet, but I'm liking a couple things I'm seeing here.
Here's the Fox News projection. You can go off of this.
Yep. Fox News projections for Senate right now. The numbers are, here we go. Fox News has now called it for Duckworth over Salvi, which adds to their total. That's a donger. 39 Democrats right now to 35 Republicans. That was a projected keep. So if we're talking national trends, that's not terribly surprising, but we live in Illinois. So there's just about 7% in, but Fox News is now calling Illinois for Duckworth.
Rob Kramer wants to know if we can get a 5th screen with some Fortnite. That's probably going to happen as soon as they call Illinois for Pritzker. I'm gonna feel the need.
There now. Fox News hasn't called this yet, but it is looking very likely that Oklahoma will stay as a Republican Senate. I'm not going to call that yet, but it is looking like that's going to be. That one wasn't really in the news much. The Oklahoma, I think it's the Oklahoma governor or special election, and maybe I'm saying the same thing there, is the one that was actually quite a bit closer than they thought it was going to be. So,
all right, I'm going to take over here for a second and pop this up here on the screen. If you are looking right now, Fox News has projected J.B. Pritzker to be the winner of the governor race with 7% in and 60% of the vote. Illinois, J.B. Pritzker is back, and it hurts my heart. And I try to be pretty, I try to be even keel. Like if Bailey were to have won that race, I told you, like, I don't like to invest myself emotionally into these things, because I'll put it to you this way, and like I'm gonna try to like stay on politics through this evening, but I was upset about something, I don't remember, it was like weeks ago, and whatever it was, I had the right to be upset about it. And I said something to my dad, and he goes, "Are your kids healthy?" And I said, "Yeah." And that was his way of saying, you know, just take a deep breath and move on. So right now I'm thinking about my healthy kids and my healthy family and the blessings that I have, because J.B. Pritzker is such a freaking disaster for the state of Illinois. It's an unbelievable disaster. And the hope that I have going forward is that we do balance some of his power in the General Assembly, potentially with some of these other races. But as of right now, it looks like the red wave was not tall enough, not high enough, not broad enough to save the incredibly blue state of Illinois. How do we fix it? I don't know. That sucks. Sucks.
In Illinois, as those begin to come in, it's still way too early to really know on most of these, but obviously that's a place where we could still see some races. Right now, the AP is reporting that Kwame Raoul is ahead, but we're talking about 25%. What's interesting is that they have not called that race. They've called the Senate, they've called the governor, they have not called Attorney General. So we'll keep watching that.
I think it's important to note, I had tons of people ask me this question. People wanted to know, like, why is it that nobody's talking about Illinois? Why is it that the races in Illinois aren't getting the attention that some of these other races are? And I really think the state of Illinois is so deep blue that the indication for me, when if there's something there, just like in New York, which I'm curious, Ryan, if you want to look into New York governor, do they stay open later? I feel like maybe is it possible that they vote later? I don't know.
They must report differently, because right now there are no results from New York.
Well, yeah. So that's a huge race that we're wanting to know how close it is. Is it something that is going to cause a sea change in New York? When people aren't talking about Illinois, that's an indication that it's just not close. And the political science behind how to win elections, I mean, when you think about, here's the worst news of the night, folks, in Illinois. There are no term limits in Illinois. This is J.B. Pritzker's second term, and we could be doing this again in 4 years. I don't know that I will be, but the state of Illinois could be. There has to be something that causes people to want to change and to risk going in a direction that they've not been willing to go. So that means one of two things, but likely two of two things need to happen. It needs to get so bad that people consider an alternative. But secondly, the alternative has to be so good that people are willing to take the risk. And if those two things don't meet up, you got to have a perfect storm. And it's very hard to imagine. It's very hard to imagine a situation where it's more difficult to live and exist in the Democrat stronghold of the state of Illinois the way it is right now. Like, how bad does it have to get for people to think, let's try something else? That's what frustrates me so much.
Just a trickle coming in from Missouri right now. Still 1% or less have reported in Missouri. And so really not much to report there, but Trudy Bush Valentine has about 11,000 votes. Eric Schmidt has just shy of 10,000. So still way too early to call, but looking at some different Senate races and the trends that are happening here. Let's go and look at the House, the U.S. House. Update you on the total, because that's one that will constantly be updated. Right now, yeah, actually quite a few more have been added to the total. 21 Democrats total and 34 Republicans total. So, still early. Still got 438 that we're going to count tonight. But Republicans ahead right now in the House by 13 seats.
Mike says, like, literally you have no idea what's really going on in Illinois if you thought JB was not going to win. That's a lot of negatives in one sentence to follow, but we've been pretty open about that on our show. We've said it would take an enormous flood of Republicans to show up, and it's kind of like that Dumb and Dumber line. So you're saying there's a chance. When there's a chance, if you're in the state of Illinois, if there's a chance, it's worth fighting for. And we just have to figure out, everybody is figuring out day by day if Illinois is still worth fighting for them. Because the truth is that's not something that anybody can really determine for anyone else. It's definitely an instance where it's an individual circumstance. People ask me all the time, like, Annie, why are you still in Illinois? Well, my children's grandparents are here. My family is here, and that's valuable. That's more that's more valuable to me. That's a priceless thing that I have that I can't replace elsewhere. Now, in a time where my kids are grown up, if they're not here anymore or whatever, that might change too. I don't know. But right now, that's the priority, and there are things that are more important than politics, and there are things that are more important than even policy in some of these cases. But there are things that this governor could do, might do, that would change my attitude on that. And it is true. Like, people are commenting right now, I could move 20 minutes west and be free of the mandates and the liberty stealing that J.B. Pritzker has invested so much time and of so much of his own money in making sure he possesses that power. So, I don't know. It's sad, and I knew it was going to be sad, and, I understand what you're saying, Mike, but I think there are people right now that are really hoping Manavati can pull it off in St. Louis County.
Absolutely.
And I'm hoping for that too. It makes a difference in my life if that's the case. Working in St. Louis, the county and the city, both, it's important that we do what we can to make them as business friendly, as tourist friendly as we possibly can. It just doesn't seem like that's the interest right now for the people who run that area either. Similar to Illinois.
Ryan, do you have any more results?
I can update the House. There haven't been any major calls. Let me pull up the House real quick and just say, okay, Republicans. I can't remember what I said last time. I think it was not this, but still Democrats with 21 and Republicans now with 39. Yeah, no, that is quite a bit more because I said 13, and now that is up to 18. 18 seat positive for Republicans over Democrats in the House right now. I'm going to really quick look again at this bellwether seat that I keep talking about in Virginia with this Spanberger versus Vega. It's at 90% now, and Vega leads 52.4% to 47.4% over the Democrat Spanberger. So that's something interesting to continue to watch as we look at close races. That if that's the case, that's a swing district, that if that looks like it's swinging toward Republicans, that's 90%. So that doesn't necessarily mean that that's done, because it's still within the margin of error, 4.5 points. Although that's just at the margin of error, so it could be outside of it at this point. But we'll continue to watch that one. There's another district actually in Virginia that I don't know if that was worth watching or not, but it looks like a Democrat's going to carry that one. I don't think that was a swing district, though, but that one's probably one of the only other ones that's getting close to being called among swing districts. Most of what we've seen so far is races that were projected one way or the other and have gone that way. Which is typical early in the night. It's not until roughly, well, it's almost 8 o'clock, so we're starting to get there, especially for the East Coast races. But it's usually at about 9 o'clock and after that you start to see real results. And if it's close, it goes pretty late.
Ron DeSantis up right now by 18 points.
Wow.
4.1 million votes to 2.8. Trudy, you're saying this is so sad. I assume you're talking about the Illinois races, and I think that in the event that you're feeling sad about it, it's important to understand that if the rest of the country picks up, we can still be headed in a better direction. But Illinois has so much work to do. There's so much work to do. And there's so many machines in the political system that end up really working towards creating a scenario, a system that will cause us to kind of take the party or the system that we feel like we have to have. And I think Illinois has had an awakening in this last year, so much so that maybe in the future it will be better. you trying to tell me something?
Yeah, she's here.
Oh, okay. Do you have? Hi, Cassie. Cassie, can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah.
You can. Can you hear
me?
Cassie? Can I have your headphones? Cassie, thank you so much for being on with us today. We appreciate you giving us some of your time, and I wanna ask you so far. What's your assessment so far as to the results that you've seen coming in? A lot from the East Coast. We're seeing some of the stuff from the Central coming in as well.
Yeah, I was kind of listening to the conversation y'all were having, and I think we're all watching that slow trickle. You know, I heard somebody say this is akin to Christmas Day if your family opens presents at night, that all day long you've been waiting for all this to happen, and now someone's like, okay, sit in front of the tree, and you're going to one at a time open the presents, and you're going to like what you get. That's kind of how it feels right now. But yeah, basically what we're seeing is that Republicans are doing what they needed to do to get the job done tonight. You're talking about Florida. So far, it's looking like big wins for DeSantis and Rubio. And in unexpected places, everyone's going to talk about Miami-Dade, that Republicans are carrying Miami-Dade. That's a sea change. That's not only something that President Trump helped usher in expanding the Republican Party down there, but unlike Barack Obama, when he left office and a lot of his voters stayed home that first midterm, President Trump's voters are continuing to turn out. So they are Republican voters right now. And I think that's a key takeaway from tonight that I'm looking forward to really peeking in on so many races across the board, of the fact that President Trump's not on the ballot, but his voters are still showing up. Those people who voted for the first time, many of them, for Donald Trump, who continue to vote now. So I think that's an interesting thing that we're seeing. I know you guys were talking about Virginia. I haven't looked, but Elaine Luria, that's going to be the most likely flip there of the night, which basically means it's going to be a good night for Republicans. If she somehow holds on, then expect it to be a better than expected night for Democrats. However, if we see Hung Kao, the Republican, take out Jennifer Wexton, that's going to be a huge night for Republicans. And then I think you were talking about Yesli Vega as well. If she takes out Abigail Spanberger, I mean, this is just going to be a tsunami for Republicans. A lot of people are pointing to those three races in Virginia as indicators of what kind of night this is going to be.
So, I think the Ron DeSantis question for me, we talked about this a little bit earlier. People can kind of get wrapped up in the Ron DeSantis governorship and try to project out what that is going to mean for the rest of the country. But I'm really looking at I think that the Ron DeSantis question that was being asked that's been clearly answered tonight is more about Florida in and Ron DeSantis in, because that's where people are leaving my state of Illinois to go to Florida. That's where they're leaving Kathy Hochul's state in New York to go to Florida. They're escaping these big blue, bloated government, Democrat blue states to go to Florida. And Ron DeSantis, everybody knows where Ron DeSantis stands on the issues because he has been the poster boy for the Gavin Newsoms of the world. I mean, like, can you imagine the cojones for a Gavin Newsom to try to compare California to Florida? It's like everybody's making the comparison. They're going to Florida. If Ron DeSantis has the people of Florida resoundingly saying, yep, you're our guy, I think that speaks volumes towards the future of the Republican Party, saying this is how you do it.
Oh my gosh, you took the thought right out of my head. The slogans that are like, don't California our Texas, or don't California our like fill in the blank state. And when you saw this mass exodus of these people from blue states to Florida, I thought, I wonder what this will mean for the election. I mean, in fairness, I have some friends who are Democrats in Illinois who have moved to Florida, and I thought, dang it, that's another Democrat voter down in Florida. And yet, to your point, I think they still voted Democrat, but that has not been the case for so many people who have moved down there who did say, we need a change. We're making that change for ourselves and for our family. We're moving to the free state of Florida, and they changed their voting habit as well. And I think, or maybe they were always Republican voters and just got tired of their vote not really amounting to much in these blue states. But I think that's super interesting, and that they moved for a purpose, and they are carrying out that purpose with their vote. And I think Ron DeSantis has become a model for so many other states of what's possible when you stand up and you push back and you fight for that which you believe in. and that makes it exciting too for your residents to support you. And I will also give it to Ron DeSantis for his handling of that massive hurricane.
Yeah.
The media was poised to bludgeon him for that, and he just pushed right through and made sure his people were taken care of. And Florida, I mean, they've got like whole bridges rebuilt in a matter of days. Just a really incredible return down there.
So, I want to give you the opportunity to kind of, because you're a Midwestern girl, you have some Midwestern roots about yourself, and we're watching as let's see here, we're about an hour past polls closing here in Central Time Zone, so we're watching Illinois come in, and if you're an Illinois girl like me, it's very frustrating. You get your hopes up to an extent, but you've been through this, you know the rigors, and you just kind of wait for the inevitable to happen. I'm hoping to see a bright spot here and there, maybe in our state government down south in southern Illinois, but we've got Missouri too with Eric Schmidt's Senate race. We've got some local county executive race here that's going to be a bit of a referendum on a lot of the big government, big blue Democrat ideas. So right now we're waiting here for some big results locally. So I want to give you the opportunity to, you kind of did this a little bit already, take us away from just our hyper local races, the Illinois bummer that a lot of people are experiencing right now, the waiting for Missouri. You were talking about some races that are going to be indicators of a big, big Republican night. Is there anything that you're seeing right now that in the results that have come through right now that make you think maybe this isn't as big of a night as we thought it was going to be?
Well, I was actually just talking with my husband who's in Ohio right now, and on the whole, we think things are going to go our way, but it's going to be a bit closer than we had hoped. So it's looking like, Governor DeWine in Ohio is an incredibly popular governor. He's going to have no trouble getting reelected. It should be a good night for J.D. Vance, but they're starting to see, and I think this was reported on the networks already, but some ticket splitters. So Tim Ryan is actually picking up some votes that are also going for Governor DeWine. So again, I think it's still going to go our way. It's still going to be a really good night in Ohio. I don't foresee that being a flip or some dark horse upset for the Democrats. But I do think that that's an indicator maybe that where we've been talking a lot about how these great governors are going, or gubernatorial candidates, such as the case in Arizona, Georgia, and then Ohio, like I mentioned, carrying the Senate seat, that maybe there will be more ticket splitters than we realize. And that's something that I've been really bullish on, the gubernatorials carrying the senators. And that's my only thing of seeing that might be an indicator that things still might be fine, but down the ballot, they may not be carrying the coattails for everyone like we thought or hoped. So I'm just being a little bit of a devil's advocate since you asked.
Well, Cassie, we don't want to take up too much of your time. We're grateful that you came and joined us on our live broadcast tonight. As the executive director of America Rising, I know that you have your ear to the ground and you're working hard. Election night is always such an exciting time as the results are pouring in, but the real work starts after Election Day, and I think the Republican Party is poised to actually make a difference.
Yeah, I hear you. And they need to. Everybody's saying, okay, if we give you our vote, you got to do something with it. But I do have to give a little bit of an optimistic note to end on, if we have just a second, Annie, that, in Illinois, you actually have a really great state party there. And I know that they're working to build a bench. So I feel like it's a long-term plan. Don't give up on Illinois. And then, of course, in Missouri, which is the model for how it can be, Eric Schmidt's going to be a wonderful senator for the state. But my dad, who's over on the Kansas City side in Clay County, he was talking about great enthusiasm throughout the day. And it's because Missouri did it right with their primaries. They played the long game on electability. And I think that is a real model as you go forward, as we have, primaries. We're talking about national primaries and statewide as well, for the voters to really get smart and say there are real serious consequences if we lose these seats to the Democrats. So let's all rally together for the most electable candidate. And I really hats off to Missouri, who's going to have a really great election night and didn't have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to get there.
Awesome. Cassie, thank you so much for your time tonight. We can look forward to looking at the rest of these results as they continue to come in, and look forward to talking to you again on the air very soon.
Always so fun to be with you, Annie. Happy Election Day.
Yep, you as well. Thank you so much. Cassie Smedley, the executive director at America Rising, with us here on the Annie Frey Show live broadcast. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with her. I think that's really important. I think it's really important to understand what she's talking about right there with the Illinois Republican Party, and the understanding the idea that there is something building there. There is. I am very interested in seeing what the final total numbers look like and compare the numbers of Republican turnout, Democrat turnout to other years where we have had candidates that we really like, candidates that we don't like so much. It'll be interesting to see what happens there with that. All right. Is that Ryan? Is he down here? I'm here. You wanna throw some results out there for us?
Yeah, and there are some new results coming in. So here on the Senate side, on the blue side of the Senate, they have called the race for New York, as in Chuck Schumer won that race. That one really wasn't, again, really highly contested as much as New York governor's been talked about. They haven't talked about Senate a lot. So Chuck Schumer is going to retain that seat in the Senate in New York. Now here on the Republican side, they have now called Kansas for Moran. That is actually a very close race still, but they must know that that's going to lean Republican. They've called it for Kansas, so Republican in Kansas retains that seat. And then also they have called South Dakota for the Republicans. So that puts the total number of seats right now for the Senate at 40 Democrats and 37 Republicans. Republicans have gained a little bit there. I think they've gained a net of 1 seat since we last updated you on that. I am going to now look at the House. There have been quite a few called in the last couple minutes, so I'll give you the official number here. Oh my gosh, even the last, since I looked at it, they've called even more. Right now, the U.S. House, they're projecting for 25 Democrats and 59 Republicans. So 30, let's see, 25, 35, 34, plus 34 for Republicans right now. These are, I don't know that these are toss-up districts, so I think we're just kind of counting the ones that the results have come in that they expected. So I don't think this is anything. I mean, it's, obviously 59 seats to 25 seats is a pretty big difference right now. Oh, just changed. 60 Republican seats, 25 Democrats. So those are going to be coming in fast. I'll keep looking at that. Let me switch over to governor's races right now from Fox News. I think the first swing state of the Senate we're going to see is probably North Carolina, unless you count Florida. Okay, for governors, they have already called, amazingly, the polls just closed 4 minutes ago. They already called the governor's race for Wyoming for Republicans. This is Fox News. They're already also calling the governor's race for the Democrat in Colorado. Fox News is. And then additionally, the only other one that's been called in the last couple minutes is Iowa. And that is Kim Reynolds, Republican. She has retained that seat, the governorship of Iowa. That's the full update as far as national races go. Unless the House keeps adding them, which they might. And they did. Republicans are up to 62 in the House. Democrats, 26. That's just going to keep going up fast. People have asked about Missouri results for the county Sam Page versus Mark Mantovani, and some other Missouri results like the Amendment 3 and some of these things. I'm watching, but basically no results in yet. Right now in the Missouri Senate, only 6% reporting, and it's skewed toward Trudy Bush Valentine. So we're probably talking about the cities who have reported on this right now. Only 6% though. They have not called the race for Illinois Attorney General or Secretary of State yet. Watching those, it says about 25% of the votes have been counted. And if you look at the vote totals, it's actually a lot less votes total than who voted for governor. So that must be why those are not being called. Different reports here. Some say there's AP estimates less than 25% of votes have been counted. AP estimates 9% of votes have been counted, whichever one you want to go with. I think AP is saying less than 10% have actually been counted for Attorney General in Illinois. Same with the U.S. House district for District 13. That's Nikki Budzinski versus Regan Deering. About 11% of those votes have been counted. Nothing's being called for any of those races. So we're still watching those. There's a lot, man. There's so many local races, both in Illinois and Chicago, or Illinois and Missouri, that we're kind of right in the center of when we'll start to see results for those now. But at the moment, you just got to get a trickle, and not a whole lot's being called in the local level. And as we're apt to do, we're just going to update the House election. U.S. House, 28 Democrats right now, 64 Republicans. So they're going up at a consistent pace, and Republicans right now are outpacing Democrats. But that doesn't necessarily mean the world yet. It certainly doesn't mean nothing, though. 64 seats that Republicans are already projected to keep versus 28. I'm going to flip over to Real Clear Politics here. Interesting. So I don't know if anybody's as interested in this seat as I am, but I keep referring to it just because it was multiple outlets, The Hill, Axios, all said this race was a bellwether. That Virginia district that I keep talking about, Vega versus Spanberger, again, it has no real direct bearing on us other than, maybe implications, but that race right now is at 99% in. They haven't called it yet, but Vega, the Republican, is leading 51% to Spanberger's 48%. So take that for what it's worth. I've just been following it, and it looks like it's very close to being fully in. So we'll see when they call that race.
Hello? Hey, Fred. A35 should work. She's got to get in there and test her connection. I think Opal 3.
Okay, a couple of Senate seats Fox News has called. So I just told you about New York and Chuck Schumer. They've now called Connecticut for the Democrat Blumenthal. But they've also called, in the meantime, both Oklahoma Senate seats. I think one of those was a special election because you usually don't have two at the same time. So both Oklahoma seats have gone Republican, which means this is significant now because you're starting to see Republicans catching up. They had to make up ground. Democrats now are projected to have 41 senators. Republicans now are projected to have 39. So the gap is closing. Seems as if over the last 20 minutes or so, every time they call a Democrat Senate seat, they're calling 2 Republican Senate seats. So we'll continue to watch that. But, I mean, it's going to come down to those few swing states, what they look like.
Ron DeSantis' lead is up to 19%. He's giving his victory speech right now. His wife is beautiful. Duh. She's stunning. It'll be interesting to see what the reaction is after all of this. After all the dust settles. I mean, he's got to have a little extra pep in his step, doesn't he? After the couple years he's had here recently. I mean, clearly Florida is very happy with him. Marco Rubio reelected as well. Keith says that J.B. Pritzker is taking the stage. We're going to spare you that, and we're going to have to suffer that for the next 4 years. But I think I'm going to swap spots with Ryan. I'm going to let you come sit out here. And I have to do a hit on 97.1 because they've been doing live coverage on the radio station here. And so let's swap spots. I'm going to go back there and set up the
Sam Page has really given the county a hard time, and
Man, okay, so this is all anecdotal, but here's what's interesting. Now that's going to be a tough race to win. It's a very Democrat-heavy area. The interesting thing about it, though, is that if it ends up being even if Sam Page does win, but you get higher Republican turnout because they don't like Sam Page so much, that actually helps the rest of the state.
yeah.
So that, regardless of whether Sam Page hangs on to that, the margin will matter, because even if he does, if Republicans actually did turn out, or maybe you even flipped some Democrats to vote for the Republican in that one.
This is just my prediction and my opinion on this, but I do think that there was a really great turnout in Missouri today. I feel like there's been a lot of enthusiasm going into this, and that makes me happy. I love to see the people voting and getting involved and being informed. It's at this point now where I just want to know.
Yeah. Well,
I just want to know.
This is like the long, grueling stretch of election night where you're going, okay, so we do have some races called. Man, that DeSantis race is crazy.
It was 30,000 votes in 2018 when he won, right?
Yeah, it was barely. He barely won.
Yeah.
So to see him, man, that's just fascinating. Miami-Dade will be interesting to see, because Miami-Dade hasn't voted for a Republican, that county, which is Miami, since I think 1988 or something like that. It's been a long time. So if Miami-Dade went Republican, that's important for a lot of other reasons too, which I will get into in a second. But when you were talking about Sam Page, the anecdotal evidence, and we actually will see evidence soon, like those results will start to come in.
Right.
But it's like we start to see results, but that's not a statewide race, so we will see it a little earlier, but it's still like, when will we know? But
I wish I was in Florida.
I do too, man. That is a party.
I feel like we all do.
And I'm just like, I wish I was there right now. Look at the DeSantis family with the confetti coming down on them. They're cute kids, the cutest kids ever. Beautiful family.
He has some young kids for a governor, doesn't he?
Those governors
Well, he's
are
not
older.
old.
No, he's not.
Man, I wish I was there right now. That just looks like pure joy.
Yeah, Langford, the Senate. I mentioned these just a minute ago that the Oklahoma Senate races have been called for Republicans. But to conclude the thought about
Sam Page.
Sam Page, reporters, some of them from KMOX actually, were out just monitoring polling places. And they said, and I don't think they would have any sort of lean, I would hope. They said that they felt like what they were seeing was that there was a lot more turnout in the more conservative areas of St. Louis County than in the more liberal areas of St. Louis County. That's just them eyeballing it. But they were reporting that. So that doesn't mean that that Sam Page won't win. But even if that's true and Sam Page does win, again, it's not bad for the state.
No.
Because
There's
driving,
other things that they
right,
can vote on and vote for.
right. Oh, they just
They're
called
saying-
Texas governor
Yep.
there for Abbott.
Here we go.
That one's funny, just because it's Beto O'Rourke.
Mm-hmm. I like seeing him lose.
What is the attraction to Beto
I
O'Rourke?
don't know.
He gets so much attention from Hollywood and people who are national names.
Is it because he like skateboards and?
I don't know. I don't know what the attraction to Beto O'Rourke is, but he gets a tremendous amount of funds. I wonder if it's because Texas is just growing so much and so many people now live in Texas, but you'd think the same would be true of Florida. You know, and that's not the case.
Amy is asking if Annie's okay. Annie is in the different studio. She is doing a hit with 97.1 right now. She will be back soon. She is okay. There's lots of results to still come in. And, I mean, the Pritzker victory is a hard one, but there's still more races to come in and more information to find out.
It's so funny watching. You guys look like you're in a basement. This chair looks like it's inside the actor's studio. With the way the mic is set up and the black background, it looks like you're in like this giant void. Like they shoot those things. It's just funny looking. I wonder, I know that this is not, it's hard to project things based on DeSantis and Rubio because they were projected to win. But they were also considered swingy states.
Have you guys checked in on your local races? Like Wavy Lester?
I have not yet.
Well,
Things like
I
that?
haven't since I've been out here, but I was looking. There's nothing in yet.
Nothing in
We're
yet.
still
I
just
know.
waiting.
Well, it's
hard.
it's St. Clair County, and St. Clair County counts in an odd way compared to the rest of the state. So it'll be in when it's in.
Missouri Senate is in at 7, and we're still waiting.
It's just crawling along.
It is crawling.
It is.
So they've apparently called the governor of New Hampshire, Sununu. If that is the total, which is 52% for Sununu, 46% for Sherman, if that's the case, then the polling on that race has been off. But just because they're calling it right now, that's 17% of the vote in. So it could very much change. Right now, though, Hassan, I always want to say Hassan, Hassan is beating Bolduc for that Senate seat.
But that wasn't one of the ones. That was kind of like a late, well, maybe.
That was a late maybe. Yeah. But it was one that we were really hoping that, gosh, if it's close, but we still don't know. Is it going to be close? That's the hard thing, is that right now, they're not even calling the race. I'm not saying they called it. So Bolduc still could win that race. But you can't, as much as I want to say, oh, we could maybe project this and that, until you get, that's why I keep talking about this. Oh, they're just talking about right now, Spanberger, Vega. That's why I keep talking about that race. Because now Fox News is saying only 83% is in.
That's close.
I've seen it. Other reporting says that there's more in than that. That would be an indicator of the way the night's going to go. Florida, I would think maybe could do that too, simply because they get their results in earliest. But that's why we're watching those.
Man, I wonder how tomorrow's going to feel.
Oh, it's going to feel tired.
Very tired.
But hey, by noon, we should be fine. I worry about Mark Cox.
Yes. Has anybody checked in on Mark Cox?
He actually said he might just sleep on the couch in the office tonight.
You know, I don't know if that'd be a terrible idea. You know, he's had a lot of events. He was at Rock and Brews pretty late last week, and then he had to be up for his show. That is... Ryan, have you ever worked that shift?
Yeah. When I was on Joy FM, I was on the morning show.
Yeah.
But we were not as early as Mark Cox gets up. It's not the same.
Yeah, I worked on the morning show for probably a month before I came on the Annie Frey Show. And I would... the night before my shift, I would always try to, like, think of something that I could look forward to in the morning other than the show. So I'd be like, oh, well, maybe I could go get a coffee at Starbucks or get a breakfast sandwich somewhere. You would have to be up so early, nothing be open.
Nothing's even
McDonald's
open.
wasn't even open.
You can't, yeah.
Starbucks was not open. There was nothing open that you could get stuff at.
Right.
And driving downtown, that was like peak crime hours at, 3:34 a.m.
Right.
So that was really something. So I applaud all the morning people. It's a
lifestyle.
It is a lifestyle.
It is a life.
Ryan, have you seen anything on Amendment 1 in Illinois? What that's...
It's passing.
Is it? Ew.
As of right now, yeah. No.
Ugh.
You're disconnected in there for right now.
Okay.
I'm going to do a hit with the boys on 97.1 here in a minute. So I'll be in there. Supposed to do that at 8:30. So, yeah.
And when she does that, we'll pull up the live stream from 97.1 and we'll share that with you so you can hear Annie's hit on 97.1 right here.
Yeah, and also be able to see the guys in the studio. So that'll be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Are you pulling it from their YouTube stream?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So we'll be on a bit of a delay, but that's okay.
Yeah. Thank you to everybody who is hanging out with us. This has been awesome. We've had between 300 and 400 people here, over 400 people for a while. That is awesome. There are so many results that, like, we don't have the picture painted in yet. We don't know the reds and the blues of the whole thing.
No.
There's a lot to be determined yet. I was just listening to them talking on the broadcast on 97.1 that I believe it was Missouri. They were saying they don't report any results until the last person in line has voted. So it's taking a little bit because
that's why
there's
it's
lines. So that's why those numbers have been held up. So a lot of information will be dumped here shortly for Missouri. Very excited to see the results there. How's that mom water treating you?
Oh, I forgot about it.
You better catch up. I think I'm going to go open one of those whiskey bottles, pour one out for Illinois, and then hopefully pour one in for celebrating Missouri.
That sounds good. Amendment 1, I'm not surprised that they put so much money into advertising that, and really falsely advertising that there are people that I know who are conservatives who didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
I wrote an article about it just to try to get something out about it, but man, gosh, that thing, it's so dishonest.
I don't know. Maybe I'm being dramatic here, but it seems like they're bound and determined to burn this state to the ground.
That is dramatic.
Like, I don't understand how you can look at this and say, this is a good idea, let's do this. And, I mean, I don't want to go after all unions, but it seems like there's some unions that are willing to do whatever's best for them, regardless if it trashes them in the long run. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have a state, it doesn't matter what your negotiation powers are. If the state doesn't have any money, you're not going to get any money.
Yeah, Illinois doesn't have any money.
It's like that with, I mean, that's kind of how the Big Three got in trouble. They got into some pretty big negotiations and different commitments to unions, and they gave it, and then they went bankrupt, and they needed a government bailout to survive.
Yeah, that's public sector. It's because public sector negotiates with itself.
Yeah, which is insane.
That is an attempt to launder money
back
money,
to the same
money,
politicians.
and power now, because what it'll be was the union workers then will be unelected, but they will have power over the government. And we won't be able to say anything about it.
And they'll be
as
able to
voters.
negotiate for all kinds of money that they can turn around and give back to those politicians as campaign contributions.
And what we say, I mean, we say we won't be able to have any control over it, but it seems like even in a year like this, Illinois just isn't interested in having a say over it.
I honestly think that, and I won't say this about a lot of things, a lot of issues, candidates, amendments, but that one in particular, I really think people did not know what it was. Mm-hmm. Because you could see signs I saw very few signs that said vote no, because there was nobody funding that. There's nobody funding a vote no on public sector union negotiation rights in the Constitution lobby. There's no lobby for that. So it was just people trying to get the word out. And I mean, I'm not saying it's passed yet. It's just, it's looking, according to Annie, I haven't seen much results for it, that it's looking like it will. But even, I had to do so much digging and work to find out the real details about it. And I'm like, man, if this is what I'm having to do to find it and share that, which I have, the average person, I talked to a couple of people at soccer practices and stuff that were conservative, who were, they were like, I don't even know what that is. I don't know what to do about it. So they probably left it blank. Well, that Wiggins America I did talked about, don't leave it blank.
Yeah.
Because you're essentially voting yes the way that's set up. It's so deceptive. It's so deceptive. Gosh.
Yeah.
I should go get my computer so I could do what I was doing in there out here.
Well, she's about to go live in a little bit.
Oh, yeah, she's in there doing that hit. All right, well, we'll go live to that whenever she starts talking, which I'm sure you're
I'm monitoring that. As a matter of fact, I'll probably throw it up there before that. Unless, Hannah, you can hear her talk, and then you just give me a signal, and I'll put the video up.
Here's what's hard about this moment on election night, because there's been election nights, primary election night, for instance, or maybe even 2021, that I don't know that we've gotten together and done this for all of them. We always do something on 97.1, but we don't always do a live video like this, especially to this extent, like where we've got multiple cameras and mics and everything. But when I'm just watching this either at the station because I'm there to kind of fill in with Reardon or whoever's leading, or at home if we're not doing anything, like I don't think we did anything in 2021 for the random Virginia and New Jersey elections, you know.
Right.
But if I'm just watching that, this is the time of the night where you just go, oh, I'm just gonna put this aside for a minute.
Yeah.
Because you just can't tell.
Yeah.
You can't. So it's hard to live and die by everything that you're watching. And unfortunately, the only thing that we have to go on right now is some Illinois statewide races that we're like, shoot. on. And so we're like, and so we're just stuck in this moment where we wait to see what the rest of everything's going to turn out like, and we don't know.
Yeah, I don't, like Annie said, Illinois is home. I get it. There's stuff about Illinois that is, I mean, my family's been here, I don't know, since I did the my family tree, and it was like mid 1800s. Like they moved to the United States to Illinois. Mm-hmm. And so my family's been here since then. And, we don't actually have a farm, but my in-laws have a Centennial farm up in Quincy, Illinois, family owned, all of that fun stuff. And it's like, I don't want to leave any of that because this is home. This is the only home I've ever known. And but it's going to get to a point eventually where it's not sustainable.
Do you have something that would ultimately push you out of Illinois?
Money. As soon as it's unaffordable to live here, we're gone. Right now, my home church is in Illinois. Even if my home church stays in Illinois and I move to a different state, say if I move across the river to Missouri, I'll commute to church on Sunday. That's not a big deal.
Here's my problem. I own a few properties in Illinois.
Yes, you do.
This stuff really is, I mean, it's going to hit me because property taxes. If you own property,
you got to pay more taxes on the property. Well, that doesn't just affect me as a landowner or homeowner or investment property owner. That affects the tenants. Because guess what happens if they raise my property taxes? The freaking rent goes up on the tenants. You think they're going to be able to afford that? They're going to try, but it's going to hit. It always hits the poor the worst.
You know, and we're sitting here. This is just kind of interesting to me because I saw somebody comments. You know, they like to come in here and dunk on us as, you know, Republicans in Illinois. You know, you guys are dreaming and whatnot. And, you know, right now, your president, if you're a Democrat, your president has done such a great job that you're celebrating that you have run away with the governor and Senate seat in Illinois, and you're celebrating that Kathy Hochul's leading in New York. Those should be givens and things that you don't have to talk about. So I feel like we're kind of in this melancholy area, but I don't really have a good feel for what's going on in the rest of the country. I mean, Ron DeSantis absolutely trashed Charlie Crist, and that's just, it seems like it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, Beto O'Rourke, who was supposed to be the hero in Texas, well, no, he didn't. He got thumped. So I'm curious to see what happens for the rest of the country, because while it could get bad in Illinois, and it's probably going to get bad in Illinois, I still think maybe overall this night it feels bad to us because of
Illinois.
Just because of Illinois, while you know everything else is going really well.
I can see some of the comments if I squint, which I am trying to do, but I didn't see anybody dunking on us in here. I mean, you can, but I don't know what, like, just based on winning or losing, they're dunking, or are they dunking on issues? Because, like, what are you proud of?
Proud that...
No, what are you proud of in Illinois?
Yeah.
I mean, what have Illinois Democrat politicians done that you're like, this was great? I mean, just an open question.
Yeah, let's take this to, like, a broader just discussion of politics in general. We've talked about this. Annie uses the red jersey and the blue jersey thing as a description pretty regularly. I feel like there is a larger segment of the population that just roots because the team that they have chosen to root for now has won. Not necessarily that things are getting better for them and all that other stuff. And when you talk about politics and when you talk about, you know, voting and electing officials, you're not electing a party. You're electing policy. You're not electing a person. You're electing policy, because it's the policy that ultimately will affect your life. And I don't think that as Americans, we think that way that much anymore. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think we have gotten to a point where some people, not all, but some just are playing it like sports, and they sort of forget like what the implications are. It's easy to do leading into an election like this, but
it looks like Annie is live or going live on the stream. So I'm going to pull up the YouTube stream, and we'll go ahead and mute our mics and tune in. Well, maybe she's not live yet, but she will get there shortly. And you guys in the chat, let me know that you have audio for that screen so that you're hearing whatever it is they're talking about.
red trickle or whatever it might be. I wanted to live in the ability to have a little bit of hope. And
Whoop, we just lost her. Not sure what happened there.
I don't either.
I don't know what happened either. We'll see if
It
we
was
get
the
it back.
FBI.
I'll just leave
Or
it
the
open right
Russians.
now because I don't know what
Yeah.
happened. It just sort of cut out. She's at home and we have the technology that we're using right now, and it's usually pretty reliable. Brad, you use that quite a bit, but it's not coming in.
I
right now.
thought I can celebrate.
Oh, there she is. Hey, we lost you there.
You got
for a
me?
sec.
Are-
yeah,
are we breaking
now
up?
you're back. You were gone for like 30 seconds, but go ahead.
Well, I was talking about the fact that in the state of Illinois, it's difficult. It's a difficult road to hoe. And I have with me in my hand a bottle of smoked maple whiskey, and it's from St. Augustine, Florida. And I thought, what better to do than open some Floridian whiskey to celebrate what Florida is doing right and just hope and pray that maybe some of that Florida GOP success rubs off on the rest of the country one way or the other.
Yeah.
Well, we're seeing numbers kind of come in slowly, and the East Coast numbers are not as encouraging maybe as Republicans expected with New York and Kathy Hochul, but they're really early. The New Hampshire race is still undecided. Ryan has now fallen behind J.D. Vance in Ohio. Are you looking at Georgia? Because Kemp looks like he's going to win easily, but you can just tell from the results, Annie. John pointed this out earlier. There's a lot of people that are splitting tickets. They're voting for Kemp, but they can't pull the trigger for Herschel.
Yeah. I find it very interesting to watch the Georgia results. They were like some of the first results to come in, and I just think back to 2020, they were some of the last results to complete. So I'm kind of sitting here watching that, not trying to get too excited about anything, but waiting to see where it shakes out. I still think the Republicans are set to have a good night, and I also can't wait to get some of these Missouri numbers in.
Out of almost 3 million votes right now in Georgia, there is a 12,000 vote difference between Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. If it ended now with 62% in, it would be a runoff. We'd have a repeat of what we had 2 years ago.
Isn't that amazing, though? I mean, if you're sitting here in 2022 and beyond thinking that your vote doesn't count, when you're going to see some races that are pretty razor sharp, I think, throughout this election. Hey, how about Regan Deering in that congressional race? It looked like she's kind of getting beaten right now, too, Annie. You seen anything different?
No, I haven't seen any real solid numbers yet. Nikki Budzinski in the 13th, that's my congressional district. She is somebody who was, that district was drawn for her. And the idea that Nikki Budzinski would have an easy path to victory, that's the way it was created.
It was intended
for her.
that way.
So
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers
I'm still
right
waiting to
now.
see, though.
Hey, Annie, I'm looking at the numbers right now in that District 13 race in Illinois, in your district. And with 32% of the vote in, which is not a lot, it looks like Budzinski is leading by about 7,000 votes, but the number is 55-45 with only a third of the votes in.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm just going to wait and see. And in the state of Illinois, I'm really looking to see how some of these state house races end up formulating, because in, Missouri, folks, you guys have a super majority of Republicans in both houses. We have the converse of that in the state of Illinois, because we have Democrats at control at every single level. And it's a pain. And it does have people who are like me, who want to fight, who want to, protect the land that we should be able to live on and enjoy the same freedoms that people in the state of Missouri right across the river enjoy. It's just not the way the government is run.
Yeah, Annie, I heard John Lamping say
It's
this earlier,
blocked.
and I had to bring it up.
If you have a USB-C power.
Whoa, what am I hearing?
I don't know if she's talking.
Oh, Annie, you there?
Yep. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Yep, go ahead.
That's okay. No, I was just saying. I heard John say that there may be a chance for you to get rid of J.B. Pritzker because he wants to be president. I had not heard that before today. I had no idea.
Oh no, he's made the rounds. He was stumping in Florida when the Disney stuff was going on with Ron DeSantis. That was the time when J.B. Pritzker really thought, wow, this would be a great opportunity for me to go to Florida and kind of rally some of that anti-DeSantis support. Well, fat chance, J.B. Pritzker, because Ron DeSantis just is winning by 20 points in Florida after Ron DeSantis went all in on conservatism, on republicanism, without any shame whatsoever. He spoke straight to the people. And guess what? Illinoisans have moved to Florida, and they're calling themselves Floridians now. And I think they're calling themselves Ron DeSantis Republicans.
Annie, really, did you just say fat chance when you were talking about Pritzker?
Oh.
Did you just say that?
I guess
That's
I
a
did.
Me Too. By the way, they were. You know what they were cheering when DeSantis was giving his speech? You know what they were cheering? Did you hear about this? 2 more years. 2 more years.
That'd be a good VP.
interesting. Yeah. All right. Hey, Annie, thank you so much for checking in. We'll continue to get updates this evening.
Yep, thanks for having me.
In Virginia, I pointed out at the beginning of the show that these 3 congressional districts kind of keeping an eye as far as taking the temperature out there and maybe what the red wave will manifest itself. So in 2 out of those 3 districts, the Republican have won, but they have held on to District 10, which is now a Democrat hold. But it looks like the Republicans are on track to win in the other 2 districts. So you're not getting everything that you hope for here, but in
Yeah, we're back.
All right. We're back.
Hi.
That was a fun little hit back at the 97.1 studio. Annie got to join in live from where Ryan was reporting.
Yeah, they were talking about the Georgia race there. Fox News just flashed up there right now, anyway, that Walker is actually leading.
Oh, really?
For the first time tonight. That's not done, but that's the first time we've seen.
Yeah, to see him up is good.
Him leading. Let's update on all of the total of the Senate and the total of the House, which we're watching. Here is the deal with the Senate. They have now called South Dakota for Republicans. We were at 41 Democrats to 39 Republicans. That one seat now makes it 41 Senate seats for Democrats, 40 for Republicans. So it's tight. So many seats that I'm watching right now, they have them shaded as to which direction they're leaning. And it's funny because they had Missouri shaded blue for a little bit.
Ugh.
Which is it's not
Terrible
I mean
thought.
that's not probably, I mean, it's probably not going to happen, but now they've shaded it red. So the same with Iowa right now. And Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they have those all shaded blue. Now they have shaded red North Carolina, Georgia now, and Ohio.
This is kind of weird. You're doing war room stuff from the recliner.
It's the wrong place.
Yeah.
Is this back up and running? Is this functioning the way it's
Yep,
supposed
we're
to?
good to go.
Okay, I wanted to make sure before I left because I had to unplug all of these things. I will cede Ryan's reporting room and maybe come take my comfy chair back.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, sheepdog.
Why don't you come in here with that, and I will drink it straight from the bottle.
Oh.
Why don't you come in here with that, and I will ruin it for everyone.
I've got just the cup for this.
There you go.
Sucks. Perfect.
Some Florida whiskey.
Florida whiskey and a Pritzker sucks glass.
I don't know who gave me this, but I have never ever drank out of it, and it's got dust in it, and I just don't even care. I mean, like, the alcohol will take care of it,
Alcohol
right?
kills dust mites.
Listen, Florida whiskey
He
in a
said-
Pritzker sucks cup.
I wonder what
there's some
Annie's thinking about
inoculation
right
going on
now.
All right, I'm coming back in there.
Okay.
All right. Annie's going to be coming in from the other election center. I don't know
we
that
saved
I've
her a
ever been
seat.
around Annie when she's consumed alcohol.
I have. But she's never consumed a lot.
Have you ever been around me when I've even been affected by alcohol?
No, I don't think
I
so.
don't even know the last time I was
No.
affected by alcohol, but this looks like I'm being affected by alcohol right now.
Whole
Yeah,
bottle.
the joke is it's not alcohol that's affecting you right now.
Here we go. Ryan, mom water.
Tastes like
I've been
freedom.
drinking it.
Tastes like
Freedom burns.
That's pretty good.
Oh, are we just passing it around?
Pritzker sucks.
Is that what you want?
Florida whiskey.
That does smell good.
It's drinkable by itself. Don't drink it all.
Sip, Ryan. Sip, not.
It doesn't burn as bad
No.
as I was thinking it was going to. Hannah, come on.
You
get
don't
the
have to.
communion.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
So Pritzker sucks.
Pritzker sucks.
As I said, this is a dirty glass.
I don't know if I've
It smells
ever-
good.
It-
I
yeah.
can smell it
You
from
want
over
to smell
here.
it? You bought it.
Yeah.
What is this?
You could drink some too, but he doesn't drink.
I don't drink.
Oh. Ooh.
It's maple whiskey. Straight maple.
Smoked maple
Smoked
whiskey.
maple whiskey.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm not the one
because
drinking it.
It's Florida whiskey in the Illinois
Smoked.
glass. It says-
You can
Maple.
You can taste
That's
that one,
really
man.
good.
You can. Smell
It tastes like hot. It goes down to here.
It tastes like hot and low at higher property values.
Like freedom and liberty for all.
Actually,
Oh, look at that. JD Vance is up in Ohio now. He was down.
I
for
think
a
that
long
we
time.
need to, if Republicans start winning when the whiskey starts flowing, you're in the
Yes,
right
I
place,
know what
folks.
we gotta do. This just like sports. Like if you turn in a circle 3 times and fall down, they hit a home run.
Yeah, maybe you
Well,
should take
get
your
to
hat
it.
off and
The more we
inside
it's
out
whiskey.
and upside down.
It's whiskey for this. Just loosen that tie
There, now you need to like
and start getting hammered.
no.
That's the
My
idea.
children are upstairs, directly above us, right now, watching
They're
this.
not watching.
Yes,
this.
Yes,
no,
they are.
They
Molly
literally
was
are sitting in the
watching.
family
They
room
don't
watching
know
this.
what hammered means. They think it means this.
They think it means.
They think
There's
it means
this don't no jokes.
What?
No jokes.
No jokes. Put it away.
No jokes. And they
Step away, Ryan.
probably can contextually come up with an idea.
No.
Children, Ryan is a bad influence. Whiskey is delicious. Some things you just need to know.
You're drinking.
it really wasn't bad. It does still burn, but
I'm looking for.
So I take it, Hannah, you're not a whiskey girl.
She's 21 and 3 days old. She's not in anything, girl.
I don't know. I knew some girls by her age that knew they were whiskey girls. I knew some girls by her age.
I know I'm not
were
a beer girl.
vodka-
I know I'm not a
vodka
beer
girls.
girl. I know that for sure.
Senate, 42 Dems, 40
Oh, they
Republicans.
called another one for the Dems then. Who'd they call? Let's see. They called another one for the Democrats. Let me see who it was.
It's the whiskey helping the GOP. I sure hope so.
They called. Well, it may be Colorado. I think they already called that one. I don't know exactly who. Maybe Massachusetts or one of those very tiny New England states.
Was that pre? Because I know they called Blumenthal in Connecticut.
Connecticut was already there. Maryland was already there. I don't know which state this would be. Maybe Colorado. So I don't know if they officially had called that or not. But it's 42 to 40 right now in the Senate toward the Democrats. Here's the House update. 47 Democrats, 83 Republicans. What?
It's on the screen up there.
But that's not on our screen.
Okay. I'm just going to assume you're reading that for the good of our viewers.
I am.
Let's see here.
I found a cup, but it's pretty dirty.
I can get a clean cup from upstairs that's like the ones we actually drink out of.
Ooh, here's a shot glass.
What are you trying to do over there?
Would you like a clean cup?
I could just take little hits of that whiskey in this shot glass.
You'd be responsible when you're staying here if you indulge too much. Is that clean? I mean, mine wasn't, so when we shared it. Add ice, Annie. That sounds like a good idea.
If you put ice in this, there would be no whiskey.
So Ryan, have you seen anything on Missouri yet? It looks like results are starting to
Cheers.
come
All
in.
right, let me go
Tears.
run into the war room, and I'll see.
Don't run.
Yeah.
Cartwheel?
Yeah. Roll.
Somersault? All the way over there.
Okay.
I know Ryan has talked about this off
Okay,
air, but I am
instead of
shocked
saying
at how
dong, take a shot and then tell us the results.
So say what you were going to say before I leave.
I was gonna say I'm shocked at how good that camera looks for Annie's
I
shot.
know, doesn't it?
That looks
That
really good.
black back.
You know what that means? We need 3 more of those or 4 more of those.
Did the Wi-Fi just go down?
What?
Oh yeah, we've lost everything that wasn't
That's not hardwired?
hardwired.
Are people still here? Can you guys still see us okay? Can you... Because you're hardwired, right?
I'm hardwired,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, Hannah's in. Hannah, you're not hardwired.
Nope. I'm still here.
There's Ryan. Let me unmute him.
You got to put your news hat on.
Sorry, guys.
We have it.
Hey, the more I drink, the less I change hats.
Hat is on.
Okay.
So not right. You guys don't.
Colorado, Bennett.
Yeah, versus O'Day.
Is that a surprise? That's expected, right? It would have been.
Yes.
It would have been an upset.
It would have been a huge upset. That would have been a monumental one that very few thought would happen.
Christy Noam,
Yeah,
Got it?
she's back.
I'd vote for her.
Okay.
So Annie, while Ryan's getting ready, Ryan, you just give us a Fox News dong when you're ready.
Okay.
No, he took a shot, right?
Yeah, he
Isn't
took
that
the shot,
indicator?
but he didn't do the dong. He,
No, I
he
didn't
took
do
the
it.
shot and then he started searching his things.
Okay,
So
Ryan,
Annie,
you were supposed
Annie, let's take Ron DeSantis off the table. Is there another governor in the United States who you would vote for president?
I mean, over a Democrat, I'd vote for all of them.
I mean, but one that you were like, they would be a really good president.
Nikki Haley's not the governor anymore. I'd vote for Nikki Haley. I'd vote for Christy Noam. I'd vote. I mean, yeah, I would vote for any of the Republican governors at this point. I am bracing myself for what ends up coming after this because Ron DeSantis has a resounding victory, an endorsement of what he's doing in Florida, and that how does that replicate outside of Florida when it comes to Ron DeSantis? We don't know. But as far as Florida goes, they're cool with it. And there's nobody in Florida that doesn't know what Ron DeSantis, that voted, that doesn't have a thought or opinion on Ron DeSantis. So, to me, he's going to be the president someday. I look forward to that day. But outside of that, the parties are so far apart on issues that it's incredibly difficult to think about. I think if you were a Democrat, it would be very difficult to look at a Republican and say, oh, I could support that person. For a Republican, it's hard to look at a Democrat and say, I could support that person. It's really, we've gotten to the point where we are at an at all costs, party must win. And that sucks. Because it ends up being, it doesn't end up being about the people and about the issues.
Mm-hmm.
It's more about the uniform, and that sucks.
Ryan and I were talking about a little bit about that whenever you were in there getting ready to do your hit.
Update for those at home: whiteboard still is not working. we tried to put some cleaning solution on it to try to get the film off. Still not working.
Man. What brand is that so I know not to buy that one?
It's Office Depot. It was $100.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no,
It
take
wasn't
that
cheap.
back.
Oh yeah, I am taking it back.
Folks at home, do not buy this. It's
Is there
terrible.
a trick? Is there something that we don't know?
I don't know.
Is it possible that you bought a smart board?
How about a dumb board?
Yeah.
I did not have
James says operator error.
White-
I don't know.
whiteboards don't work on my list of possible technical failures tonight.
You know, this was something I thought was
I'm
safe.
completely and utterly unprepared for that.
Nail polish remover. Now that just seems.
These all seem like ways for me to not be able to get my $100
That's
back.
that's why that's what I was gonna say. It's like, yeah, not if you want to return it.
Ryan, you got any results?
Fox News has not called. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to jump to, and they have maybe Colorado is the one that they called that they officially made it anyway, because right now it's 42 Democrats in the Senate to 40 Republicans in the Senate. But I'm going to jump to the House because that is changing fast.
I need some good news.
Well, this is good news at the moment. Right now, 47 Democrats in the House and 83 Republicans.
There's still a lot of room.
Still a lot to be counted there. But that's why it's so tough because you got to wait so late.
Everybody keeps saying peel the film off.
There's no film.
I've never peeled a film off of a whiteboard.
Well, even if you did need to peel the film off, it's not. There's no film. Unless they get to scratch it.
We checked it and it's just not. It's not there.
Yeah. Hey, to Kelly and to Brian M. talking about Eric Schmidt. Right now, with let's see, roughly 23% of the vote in Missouri, Eric Schmidt is up by about 70,000 votes.
Eric
Nice.
Schmidt. I'll take that good news.
It's the song.
It's the whiskey. It's the song. It is the song. People all over St. Louis heard that today and they said, how could I not? Yeah, 56% right now of the vote going to Eric Schmidt over Trudy Bush Valentine, but roughly a quarter of the vote in total.
Oh, man.
Ooh, I got an ad playing somewhere. Gone. Nah, you thought I was going to buy your product.
Pritzker sucks.
He's gonna suck. He's gonna continue to suck.
Gone.
Illinois is the only state where you can fail upwards.
Shot time.
Pritzker sucks. Say it.
Pritzker sucks.
Pritzker sucks. Hi.
I said say it like Trump. Say it.
That.
That is yummy, Brad. Thank you for that bottle of whiskey.
You are welcome.
Of Waple Whiskey.
And next time I go,
Which is what I'm going to call it every time I drink it.
Waple Whiskey.
If I say to my husband, get the Waple Whiskey, we're going to know what that is.
If it is that Republicans are moving out of blue states, because that is a fact in California. I don't have data that says that about Illinois, but if it's happening in California, that's very possible, and we just know people personally, each of us, that have left Illinois who are Republicans. Not exclusively, of course, but if that's one of the reasons that blue states are getting bluer, doesn't it stand to reason that then red states would be getting redder?
A suggestion here for the whiteboard. William says, have you tried unplugging it and restarting?
We haven't tried
What's the other side of that board look like?
Yeah, maybe we're on the wrong side of the board. Wouldn't that be hilarious?
Oh, it'd be amazing.
Oh, my gosh. That would be something.
I need to know now.
If it's the wrong side of the board, my other question is why would you make the back of a white...
Annie, are you going to check? She's going to check. I got to pull the nails out of that.
You want the pry bar?
No.
It's not white, and it's got the screws attached to it.
We are checking the whiteboard. You know that thing. Here it is.
This is the other side. It is not white, and it's got screws attached to it. And this...
It is very big for those of you at home. It is huge. This was a decent purchase.
$100.
But
$100 on sale. It's even more than that.
you guys, I was really excited to do some of my
to color on some
whiteboard
maps.
skills, and this was a whole second location of
I
mine.
think that I'm going to put it back up.
So me and Office Depot, we're gonna share some words later. A moment. Dan says a moment of silence for the board. Yep.
I don't think we lost sound. Everybody's saying, do we have sound now?
Do we have sound? Can you hear us?
Okay, good. Libby says they can hear us. Oh, I think that whenever we dropped Annie's stream out, that was the.
Is there anything that can be done?
Why don't you try the mom water? So what's he saying about Georgia? Because Herschel Walker's in the lead up there on Fox News.
Terry says, I really think it's the low odor markers. I've tried them before and they suck. Maybe okay. I don't know, Jared, if you're listening right now, but if you are, if we have other dry erase markers in the house.
We have some back there on the
on
the special easel.
I'll get them.
Why haven't we used this?
Yeah, why haven't we used that?
Yeah.
Ryan, do you feel like prognosticating?
No, he has to make sure he knows what he's talking
Pontificating?
about first. Pontificating. JD Vance up 53 to 46.
That's good news. I like.
Yeah,
JD
I do.
Vance.
I'm gonna run and I'm gonna go back to the special place.
Go back to? Has this happened yet?
No, you haven't. You haven't gone to the special place yet,
I hope it works.
folks. This should be interesting.
Okay, give me a background.
Oh, you've got a background.
Okay.
Why don't you go back there and I'll.
Okay.
Well, you probably need to test the sound.
I need to unmute him here first. So that's unmuted, and you can put him on. You can put him on the air.
Wow.
Is it lit?
Yeah.
Can you fit back there?
I can't.
Okay.
I see you. You look good.
This is yeah, it's pretty tight. I don't know where I am yet. But oh, hey. How are you? I'm fine. It's good to see you. What am I in front of? The Eads Bridge or something? I look like I'm laying down at Jesus' feet. Like, hello, I'm leaning on you. So I do have my board here. And so here.
Oh, top hat, please. They're requesting.
Oh, well, I can't get up.
Where's the top hat?
Here's what we're going to do. Ooh, thank you. Things are feeling magical.
Watch that
Especially in
whiteboard be
front of this
great.
It will be.
very
It's great.
average picture of one of the train bridges of St. Louis, I think. What is that? So,
Ryan, the bridge is not the weird part of this picture right now.
Yes, it is. So here's the deal. I'm going to draw.
Michael says the Disney board will work until they find out you're conservative. No whiteboard for you.
So what is the biggest concern here?
Pritzker
man,
sucks!
I got to run over to the other room to dong.
Oh.
Because they just called another Republican Senate seat.
No, you can't say it from there.
Except I don't know who it is.
Try the whiteboard out.
Okay. Oh, I gotta run over to the election center. hang on. Okay.
Get to your news. Get the hat. You got to get the right
will.
hat.
Get the right hat. Get the right hat.
Okay.
Election Day Pictionary. We
Okay.
should do that.
I don't have my computer, but go. You guys ready for this?
Yes?
With the shot?
I don't know who it's going to be.
Fox News has just called Missouri for Eric Schmidt.
Yay! It's the song.
Yes, it's the song. Yes. Yay! That's great.
Do you want this or not, you noob?
Now I return to the Eads Bridge.
Yes, that is great news. Dong.
Oh, man. And we're back.
Back to...
Is that prison?
Where am I?
Is that prison?
Oh, this
It
is
is
the wrong
prison. This is live from Illinois Governor Mansion.
Where am I?
A prison.
Am I? No kidding.
Dong
Well.
da da dong dong dong.
Dong, da dong, dong, dong.
Yeah, that's the song. So song.
All right, that means that it's 41 Republicans, 42 Democrats. So that's good.
Eric Schmidt is in the United States Senate.
Yes.
And
So
Ryan
happy.
Wiggins is in jail.
Yeah, but we're having fun with it, you know?
We are,
That's
for
what
sure.
they say. When you go to jail, just have a little fun with it. Loosen that tie up.
What?
Yeah,
What? Wait, who told you that when you go to jail?
That's not jail slang for anything either. That's just what they say.
James says, in prison with your Minnie Mouse things.
All right, let's see here. Pulling up the Senate and the map.
Kyle says you'll be out of jail in 10 minutes if you live in Illinois. Yeah, that no cash bail thing's really coming in handy now.
Yeah, well, let's do more crime.
What?
You know, because Illinois, we could do more crime now.
You know what that sound means?
All right, I am going to give you the current projections for certain states. Right now,
Which state first?
right now, there are 42
How come that whiteboard works?
Democrat states senators. Uh-oh. Whiskey.
Can we turn up Ryan's microphone?
Can you hear me when I talk?
Need more gain on
Like
the Wiggins
this.
prison mic. That's
Prison
something
Mike
more.
sounds like a pretty good name for a gentleman in prison named Mike.
Ryan.
Gentleman. All right. So I've got on the board right here. I don't know if I can't see anything. So I got 42 for the Democrats, 41 for the Republicans. Right now, if you give the tally just to who Fox News has shaded red or blue, doesn't mean they've won. It just means they're shaded one way or the other. I don't know if we're going to like this. I'm just doing this live with you. They are giving Louisiana to Republicans. They are giving Georgia to Republicans. They are giving Ohio. And
They're saying these are all leaning
these
this
are
way.
leaning this way right now. They change, and they have changed throughout the night. So I'm not saying this is the way they're going to go. It's just what they are right now. And North Carolina, that's 45.
Tim says, so this is a guess.
This isn't even a guess. This is just
He's in his special place.
yeah. I'm in my special place. I can do whatever I want. Butterfly in the sky. I can fly twice as high. Here's what they're saying about New Hampshire, Democrat. They're saying that also about Pennsylvania. Now, obviously, they had Missouri listed under Democrat briefly, so keep in mind what
Eric
we're dealing
Schmidt's
with here.
in the United States Senate.
Yes, he is. Congratulations. They have Wisconsin listed as Democrat right now, and Iowa, and Arizona. So neither one of the parties have taken a majority yet. And also, when we're talking about Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Iowa.
James says, with that hat, this is not guessing, it's speculation.
That is very, very, very astute, James. Thank you. None of the states right now, other than maybe New Hampshire, that they're giving to Democrats on Fox News' website really can be determined at all. But that's where it's at right now is 42, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 47 at the moment, 45 for Republicans. You can't really necessarily take Georgia and give it to Republicans yet, but they are at the moment. So of these seats, really only one of them is in question. So you got 3 here. Of the ones in Democrats, you got one that's maybe still in play with New Hampshire, and the rest of them are completely up for grabs. So that is why this is the special place.
because what we've determined here is nothing.
Ryan, you're terrible.
Hey, I did not. If I had this hat on, you know what I'd be talking about?
Facts?
Hard facts. Hard facts.
See your eyes.
But with this hat on, I can say anything. Whee! Back to you, Hannah.
Oh.
And then, if we come back to me, we'll see where I am next.
Really upset
Gee
that the
willikers!
Mickey board.
Minnie.
Whoa.
It's Minnie.
Whiskey. I can't believe that one worked in mine that I've been waiting to write on all night. Just couldn't handle it. Oh, there's the newsroom with no one in it.
No one's in the newsroom.
Biden lurking in the corner.
Butterfly.
I'm so happy about Schmidt. Yes.
That's good.
That is great.
Sad for us.
The good news, Illinois friends, is that we know how to do this very cynical, crabby thing. You know what I don't know how to do?
We're just good.
I don't know how to have Republicans in office that are really good at being Republicans in office. So I guess we'll just continue to build our calluses. Boo.
We're going to be so jaded by the time we do get a good Republican in office that we're not even going to react to it. It's just like...
Don says, question, Annie, are you depicting Biden in the basement? Man, I've gotten more steps in this basement. Yeah, you want to talk about Biden in the basement.
Come on, man.
We do have Biden in the basement. I am feeling a little come on man, too, honestly. So, yeah. Yeah.
I wish we had a Dr. Seuss hat. Maybe next time.
Tim says, I nominate Annie. For what? What are we nominating?
Name, Von, name, or Steve.
I don't know. Understand you, name. I don't understand you.
Canada's stealing.
There are people who are trolls, and there are people who are like jokesters, and there are people who are really funny at both, and I don't know which one he
And then
is.
there are people who are both, but we're not sure.
Wasn't he the one who gave us a $2.99 super chat just
in Canadian dollars?
In Canadian money?
$2.29.
$2.29 super chat during the show, and I was like, I don't even know what to do with this.
I'm
Can I
still
spend
waiting-
your $2.29
I'm
of
still
Canadian
waiting
money?
for a super chat in Vietnamese dong.
Oh gosh,
Mhm.
I don't do that. Please, I don't even know what to do.
What's the transfer rate?
Ugh, it's $0.00040.
Just think about how.
That is not a good ratio.
Does that
of
mean you
dollars
need
to
4,000 dong to get $1?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Takes a lot of dong in
Or
Vietnam.
$1 gets you 4,000 dong?
Yeah.
Pritzker won. I'm pissed off, people. I'm sorry. I
Me
shouldn't
too,
have said that.
you guys.
Oh man.
Ryan.
Hey.
I told you that.
Can you put the shot down while you have that?
No.
He said, oh, he is going to put it down.
Chris says, anything good happened yet? I just think there have been good things that happened.
DeSantis,
Yeah,
Schmidt,
DeSantis is good, Schmidt,
Abbott.
Nick.
Scott.
$1.99 super chat from Nick is
Oh, yeah.
like 40,000. No, that'd be 8,000 dong.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Nick.
Can somebody send us a super chat in dong?
No.
Oh, you did?
No.
Oh.
And I said no.
Do it for the dong.
No.
Mhm. Thank you, Hannah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Has anything good happened yet? Yeah. DeSantis destroyed Charlie Crist. Like, way beyond what the
Serious
polling would
question,
say.
Illinois brethren.
Yep.
Hannah, you just take your Eric Schmidt victory over there, and cheers to you for that. Isn't there a realistic consideration that, like, don't you kind of feel, at least in a one moment of heated passion, screw Illinois, I'm sick of this, I'm out. Do you?
Yes, I feel it right now. And I know that we're in for 4 more years of Pritzker, and I think my wife has 5 more years of work before she's in retirement, or maybe 4.
I can't believe there's no accountability for his ridiculous COVID policies.
How emboldened is J.B. Pritzker going to be in his next 4 years?
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, you're just voting for somebody to do anything they want to you.
Yeah.
I guess that's the way democracy works, is that if the people look, the voters of Illinois overwhelmingly are idiots.
Jake gave us a super chat, a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Jake, for sending that. And he said, Ryan, I had a duck named Wigglesworth, and it took me 15 seconds to realize why that was relevant.
Oh, okay.
But maybe
Thanks,
from the
Jake.
special place, you could tell us, maybe we could visit with Ryan Shire Wigglesworth and see what he thinks about the election.
Possibly. I had a pastor named Wigglesworth. His first name was Smith.
Would this help?
Yeah.
Do we need to give him more?
I don't care. You can stay here tonight.
If I pass out on the floor here, that's the only way I'm going to stay.
Yeah, but he's blocking
Do you
me
want
in.
more?
Yeah.
Here.
Can I rifle through his pockets for loose change?
You think he has loose change?
I don't have any money.
His change is if he has change on his person, it is not loose.
Our boss just texted me and asked to send him pictures. Maybe I should send him a picture of this.
No, there's nothing going on here. What does he want to know? We should stage
Here.
some really
Yeah, stage a
professional
picture of
looking,
this.
Yep.
Stage a picture of this.
like. Hold on.
Perfect.
I'll show you guys what is going on the floor here. I can't show it to you through my phone.
Here.
Show it to the camera. Actually, stand by.
I got it.
Oh no, wait, we're still taking it.
Oh.
Stay right there. Hold on a second. Lift it up.
Steve,
Get
what's
up.
going on? Ryan.
Did you send it to him?
No, we're just making you lay there.
Oh.
Thank you.
Send that to our boss. And then when I actually get drunk and pass out there, it'll be like, hey,
When was the last time you were drunk and passed out?
Never.
I was gonna say.
I don't think I've ever gotten that drunk.
We're the
But tonight is
prudest
a
group of
different kind of
people.
night.
Yeah, for Illinois.
Oh wow, we just
Holy
got a
cow.
big super chat.
Andrea.
Thank you so much.
Andrea.
Wow.
Wow,
Yeah,
Andrea.
Andrea, thank you.
Andrea, thank you. I'm gonna need that for my taxes.
Andrea, I know it says Andrea L, but to us, it's Andrea W.
I really don't want the first time you get drunk and pass out to be on my floor.
Live.
On my YouTube channel. Oh, Andrea,
Oh,
that's
man.
so awesome. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for that. Yeah, thank you. That's so cool. Let's get some more good news. It's time for more good
Love
news.
you all. Love you all. Love all of you guys. This is the best.
Ryan.
You are the best.
You're not even like, do you even feel alcohol?
I haven't stood up yet. my brain
He said
might.
it rockin' Bruce.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
said that he was
I could
fine.
do a pretty good impression of the look Ryan gave me.
It's not there yet.
Yeah.
Here,
What-
Brad's gonna look
yeah.
right at the camera. And do it.
Let's make me full screen here.
I got you.
All right. So Ryan comes
You're
in
not
and he
looking
like
at the
scoots in, he sits down. So your perspective right now on the stream is my perspective. So Ryan's scooting in and he looks at me and he goes, I am drunk.
That's a fact. That is true.
Oh,
I
Lord.
did that.
And my
who else I
response
did
was
that
the same
to?
as Annie's.
You know who else? Annie wasn't there yet, or if she was mingling, she might have not been sitting with us. I did that to you and Hannah, and also
did.
Kathleen from the morning show, who I do not know very well yet.
You know her more than she probably wants to.
Yeah.
Man, Hochul is up 63% with 32% in. So I wonder
does
where those
seem like-
numbers are coming in.
We're seeing, it's odd because most of the time early in the night, you see the rural districts reporting first because there's not as much population there. And the Democrat districts, the urban districts report later because they're higher population and whatever. This year, it seems reversed, which is good because if Republicans are hanging on and we're seeing the urban districts reporting first, that's good because you want to see them report first because that means they're getting their vote totals in and on the square. But also because then you're going to have the Republican districts coming in later to maybe push them ahead. So I don't know. We'll see. But that's interesting.
Right now, the Illinois Amendment 1 Workers' Rights Amendment is a 63.9% yes.
What's the no?
32%?
Oh, gosh.
What?
It's
It would be
close.
the opposite of 63%.
Well, unless people just didn't vote on it.
But it's the percentage of people who vote. They're not going to
But
leave
it's
out.
percentage of people who vote, but also if they leave it blank, it still counts.
Well, it would still in that breakdown be. It said on the ballot, it said that the abstaining of it would count in the negative. I said that on my ballot. Did you read that? Did it say on yours?
Took a picture of my ballot. I'll look.
Ooh, people think that's illegal. It is in some states, not Illinois.
Balls
Jacob
just-
Elder just sent us a $5 super chat. Jacob, thank you so much for doing that. We are very grateful for that.
Thank you, Jacob.
Balls
and the
just
younger.
shared some good news. Only 7 more Wednesdays till Christmas.
Yeah, balls.
Whoa.
Woo woo.
We need a bigger green screen, and we can do more fun stuff with Christmas.
Oh yeah, we did fun Christmas stuff last year too. I wonder if Rob's still watching.
I don't know, but
Well,
Rob was our
sprinkles and-
contact for the elves, right?
The muscle elves.
The muscle elves.
Yes.
The muscle elves.
Do you want to check and see if there are any new things to report in there?
Yep.
Go.
Then go do it.
Go do it. Let's see. You guys are great. Thank you for being here tonight. This has been very fun to have people along with us to watch this stuff as it comes in. Even though our whiteboard didn't work and we've muddled our way through the technology here. Al says both Bailey and Pritzker have good plans. Hopefully they can work together on some of the people's issues. Al, J.B. Pritzker is not interested in working with anybody across the aisle on these issues. I don't want to be like a Debbie Downer about that, but J.B. Pritzker is far left, and he has no reason to move anywhere towards the middle. Yeah, James, good point. Literally the lowest tech item did not work. The whiteboard. That kind of sucks. So it is what it is, though.
When that happened, we were just starting this show out. We were working with the mics, working with everything, and I was trying to communicate with Annie.
Yeah.
And I was like, marker?
It's not. God. And I look over, and she's like, it's just going away. And you look, and it was just fading into. It's like, what is this?
I was like, I don't know.
So did we try Ryan's marker on the whiteboard?
No. I will
And then
try that.
let's try your marker
On his.
on his.
Okay. I'm going to go try that.
So while we're waiting for results,
Brandon
to come
says
in.
on YouTube, you've even got my very non-political wife watching tonight and very interested. You all are doing something right. Well, Brandon, Mrs. Cranston, thank you for watching with us. And I mean, in this scenario right here, we have access to the technology and the websites, but everything that are providing results. But we just have access to what you guys are doing. And basically, this is a way for us to spend time with you. Like we said, it's kind of more of a watch party. And we're going through, and we have Fox News up here, but we can't really stop and listen to Fox News. We're not really listening to what their reaction is. So we're just giving our own. So thank you for being here with us tonight. We appreciate that.
I think it's really cool. Right now, our total watch numbers, we're seeing like 328 people. I don't know what the breakdown is between the different.
About 50 people on Facebook.
Yeah.
We had over 400 a little bit earlier in the night.
And on any given regular show, we don't. If we're doing 170, we're doing really, really good. So there's a lot of you out there, and those of you that don't regularly watch the show, let me invite you to come watch the show on the stream if you can. But it also tells me that maybe there's probably a lot of listeners out there that would love to watch the show, but their jobs and whatnot don't allow them to do that. So thank you guys for listening during the week, and thank you for watching tonight.
Yeah.
Dave Whitfield's right. I'm going to put that comment up there. Annie Frey Show is the best.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, you guys, it's me.
Is he ready?
Put him up.
Here I am.
Thank you, David.
You're good to go, Ryan.
I'm a drinky boy. Oh, I'm a drinky boy.
And
You
Ryan's
guys want
going
some
off
election
the.
results, though?
Got to put.
Oh. I don't know where it is. I'll put on a different ad, though. Okay. Right now, total in the Senate, they have called Kansas for the Republicans, which is no small thing. I don't think that one's really contested, but it still was not for sure. Kansas is Republican, which means Democrats now have 42 seats. Republicans have 41. In the House, Republicans continue to rack up more toward their total. Democrats have 51. Republicans have 94. That is that pace actually continues. So I don't know when we're going to start seeing Democrats catch up there, because a lot of their seats are in the New England area, which you would think those would have been counted already. So we're getting into Midwest seats right now. I think we probably are still waiting on quite a few New England seats. So that should bring their total up some more. Let's look at there are only 17 Senate seats left in play, by the way. Let us look at the governor's races. All right. South Dakota, Wyoming, Republican. Vermont and New Hampshire both are going to have Republican governors. And they haven't really called a whole lot more. Texas, they called it for Abbott. I think we mentioned that, though, while Annie was on the air on 97.1. And Colorado, they've called that governor for the Democrat, which is Polis. Aside from that, it's just a bunch of leanings and nothing really conclusive. I'm looking at the Senate. Eric Schmidt, that has been called. Man, right now he's winning big too. Only about 40% in on that one, though. The House, they haven't called anything in the House, but Fox News is projecting basically all of Missouri's House races, which is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And remember how there was a big fight in the legislature over how to redraw those maps, whether they were going to do a 6-2 map, a strong 6-2 map, or a 7-1 or a 6-1-1 or a 7-1. They ended up doing a strong 6-2, and that looks like it's exactly what's going to happen tonight. One of those is, of course, Cori Bush, and that is, according to Fox, a projected hold. And then the Kansas City district would be too. The rest of Missouri is all red. Boy, I really want to see some local Illinois results, but they're just slow. Here, I'll give you this. This is what? Whoa! Hi, Tim.
Tim. Thank you so much. I am very grateful for that. Thank you for supporting us. We really appreciate it. It's amazing that those kinds of donations come with this kind of coverage. We're grateful for that. Everybody has been so awesome tonight. Thank you, Tim, so much. Leave that up there. Tim. We should put Tim's name on the whiteboard. Did it work?
Yeah.
It does?
It was the markers.
Update for the whiteboard. Happy midterms.
Oh my
people.
gosh! We need to get it up on the wall again.
It's the marker.
Jared, can you come here? There are going to be holes in the wall.
There already are.
In honor of Tim.
You know,
of Andrea and Jacob.
I believe there is a message in
Tim.
Ryan's special place.
Ooh, in my special place?
Yes. I wonder where your next destination will be.
I'll go there soon. Let me give you just a quick. This is the last update I'll give, and then I'll run away for a second. But I've been watching the Nikki Budzinski Regan Deering race all night. It is one that results are coming in very slowly for. Right now, Nikki Budzinski's been ahead all night. She still is, but 52% of those votes are in, and it is closer than it's been all night now, with Nikki Budzinski at 52% to Regan Deering's 47%. That gap is narrower now than it has been all night. So there you
go. Nick says Office Depot is furious. We've been dogging on their whiteboard. It's like, it's not ours.
It's their markers.
Yeah, those markers are hot.
I bought everything from them.
But I guess Terry was right when she said she had bad luck with the odorless dry erase markers. So take that from a math teacher.
So the lesson is get stinky markers.
Yep.
I just bought the ones that I like the colors, so I didn't even know that they were odorless, and actually I kind of like the smell of those
Wait
markers.
a minute.
What am I doing?
I think it's starting to fade again.
Good grief.
Ryan, are you drinking screwball shots? Nope.
Nope.
Straight whiskey.
Yeah, it's fading a little bit, but not as
Fading
bad.
a little bit.
Not as bad.
There she is. Told you it was the markers.
Tim, you're awesome. Thank you so much.
That is super cool of you, Tim.
I'm really grateful for that.
Oh, there goes my...
Hannah, just because those markers don't work doesn't mean you have to throw them across the room. Now pick them up.
Odorless markers.
Ryan, are you ready to roll?
Ryan?
It's a nice
Where are
bedroom.
you?
What is that? No. There's no dong. This is
Why do we have a dong in the bedroom?
No.
Yeah. Wrong location.
No.
Inappropriate.
No.
Look, we're just here in my bedroom hanging, and somebody wants you to think about this.
No.
I don't.
Erase it.
I will if I
No.
had an eraser, but I don't. I'll use this mic cover.
Use your hand.
I'll use
Different
my tie.
message.
I'll use my tie.
Let's get rid of that dong.
Anybody's phone acting weird?
Now, this is a huge thank you if somebody super chats named Don. Thanks, Don.
Done.
Here's what we are on YouTube right now.
On.
We are on YouTube right now. And you're in my bedroom. And since it's just us, let's have a private convo.
Oh, boy.
Not about anything special, but really special is in the eye of the beholder, isn't it?
Ryan, I'm going to cut you off here.
That's up to you.
Yep. I need you to go put your newsboy hat on and report some facts. Super bizarre.
In my bedroom.
Oh my gosh! Eric. Thank
Holy
you.
cow.
You guys are out of control. Thank you so much. Man, we're going to have to do something good.
Yeah.
Like move out of Illinois.
Whoa, yeah.
Get a U-Haul and come live with the free people in Missouri.
The free people of Missouri.
Yes. Come join me.
Oh my gosh. And Wiggins is cut off. Sarah Cranston. Sarah, are you Brandon's Sarah? If not, then it is what it is.
Has to be.
Thank you for being here. You guys are great. Thank you for your support. We appreciate this. Dan Abernathy says lampshade on Ryan's head in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, if the tie comes off and it's tied around my head like I'm Rambo, then I'm really drunk.
Mark, what's the word on Jen Cordy? I am working on getting this information. It's not easy to get.
It is not.
No.
And if you go to madisonvotes.com, you can see a lot of these races, but they just cycle through. You can't click on them. And some of I'm pretty sure Jen Cordy's race and Erica Harris's overlap into St. Clair County, so the county races don't have them. I've got text messages all over the place trying to figure out what's the easiest place to see this. So
Don't go to ashleymadisonvotes.com.
Guys,
Go
come
to
get him.
madisonvotes.com.
Now, come get him now. I can't take him off the screen
I
right
may
now
need
without
a
taking
ride
me.
home.
Well, you can sleep right where you were.
You know what would be great?
You're
is
not
if we
puking in my
just
truck.
Put the call out to all of the chat and said, "Come pick up Ryan."
Keith says Erica Conway Harris race is getting closer. I've been texting with Erica and it is razor thin.
Sweet.
Let's go, Erica.
Seriously, I'm seeing her campaign spreadsheet.
Really?
Wow.
Oh wow, that's cool.
But I mean, she's sending me screenshots of it. It's
Yeah.
not like an accessible place
so
to
you
go
can't go
get.
get it.
No, I'm getting
that's awesome.
messages straight from Erica.
That's fantastic. Because this is exactly what we were hoping that. Okay, so maybe we all went in pretty realistic. Bailey, the chance of him winning, the wave was going to have to get way high. But all these races downstate, especially, that could still be a red wave.
Could be. We still need to find out about J.D. Vance and Mehmet Oz and Herschel Walker and Masters in Arizona. I mean, there's still a lot of dramatic swing that this could go.
Yeah.
Bolduc's not.
But that's just it.
That's a 34%. They're not calling that race yet.
And they're literally, you can ask Brad. When we were talking about that chair, we're like, this chair is made for Ryan Wiggins.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to WD-40 it before the night's
Let's
over.
go to Ryan Wiggins.
Yep. What?
Oh, man. Sean says Georgia's scary. Ryan, are you ready to go over some updates here on what you think? Are we losing Wi-Fi?
I just lost Wi-Fi.
Okay. Well, we're still probably on if everything is hardwired in here. Oh, that's Biden Trump. Wait a second. Fox is about to call Pennsylvania for Trump. Can you imagine? Oh. Interesting that they're back to Pennsylvania, though.
They're about to flip this map
Yeah.
to what it looks like now.
Right. Bill Hemmer loves circling things on that map.
Yeah. Bill
It's
Hemmer.
power.
Bill Hemmer is the John Madden.
With 79% in right now, J.D. Vance is up with 53.9% of the vote.
In Ohio.
Yes. It'd be something if he was up in a different state.
Hello there. Hi. We're back in the election center.
Can you switch it? Yeah.
And
Ryan, are you okay?
No, I'm probably feeling it a little bit. I can tell you that. All right.
We need to make sure you don't make a fool out of yourself.
Oh no, that's already happening.
It's hard to tell where the normal Ryan stops and the Wapel-Miskey begins.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I am going to tell you about what's going on in both Georgia and North Carolina in the Senate. This is according to Fox News. Both races, the polls are closed,
and both have just about 70 to 75% of the vote in. In North Carolina, Ted Budd is winning with about 51% of the vote to 47% of the vote. That one looks pretty good for Republicans. Here's what's interesting about Georgia. You know how we were talking about Raphael Warnock kind of getting out to an early lead and that being kind of weird? That Herschel Walker has closed that gap and is now actually winning. He's the 71% of that vote is in. And right now, Herschel Walker is roughly 1 full percentage point ahead of Raphael Warnock. So the fact that that percentage is getting higher and Herschel Walker seems to be gaining, that says good things.
Can we give a shout out to Vicky for the $20 super chat? Man, Vicky is there with us every day
Thank you, yes.
on the chat. And for everybody who's watching right now, if you don't normally watch us during the show, noon to 3 on YouTube, if you can't listen to us on the radio, of course, we love it when you join us on the radio, 97.1 FM Talk, or on the Odyssey app where you can follow 97.1 FM Talk. Please consider spending some of your time with us in the afternoon on your lunch break or whenever you can. Vicky is there all the time. They're such a great group of about 100 people every day who participate in conversation, who agree on things and disagree on things, but mostly we try to have a really good time. And Vicky, you are a great part of that, and we are so grateful for that you are here with us tonight and every afternoon. And thank you very much for your generosity. We really appreciate it.
So Tim Spaeth put in all caps, so I think he really would like an answer to this. And
yes.
I feel like we can give him one. Explain the vote percentage to prevent a runoff. He needs 50% plus one.
In Georgia.
Yes.
So, you have to have a plurality. It can't be
a majority. A plurality.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Sorry. You have to have a majority so that the person who goes to the Senate. So if there were 3 people running, which I guess there's an independent, right? There's a third party.
Yeah, there would have to be.
If you don't get 100%, or if you don't get a 50% plus of the vote, then they peel out the other people, so they take the top 2, and then you have a runoff.
Yep.
Is that right? Or anybody who gets over a certain percentage gets to be in the next one. I can't remember what the details were.
I don't remember exactly what it is either.
Upper. For Brad, sitting over in a creepy corner.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks, Upper.
Yeah. Sitting over here with the Fighting Irish, which isn't so bad.
Yeah.
But this guy.
Which is pretty bad.
This guy. This guy.
Thank you, Upper. We appreciate you for the $9.99 super chat. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Seriously. Oh, man. It's too bad. It's just a little bit too big.
I don't know. I think
that Trump head might be going on the Fighting Irish. I'm not joking. By the time the night gets over, hold on a second. You got to make this happen.
Pan my cam up.
Oh, wow. That's a sight.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Fighting Irish Catholic here.
Wasn't that what he said? He'd take Trump. He'd like to take Trump out back.
I'd take him out behind the woodshed, boy.
He fought Corn Pop.
Hey, Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Oh, man. My goodness.
He needs the hat, though, to complete the look.
Oh.
The little Irish hat.
Oh, man. There's still a lot of edge of your seat stuff right now.
Jared just said I'm getting banned from the basement for that.
Uh-oh.
Come on, man.
What if we put Trump's head on it, Jared? Come on, man. You know the thing. Sean Mullen.
Don't do Irish like that.
Yeah. Sounds like he's got some Irish in his... Libby!
Wow.
Libby! $101. That's a one-upper. Like, literally, one. That is 104,000 dongs. Thank you, Libby. That's so kind of you. I really am grateful for it. We are blessed. Thank you very much for your generosity and for supporting us tonight. We really appreciate it, and that you guys are going way above and beyond.
Unbelievable.
Thank you. Just make me forget a little bit about how much Pritzker sucks. If you can see my glass, I've got Florida whiskey in here, and it's making it go down a little bit easier.
People are asking, did Wiggins pass out? Where is Wiggins?
That's a great question. Do we know where he is?
I'm going to guess he's in the restroom.
Nick with the $1.99 Wiggins wellness check. I will go find him.
Wiggins wellness check. That's yes.
Ryan!
Stay tuned. I'm glad you guys commented asking where he is because honestly, I forgot. I believe I hear him.
Mark, he's in the bathroom barfing.
Maybe. This 50-minute drive home for me is going to be interesting.
Well, you only
You know
had
what
a
I'm
sip
gonna-
of whiskey.
Oh, no, not for that. I'm just tired. But I think I'm going to blast Can't Stop by Red Hot Chili Peppers on the way home to celebrate Eric Schmidt. And if you guys know, you know that every time Eric Schmidt comes on, we play Can't Stop by the Red Hot Chili Peppers for him, and he loves that song. So,
I, however, will be blasting a funeral dirge on my way home. What's a
It's
sad
not
What's a
funny,
sad
but-
song?
Yeah, what's a sad song that you
Yeah,
could play?
I need a sad country song. Like a good sad country song.
Someone in the chat will give a good suggestion. All I can think of a good sad country song is Cowboy Take Me Away by the Dixie Chicks. But
Hard no.
that won't work. That won't work. Oh boy. Carlo gave a
He didn't give, but he did the math.
Carlo did the math for Oh, we have a Wiggins. And he has the baby. Hi, Molly.
So, I was upstairs and I heard her crying and I thought I would just give her some cookies.
Oh.
Do you want this? Okay, I'll eat it.
She's a smart kid.
It's okay. I will eat it. I'm not going to convince you to eat cookies. I would convince you to eat broccoli or something like that, but not cookies.
She looks so big.
Yeah. So, they didn't know that I took Molly out of her crib.
What?
That's not true.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, she's side-eyeing you. She's
Yeah.
going.
She's not a fan.
He offered her cookies and she's like, I'm good.
Yeah, she didn't really care.
Come see Mama.
Here, go see Mom.
Mom.
Oh,
Yeah.
Happy.
Later, dude.
Yeah.
Do we need to move?
Aw, she's hugging you. Net gain, 1 cookie for Ryan.
Get out of my chair.
Where'd you find cookies?
I got one out of the cabinet. Oh, baby girl. Aw. All right, you guys have to carry the show.
We have to carry the show. Oh, man.
49.5% for Walker. Difference of 29,000.
Yeah, but he gets a 0.5%.
Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, what?
If he gets a 0.5%.
If he gets a 0.5%.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think?
Uncle Wiggins.
Do you see Molly up on the screen? Do you see?
She said, whoa.
Do you see Molly up on the screen? Are you so sleepy? Huh? Who's that?
She looks just like you.
Really?
Yes.
Do we look alike?
Yes.
Hi, baby.
Look at that smile.
Oh.
Say hi. You say
She
hi.
said, that's me.
Molly, what does... Ooh, what do you see? What is that? Huh? Can you... What does a puppy say? No. What does a puppy
What's
say?
a puppy say?
Woof woof. What does a puppy say? What's a puppy say? We got jokes. We do jokes. We got to get comfortable. What does a snake say? Did you see that? What does a snake say? Can you do it loud? What does a kitty say? You know what a kitty says? Do you know what a kitty says? Meow. What's a puppy say? What does a puppy say? Woof woof. Come on, there's a payoff. You got to do at least one of them. It's for the people. What does a puppy say? What do the cubs say? What do the cubs say? Oh, no. Can you do it? Mommy does it. All right, so we're waiting on some Senate results. Arizona, we don't have nothing. We don't have anything from Arizona yet, right?
Nothing.
Woo!
Bless
I'm not
you.
even sure if
10 o'clock?
Arizona's polls have even closed. Yeah, they would close in 8 minutes
Well, that'll
if
be
they
exciting.
close at 10. Yeah.
I can tell you a little bit about Arizona.
Are you on?
What time do the polls close?
I don't know that,
Can you put him in the middle?
Yep.
but I can tell you what is in with the Arizona Senate right now. And it is 50% reporting. And I mean, when it's 50%, you really don't know, but it looks bad for Blake Masters. Mark Kelly has 58% of the vote. Blake Masters has 40% with 50% in. Now, that could still change, but that's not. If you have your big blue districts in, maybe that's what's going on, but we'll see. I will tell you this, though. The House, Republicans have crossed the 100 threshold. So Republicans now have 102 House seats. Democrats have 59.
Is Pennsylvania governor called?
Let me check on that. Pennsylvania governor
What's a puppy say?
was leaning Shapiro last time I checked, which was Democrat. And yes,
Kelly, huh?
it has been called.
Kelly said Shapiro got Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Shapiro takes Pennsylvania. Let's see here.
Come on, let's do.
They're very slow to call the governor's races tonight. So
Wrong hat.
Yeah, you don't have the right hat on.
I don't like that hat anymore
Why?
because it's not, and it never has been comfortable for me.
Vega loses.
Vega loses.
Yep.
Whoa! Like we said, if that is a bellwether,
10,000 votes.
that's not saying good things.
Mike says Molly is like, shut it, Mom, I'm doing a podcast. Yeah, a podcast about animal noises. Molly, what's a puppy say?
What's a puppy say?
Woof, woof. Woof, woof. What's a duck say? Huh? That Virginia Kiggins race still looks to be in the Republican favor. What does a lion say? What does that kitty say? Meow. What's a snake say? What does a puppy say? Say woof woof. What does the cow say? Moo.
We have a cow and a pig request for you, Molly.
What does the cow say? Moo. He say moo? I don't know if she does. What does the pig say? Huh? You don't know. Can you tell me what does the club say? Uh-oh. There it was. What does a puppy say? Woof woof.
Woof, woof.
What does a kitty say? What does cow say? Moo. What does the duck say? Quack, quack. What does a lion say? What's the lion say? Tickle. What's a lion say? Tickle, tickle. Okay, no more tricks. All right, Ryan, you have any like, can you reset the table for us? Like, what are we looking at right now that is close to potentially being called? Or what do you think is the closest to being around the corner? Of course, Arizona is, don't do that. Going to close here in 3 minutes, but that doesn't mean we'll have results right away.
Yep. North Carolina is close. So that looks very likely to be Ted Budd's seat in North Carolina for Republicans for Senate. After that, because that's at 94% of the votes are in right now, and he's leading 51% to 47%. After that, down the line, Ohio, 90% of votes are in there, and J.D. Vance leads 54% to 46%.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's a big one. And then you go down the line pretty far to Georgia, which doesn't even have 80% of the vote and 79%. Herschel Walker is still winning there. Raphael Warnock has made up a little bit of that gap, but the percentage right now is Herschel Walker with 49.2%, Raphael Warnock with 48.8%. So if Herschel Walker is going to win that seat outright, he's got to gain... I mean, he's still within striking... Technically, both of them, with only 80% of the vote in, are within striking distance still of that, depending on what's left out there. There's nothing to call because it's just not... There's too much speculation in it. After that, then you go down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, with Oz versus Fetterman, has roughly 68% of the vote in right now. Fetterman barely leading there, 50% to 48%, but still a lot of votes out. And then we'll go down to Wisconsin with Ron Johnson. 64% of that vote is in. Ron Johnson is ahead by just a couple percentages, 51% to 49%. Past that, and then you're getting into states like Iowa that are leaning heavily toward Chuck Grassley, and New Hampshire and Arizona, which are, man, New Hampshire surprisingly is taking a long time to count tonight. For perspective, Arizona, way out on the west, has more of their votes counted and had terrible problems today in Maricopa County than New Hampshire does right now. So don't know why that's taking so long. But they're not calling any more races. Well, actually, Louisiana they have called. So let me see what that does to the map. Right now, Senate results, 42 Democrats in the Senate, 42 Republicans in the Senate. So it's all tied with, let's see, probably 16 races left. It'll be really interesting to see what happens on the West Coast with Nevada, Oregon, the governorship there, and Washington. Although Washington was one of those like Colorado and New Hampshire that they said, well, if the red wave gets high enough, it could affect those. With Washington, what we're seeing right now doesn't look like that one's going to end up being in play. Oregon governor may still, depending on that independent candidate, how much of the vote she takes. And Nevada is a big one. I mean, that one, even mainstream pollsters, not just the ones that lean Republican, have been saying that that's going to be at least a toss-up, if not favored for Laxalt. And there's no results in there yet.
What? Where's your nose?
You want a house update? I'll give you a house update.
Okay.
66 for Democrats right now and 106 for Republicans. And again, they just must have called. Let's see. They called a couple of races in the Senate all of a sudden here. dong. And ding, and then again dong.
Dong ding dong?
Yeah, because there's 3. And maybe even more that if I look closer
Well,
here.
tell us the ones you know.
Here's the ones we know. They have just called California and Oregon for Democrats and Idaho for Republicans. So that brings the total to 45 Senate seats for Democrats, 44 Senate seats for Republicans.
No, yeah, there are no votes cast in California, and they've called. the Fox News has projected Gavin Newsom to win the governorship with 0 votes in.
Well, we outperformed California.
And the same for the governor of Idaho. With 0 votes cast.
I've seen enough.
Yeah, exactly. Double dong.
Double dong.
I am running over to Ryan's special place real quick.
Okay. You are? Okay.
Okay.
You got anyone?
Yep.
Okay. Stand by.
Stand by.
I will walk you through here some of the balance.
What is
Hassan
he doing?
just called New Hampshire.
Ooh.
That's a pretty resounding 30 vote difference, 40% in, still quite a bit to come in, but you know, 237 seats still left in the House to be determined. 11 seats left in the Senate. 45 Democrats, 44 Republicans. According to Fox News, Ohio is still out. Georgia is still out. Pennsylvania is still out. Arizona is still out. Nevada is still out. Or is Nevada? Nevada, is there a seat in Nevada, or was that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nevada doesn't have anything yet.
But I mean, their seat. There's a Senate seat there. That was one of the ones.
Yeah.
So lots to still be determined there, and now we go to Ryan's special place.
All right. Where am I?
Space. The
Am I in
final
space?
frontier.
Oh, good. I was hoping to be in space at some point. Hannah, can you bring me one of those
She has a
terrific
baby.
markers?
What do you want?
One of those markers? I'm going to get rid of the rest of this dong.
What?
It's on.
Not as in what?
It's just on now. Thank you. All right. As I said before, you just got marker on you because I turned it at the last second. All right, here's what they're saying. 45 right now. Look, I'm Karl Rove. 45 Senate seats for Democrats, 44 for Republicans. This is oft changing, but according to Fox News at the moment, now these are just snapshots, they aren't projections, they're just snapshots. They are saying Utah leans Republican. They are saying Wisconsin leans Republican. They are saying Ohio leans Republican. North Carolina and Georgia. Well, I guess I should do this. 5 there. That would be 49 with just the leans at the moment. Now, they do say that Pennsylvania still leans Democrat, that Arizona leans Democrat. That one's going to be tough tonight. That's going to be tougher than we thought. Which puts them at 47. So 47, 49. And the only seats left then would be Nevada.
Anti-sober says someone screenshot this and send it to Fox.
You're going to look like one of those cable access shows that used to air at about 1 in the morning.
This looks like Between Two Ferns.
So let's see. It could hinge on, who am I missing here?
Nevada and Utah?
Nevada? No, Utah is counted. Nevada, Washington. I know for sure. Let's see here.
Oh, she pooped me on her own.
Oregon,
I've been working on
I
it.
think, is one that will most likely go Democrat. Oh, in New Hampshire. Are we counting that one? Are we counting that one? We are. So they called that for Hassan. So that's included. So we're not even projecting on that one anymore.
Fox just called Chuck Grassley.
That's
In
good.
Iowa, okay.
That's really good for investigations.
Okay.
So what are you getting at here, Ryan?
We're just counting the races that are left and what the leans are at the moment according to Fox. There's got to be a seat that I'm missing here, though.
Bless you.
Because you got 99.
Oh, it's Alaska. So Republicans would need to still flip either Arizona or Pennsylvania and then get Alaska, which we assume that they're going to get Alaska unless they split that vote. Man, I hope they don't split that vote between Murkowski and Chewbacca.
Went down.
Nobody is talking about that being a possibility, so we'll see. But nobody's saying that. So it's gonna come down to probably what we thought, which is one of those three swing states: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Republicans are gonna have to take either Arizona or Pennsylvania, is what it looks like,
To get
to 51.
Whew. Alicia is saying,
Cluster.
Manavani is saying he lost.
We're not going to know Pennsylvania for a long time.
It is 10 o'clock.
You going to report?
No.
Thank you.
I think that was a welcome.
We'll give it to Hannah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, man.
These are bad. Bad. Bad.
I gotta say, if you are the Democrats right now, you thought this was gonna go way worse than this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they called that Kiggins race in Virginia for the Republican.
You know, we're looking at the Senate an awful lot, but what I haven't seen is much on the House. What the projections are, what it looks like on the House.
214 seats left right now. Democrats have 84 seats, and the Republicans have 137 seats secured, but still 214 left. You need 218 seats to have a majority. So lots of information still coming in. Wow. Brandon says the pot measure is about 50-50 in Missouri. Manavani giving his concession speech on Channel 5 right now. That's a bummer, too.
Oh,
Do we know if it was close or not?
that is really, really, really upsetting.
Let's see here.
Molly, I'm sad. That's a sad race. That's a sad race.
This is weird. Vance narrowly leads Ryan in Ohio Senate race. He's up by
275,000 votes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, hey,
Let's see here. Scrolling through these Illinois results right now, 62% in. Regan Deering's close.
Yeah.
Regan Deering right now, that would
Wow.
be my representative. She is within 4,000 votes.
Wow.
For a little close to 40, almost 5,000 votes. But just about half in right now. Let's see, what was... That is a super close race. Oops, sorry, Molly. Illinois 17, look at this race. 3,000 votes. Separate Eric Sorensen from Esther Joy King. Hi, sweetie. Darren LaHood winning his race only. Oh, come here, baby. Illinois 15, Mary Miller wins the Illinois 15th. Resoundingly, we knew who won the primary there would win the... Lauren Underwood. The Democrat incumbent is close, very close in her district. Illinois 13 is Regan. Mike Bost beats Homer Markle.
Thumped him.
Continues to be your representative. Katrina Lauf, the...
Molly. No.
I think the 11th... I think Katrina Lauf, this would have been Kinzinger's seat. I thought she was running, like, in the primary against him, but then he didn't go. I think. I'm not 100% sure.
Didn't they redistrict him out?
Yeah, but he could have run.
Oh, okay.
And so, like, the district he would have been in may not have been the same one, just like Davis. It's probably a done deal. No. Let's go to... Look at Madison County for Bailey. I mean, this doesn't matter really in the end. 100% in. Madison County was a 56% Bailey. St. Clair County went for Bailey.
Wow.
With 78% in. That could still flip. But St. Clair County is a blue county, folks.
Yeah.
Of when Quinn won in 2010, I think it was 2010, he won 3 counties. And St. Clair County was one of them. I think this North County by the Quad Cities was the other one. And it was by like 100 votes. No. You know, they said the Bailey campaign told me that they wanted to try to pull 20% out of Cook County.
Mm-hmm.
They have 25 to almost 26% right now.
Wow.
But interesting, in Will County, in Kane, and in Lake County, McHenry, he didn't do those. He didn't get it done there.
No, he didn't perform well there.
Think about that. St. Clair County, let's see, 38,000 votes for Tammy Duckworth. 35,000 for Pritzker. Duckworth has more support there than he does. Let's go to Missouri. Molly, where are you going? Hey, Jared, can you come here? If you're still watching upstairs. Let's look at Missouri since we're getting some of these numbers in here.
Wow.
There aren't even like solid blue counties for Senate in Missouri.
No. Ann Wagner's doing very well in her district. Corey Bush. Surprised that they haven't called that yet. Blaine Lukemeyer doing fine. Ballot measures. Constitutional Convention? No. Create National Guard Department? Yes. Increase police funding? 64% said yes.
Yeah.
Legalize marijuana?
Ooh,
52% yes.
that's
Are
still
these all
pretty close.
majority? Do we know?
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
100% sure.
Wow.
JD Vance?
They called it.
That's a big one. Put it on the board.
Well, and Fox didn't even call it until Ryan conceded.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, that is an upset. That's a big deal. It makes me happy. Where's Ryan? Do we need another wellness check?
He's in the.
Oh, you're in the election center? Yep. You want to make any calls? Sorry.
I'm looking at governor results.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, what? Go ahead.
James's comment.
Okay, I'll read it. It just says dong. Interesting, James.
It's not that kind of stream.
Yeah, what in the world?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where did that come from? Okay. 10 Senate seats left in play.
Hi. Oh.
You're talking to Molly for the folks at home.
Yeah. 10 Senate seats left. Right now, 45 to 45. It is deadlocked. So it's going to be very close. Man, if we end up with a 50-50 Senate again, I'm going to be shocked. In the House, though, right now, Republicans 149, Democrats 89. So they continue to hold a lead pretty steadily.
I'm good, thank you.
Of course, California will bring in a lot of Democrat House seats, but
Sarah says Katie Britt called. Where's that? Do we know?
Katie Britt, let me find it.
Man, the Senate is 45-45 with 10 seats left.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
Holy smokes. You know, I have to tell you folks, for everybody who's still watching us, sorry if I got real loud on the mic right there because I almost ate the microphone. For us here, Hannah, Ryan, and Brad, with everything being super divided, if it continues that way, if that's how this ends up playing out, these next 2 years, both parties are going to have to play it real smart.
Uh-huh.
Like real smart. The stakes are it's gonna be like this pitch, this fevered pitch that we've had going into November 8th. It's like gonna stay where we leave off on November 8th and go up from there.
Yeah.
Ugh. Whew.
Fox has not called North Carolina yet. So I won't call it, but it is looking pretty good. Republicans just hit 150 seats in the House to Democrats 88.
Oops. Wrong thing. Time for a shot. It said time for a shot, everyone. Is this this isn't a shot, and I'm not going to drink all of this, but this is to JD Vance. Ooh. Is that new?
The governor? Yeah.
Ryan? It's time for a
Dong.
Hang on a second.
What are we waiting for?
Let's see.
Pritzker still sucks. And the Florida whiskey still tastes great. The Maple Whiskey. Kimberly just asked, Annie Frey, how late are you guys broadcasting tonight? We are scheduled to broadcast till 10:30. And that is in 8 minutes from now. And we still have a lot of questions to answer. So I'm going to keep going. And these guys are welcome to stay at my house as long as they can. We don't, this is just on our own time. And we're excited to be a part of it. We consider this to be part of our overall responsibility too. So we're not on anybody's time. We're on our own time. So we are gonna just keep rocking and rolling. When do they want me to come on?
I'll find out.
The 97.1 broadcast. So if you guys do people still listen to radio when they lay in bed? Because my son, he listens to the radio when he goes to bed, and it's like my favorite thing that's what he wants to do. But if you have a radio in your room and you want to keep listening to coverage, please remember that 97.1 is covering that right now, and we definitely want to invite you to listen to that broadcast for sure. Ryan?
Yeah.
Check the comment.
So I'm supposed to call a race, and I still don't know which one it is.
It's in Georgia, and it's a governor.
Okay, there it is. Brian Kemp.
Stacey Abrams.
There it is. Brian Kemp beats Stacey Abrams.
Man, those voter rules that we lost the entire All-Star game. Record turnout.
85% of that vote is in, and they're already calling it. Obviously that's voter suppression, right?
Brandon says, I didn't expect as strong of a red wave as was predicted. I expected an extra Senate seat or two. I think that might be what this ends up being. But right now, man, 49 to 49%.
Wow.
Oh, it's close.
Wow.
Yeah, it is 45-45 in the Senate, so 10 seats out. It's going to be so close. Well, we have some initial results coming in from Washington. 44% of the vote is coming in there for Senate. Now, it's only 44%, but it looks like Tiffany Smiley, the Republican, is behind by a decent margin. Patty Murray, 57%. Tiffany Smiley, 43%. Said that one was going to be a steep hill, so I would not be surprised. I mean, that should stay Democrat. Well, they still are not calling North Carolina, but some outlets are, but the cautious ones are not. So it looks good for Ted Budd to take that Senate seat. Some outlets are still some very respectable outlets are still not calling New Hampshire Senate, by the way. With 86% of the vote in Georgia, it is almost dead tied.
Walker plus 0.04 of a point.
Yeah, it is so close. Man, and if they're both at 49%, they are both going to be so mad they didn't get to 50, and they got to do it again. Man, it's going to be crazy. That seat is going to be wild if that's what determines the Senate, because it might.
What are the Democrats going to do if they still have the Senate? They're not going to have the House, we hope.
Judges. They're just going to push through tons and tons of leftist judges. They already are. They're doing it at breakneck speed. Biden right now has outpaced Trump, and they move pretty quick during Trump's first 2 years, and he has been even faster with Schumer, with confirming judges. They still have not called Illinois Attorney General, and last I checked, they still haven't called Illinois Secretary of State. Two governors' races in. All right. They have called Michigan. Michigan, Tudor Dixon did not pick off Gretchen Whitmer. And Minnesota. That one wasn't really talked about a whole lot. What's the other one you're talking about?
New York.
New York. Oh, did they call that for Hochul?
Hochul got 55.2%. I want to point out that the last I checked, that's better than J.B. Pritzker did, and nobody talked an ounce about J.B. Pritzker's race.
Let me check that. Let's see what the
Nebraska governor. Yeah, 10:35.
yeah, right now, J.B. Pritzker is at under 55%, which is actually worse than Hochul. Now, there's still votes to be counted there, but 72% of those votes are in.
Libby wants to know the website we're looking at. The one that I have up there is I just have Fox News elections.
I think we're looking at all kinds of websites. Fox News is what we're all basing the calls on.
The website that we have on the stream is Fox News.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. And come back and join us again tomorrow, and we will fight another day.
room for that. And whenever she gets up on that, we'll take you over there for y'all to hear that hit. And then we'll come back after she gets all done. Good night, Kathy.
Night, Carlo.
Well, if you're interested to know what the New York Times is projecting, it is a still full toss-up for Senate.
Everything?
It's full toss-up, tick to the left. I mean, barely. So they're saying if we had to pick, we'd pick left, but full toss-up right down the center. Now with the House, they're saying it's still leaning Republican. So Republicans 158 to Democrats 99 right now. It'll be interesting to, for me personally, to hold some of these pollsters accountable if they were way off, because some of these people, it'll depend, because right at the end, a lot of times they do come right back to where, like as we're watching it, it's like woo 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 woos all over the place, but then at the end, like for the New Jersey governor race last year, for instance, that looked like it was going to be really close, and it ended up being a lot closer than anybody predicted.
Right.
However, it ended up being still, after it was all counted, on election night, it looked like it was within a point. Later, after it was all counted, the Democrat won that seat by about 3.5 points. So you can't really say on election night whether the pollsters got it right or wrong, because just based on predictions of winning, you have to wait till you find out by how much, because that's really the key. Democrats finally got to 100 House seats.
Ethan, we're looking at those local races, but those numbers are slow coming in.
Sounds like she's on.
They're still on commercial on the stream.
So they may be talking off air.
All right, we're going to take you over to the stream.
Yeah. I think that sentiment definitely resounds. There's a lot of talk about how big the red wave would be. And I think a lot of us are sitting on the edge of the seat saying, will the red wave happen? It doesn't mean that it's like we've set the bar so low for Democrats to have success here. Democratic success in this election isn't going to look like winning a lot of races. It's just a matter of not losing a bunch of races. And I think, I'm super bummed to say that at this point, we're not like popping champagne bottles all over the place. And I think that we were just talking about this here while we're doing the coverage on the Annie Frey YouTube channel. If we stay as closely divided in the Senate and in the House as we have been before with President Biden in there, even if the Republicans do manage to pull off the majority in the House and potentially the Senate, I think the 2 years in front of us going into the 2024 presidential election, like just even within the last 2 hours, those 2 years are starting to look really different in my head.
They're looking very different in my head as well. We talked about this, and I'll ask you the question I asked these two in just a second. But my question sort of hinges a little bit on Arizona. Arizona makes no sense right now. If you looked at the polling, Kari Lake is getting her ass kicked by Katie Hobbs by 16 percentage points, 200,000 votes. She led in almost every poll. Blake Masters, he's behind by 18 points right now. Now, there's a lot of rural Arizona votes that have not been counted. Brad looked at it. It's Phoenix, Tucson. But still, that's too big of a gap. It's going to close. But, Annie, those are dramatic numbers that I don't think anyone saw coming in Arizona.
Well, the one thing that I'm thinking about Arizona was in the primary when when Kari Lake was running there, and the way the results were coming in, it looked like Kari Lake was really kind of getting demolished. And then it just closed and closed and closed. My recollection was we woke up the next morning looking to see if Kari Lake was going to pull it off. And she did. And if you listened to Kari Lake then, it was consistent. We're going to win this thing. She was the cool cucumber the entire time about that race. I'm kind of waiting to hear that and to soak that in. But nothing is easy. Nothing is coming easy for anybody right now.
Well,
and that's a bummer.
In the Senate races, it's hold. North Carolina, hold. Ohio, it's a hold. J.D. Vance wins, but that's a hold. New Hampshire, Bolduc couldn't do it. So Hassan wins, that's a hold. Florida, Rubio's a hold. Missouri, Schmidt's a hold. Bennett is a hold in Colorado. So now you're down to, and they already projected that, Tiffany Smiley was a great candidate, but she just getting killed in Washington State. And we kind of knew that. It's a liberal state. Patty Murray, that's a hold. So now you're on to Arizona, Nevada. I think Laxalt wins Nevada, but if he doesn't, boy, then you still have Democrat control potentially of the Senate. Now, Annie, how does this, I have my own answers to this, but how does this change the next 2 years in your mind?
The Trump question.
Yeah,
of course.
This is not a great night for Donald Trump,
the man
right?
in the middle. Well, I think that, like I was saying, the next 2 years, what do the next 2 years look like with this potential, super, super close way that this is shaping up? What it really says is what we already knew. We are as divided as we possibly can be. And there are people who, even though they may be in disagreement with the way the country is going, the Republicans are too far of a reach to cross over on a lot of these instances where you're saying, I don't agree with what Joe Biden is doing, but he's my guy. He's the guy in the blue jersey. That's what's important right now. What we're going to need to see is transformative candidates, not good candidates. We need to see the most phenomenal candidates step up in the next 2 years to really be able to cut through this nasty climate that we are in right now politically and actually get people to talk about issues. Otherwise, it's always going to be the color of the jersey.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any hope for anything outside of the color of the jersey. It's just depressing that people, look at St. Louis County, Annie. I mean, you're in Illinois, you're not dialed in as much, but it's depressing what we saw. And in the city, Jack Coder's going to lose this race as automatic board president. The progressives are if Dennis Hancock wouldn't have won that seat that I live in St. Louis County, the Fitz seat, well, then we'd really be in trouble because the progressives could pretty much do anything they want. We're living in some sort of, I feel like we're in a dreamland right here with all the things happening in this country, and people are voting for Democrats to solve the issues.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I'll see your Sam Page and I'll raise you a J.B. Pritzker because it's the same concept. The idea that you could have this person where you should be able to look around to anybody and be like, this guy, are you kidding me? This guy? And you put up a solution. You say, give somebody else a chance. Fire them in 4 years if they suck. Give somebody else an opportunity to show you that it can be done different. And we're so super divided. My question for the people in the county, how emboldened is Sam Page going to be now? For the people in the state of Illinois, how emboldened is JB Pritzker going to be now? Folks, I don't know what the county executive situation is, but I know in Illinois, the governor does not have term limits. That's the worst news you're going to get tonight.
Well, you don't have to worry about a term limit. He's going to run for the White House. He'll be in the White House in 2 years, JB Pritzker.
Well, my apologies to the entire country because I didn't have anything to do with it. Although getting him out of the state seems like it would be a good idea, but that's not the right way to do it.
Well, thank you, and we'll hear some analysis. Look, there's a lot of these houses. We have no idea how much the pickups will be in the House. There's been one Democrat pickup, a couple of Republicans, but still so many races undecided across the country right now. So we're not going to know these numbers maybe even by tomorrow, which will be interesting. Hopefully we'll know the makeup of the Senate outside of Georgia. I'm not even convinced of that. Because if this Arizona thing drags on, which I'm guessing it will, when these numbers come in tonight, no one's going to accept that, and they'll have to see what else is counted. It's going to be interesting. Thank you, Annie. Get some sleep.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Right,
great to talk
care.
to you.
So I think that there's going to be a lot of look. Robert Cahaley was on my show a few weeks ago from Trafalgar, and he's been very vocal in predicting that there is this subset of voters that they're not willing to talk to pollsters. Right? They don't want to tell people who they voted for. So if you apply some of that to Arizona. What the hell happened in Arizona? That is my biggest mystery right now. I have no clue. Because did I think Patty Murray was going to lose in Washington State? No, probably not.
Of course not.
I did think.
Okay, and we're back. I wish there was more to talk about. I've been spending my whole night just clicking buttons and sliding screens around and making sure that people are, on where they're supposed to be on.
Is this working again?
It is.
Man, that was a lot easier than switching computers. All right. I'm going to vacate the election center here and come back in there and join you guys.
Okay.
Did she say she's going to come back to?
Yeah. She's going to come back in here and join us.
Schmidt with 58%.
Those guys are not feeling very great.
It didn't sound like it.
Well, it's like the same. It's the same thing. You look at the county and you look at the state of Illinois. Same vibe, same frustration, same. How can you look around and go, yeah, let's do more of this?
Yeah.
Like who are these people? How does this work?
So I'm seeing like
Hard to understand.
a lot of comments saying that Trump backed candidates are not the way to go. So you look at Oz as a Trump backed candidate. He's very tight in that race. You look at Walker. He's super tight in Georgia. I would not call Kemp a Trump backed candidate.
He wasn't at all.
And he walked away from what's her name? So there's some evidence there. But then J.D. Vance was endorsed by President Trump. J.D. Vance, and he walked away from Tim Ryan in Ohio. So I don't know what to make of tonight.
Yeah, really the only major upsets would be if Carrie Lake and Blake Masters don't pull it out.
There's still 222 people watching us right now.
That's awesome.
Just
Thank you,
hanging
guys.
out with
We are
us.
so grateful. Thank you for being here. And if you are new, would you please subscribe to the channel? We would love to have you back anytime in the afternoon, noon to 3, because we broadcast every weekday for 3 hours. And we'd love to have you back here and hang out with us. We appreciate you. Flores is down.
Yeah. That's that new county down there, isn't it?
Mike Lee is kicking butt. That's good. Will Evan McMullen ever go away?
No kidding.
Golly.
What is his point?
It's like a... Never mind. What a dress, Harris Faulkner.
Yeah, that pops.
Pink and red. Woo! You do you. Brandon says way too early to judge Arizona. Ball says Arizona is crazy. I definitely don't put any credence in the early results that come out of the Arizona race, because that's what happened in the primary.
Mm-hmm.
And by the morning time, it had changed. Yeah, why Sam Page? I mean, look at what the Republicans, though, did in that primary. The woman who won the primary to go against Sam Page, like, what even was that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It doesn't.
That's a great question.
It doesn't make any sense. And so you put Mark Mantovani up against him, and that was kind of like a Band-Aid solution for a problem that should have been addressed better, and nope, wasn't.
Do we know how close that was, or how not close it was?
I don't have the results in front of me. Matthew says, why aren't all four of you in the same room? You guys should do it like Mystery Science Theater on a couch. We actually are all in the same room.
Right now.
Yes.
Well, Brad
Yes.
walked away for a second, but...
Brad is like, what, 5 feet to my right here? Hannah is maybe 8 feet to my left here. Ryan is right here. Do you like how I'm wearing my watch and it died like 5 hours ago?
I would have never...
I never took it off. I keep looking at it and it keeps not working. Whew. I need to know about these local races.
I was going to say, is there any
And-
local that we know before we get to 11? And Hannah has to go.
Gosh, I think Katie Stewart pulled it off.
Really?
Yep. By about 1,800 votes.
Wow, that's really small. Is it done?
Unless there's St. Clair County votes. Madison County is in, and Katie Stewart has 13,588 votes. I'm going to text some people.
Man, the Regan Deering and Nikki Budzinski race just it's just hanging around there. She's not really making up the gap, but she's not going away.
Yeah.
And it's only 70% of the vote still in. So depending on what's left to come in, we'll have to see.
Betsy says, thank you all for what you do. Love listening to you on 97.1 in my car and on the way home from work. Betsy, thank you. We appreciate it. This is just going to show me that we're going to have to be so on top of the issues. Not that we would... That hurts. Not that we would not be, should the Republicans have had the red wave, but this is a bummer. I think this is a bummer. There's still room for some success here tonight, but 70% in, Regan Deering down about 6,000 votes. A lot of people saying they feel sorry for Illinois. Thank you for your sympathy. We'll take it. It's, it sucks. Todd's going to bed. Thank you for being with us, Todd. We appreciate you.
Good night, Todd.
Todd.
Oh my. Oh me, oh my. Here's potential good news. Amendment 1 in Illinois. According to Fox News right now, the no vote is sitting at 40.4%. The yes vote, 59.5.
I think it's 50% though.
I think it has-
But it's if they get 50% of the majority vote, it's 60% of the it's so like if 10 people vote, if there are 10 ballots cast and only, I gotta do this in simple math. I did this in my head in the car the other day, and it was the only way I could make it make sense. If 10, let's say 20 ballots are cast, and only 10 people vote on the amendment, so 10 people leave it blank. If 60% of those 10 votes are yes votes, then it passes. But if 20 people cast a ballot, and 11 of them vote in favor of it, that would be a majority, and it would pass. Does that make sense?
I think so, but I hope you're wrong.
I do too.
This is only 67% reporting anyway. It's not done, but
close.
Yeah, that's let's see here, 68% now. Oh, 68, and now it flipped back to 39.9%. That's how close it is. I mean, if your math is correct, it's not going to matter, but.
Thanks, George. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate you. I'm gonna... Yeah, the split ticket is what a lot of people continue to talk about right now, saying that the split ticket is the story of the election, but I think we're not going to know we're not going to know how that all shakes out probably for 2 days or so. Greg says, why pray? God has abandoned us if he ever cared at all. Hell, if he exists at all. You know, the only reason I'm going to answer that is because it's more important than anything else that we've discussed tonight in any race that's been called. Here's the deal. If Republicans winning is a sign of a God, then you're not worshiping the right thing. So I'm going to pray for you. That's about it. Let's get, Jeff says, I'm not used to 4 radio professionals being so quiet. We've been live for 5 hours, and that's in addition to a 3-hour radio show. So we're tired, but we still want to wait and see what the results are going to be here anyway. So we're still hanging out with you. So no, we're not normally this quiet, but we're also not normally talking for 8 hours a day. And this 5 hours of broadcast that we've done, we have 4 hours and 54 minutes that we've done this straight. There are no commercial breaks. I mean, normally, like, this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but a radio show in 60-minute hours, obviously, we probably have, I think it's, what do you have to do? How many minutes do you have to put together if you do a best of or something?
Oh, I don't 42 minutes.
42 minutes,
Yeah.
but that includes, like, news updates and commercial breaks and everything. Yeah. So we're usually in, like, 12 to 15-minute segments 3 times an hour. This is 5 straight hours. So we're awake.
Roughly a full week of broadcasting.
Yes, yeah. And
in one night.
Yep. It's we're doing what we can.
Interesting. Georgia keeps updating. They're up to 87%. Herschel Walker has pulled ahead a bit again with 49.2% to Warnock's 48.8%.
Jeffrey says, Hannah, cheer up. So I'm going to remind Hannah that Eric Schmidt won in Missouri.
That is
See how happy she is?
that is a good reminder. Yes, I am very happy about Eric Schmidt winning. Also feeling the 8 hours of broadcasting hitting me like a train.
Yeah, like a Mack truck.
Yeah.
It's 8 hours of broadcasting, and then there was the 2 a.m. setup.
Yeah. Brad literally left the house setting all of this up last night at 1 a.m. So, we're doing what we can.
I have so many good ideas for other remote broadcasts. And I am not packing this up tonight.
Nope, you already told you no need to. Robert Shaw's cashing it in. Thanks for being here, Robert. We appreciate you. Let's see here. Misky Waple vibes. I do have a little bit left in here. Pritzker sucks. It says it on the cup. Just reading the words. Florida whiskey.
Man, I'm looking at those Arkansas numbers, and they suffer no Democrats in Arkansas.
Man.
Hard to believe that Bill Clinton was governor of Arkansas at one point.
Just considering all my options. Let's see here. Amendment 3, that's the weed one, right?
Yes.
Yes is at 53% with 65% in.
Wow.
Is that just a solid up or down vote, or does that need percentages?
I think it's, I don't know. Let's see here.
You're getting asked who made the maple whiskey.
It is missing.
Ryan found it.
City Gates.
City Gate.
Yeah, City
Spirits in St. Augustine, Florida. And Brad went and took a vacation to St. Augustine, Florida, and he brought it back for me.
That if you go to St. Augustine, if you don't know, is the oldest city in the United States. There's a real old fort there made out of coquina, which is like a coral and shell mixture, and it was really good for forts because cannonballs would mash up against it. But they also have the old city in St. Augustine's. There's an old city, and those old cities had walls, and at the walls there's always a gate to get in. City Gate Distillery sits right at the gate of the old city of St. Augustine. So if you ever go down to Florida, even if you only have a day, go out to St. Augustine, check it out if you're in that area. It's in the northeastern corner, about 20 or 30 miles south of Jacksonville.
Republicans or Democrats, I should say, looking like they're going to make a clean sweep on all statewide races.
In Illinois.
Yeah, unless something drastically changes, which it has no reason to. Womp womp.
Kurt says, I visited Citygate Distillery a month ago. Good
Oh.
stuff. Look at that.
Is that right before the hurricane or right after the hurricane?
Amanda, thank you for listening in. I always appreciate reading your comments and everything on our live stream every single day.
Yeah, she's
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
great. Let's pull up the Fox News results here and see what we got. 9 seats left in play, 46 Democrats, 45 Republicans. Is that what we knew?
They called somebody because it was 45-45 not that long ago.
Let me see.
Oregon? Is that what one was called?
Yep.
This right here, this little blue line right through, that's Regan Deering. That's the district I'm sitting in right now. Ugh. Oh, now it says
46-46.
So they called North Carolina.
yeah.
Finally.
Who's left? 8.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, Utah,
Nevada, Alaska.
Washington, Alaska is
Scroll
8.
down. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to see, they're right here.
Oh,
That's easy to see. The gray ones. I just saw that.
you know, we talk a lot about candidates mattering. And then Fetterman is ahead in Pennsylvania. The Jersey matters.
I'm
Candidate does
having
not
like
matter.
personally, personal conflict with Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona. Get your act together.
Yeah.
Hopefully we see Georgia, but Walker's up by 0.23.
Abrams decided to concede this time.
What is she conceding? This one or
This one.
Yeah.
because maybe she can't win this one until she concedes the last one, so she needs to concede
Oh,
the
she
last
needs to
one so
concede
she
the
can
other one?
contest this one.
Hmm.
It's just a theory that I have. This is how 2020 went. It was sitting here at 11 o'clock. Ted Budd. Is
Whose
that
seat was that?
yeah.
I don't remember, but it was a Republican seat.
Tillis.
Tom
Yep.
Tillis. And he retired, correct?
Yeah. This is unbelievable. 46-46. Whoa, 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 whoa. Keep streaming. That's rude. Roku just asked if we still wanted to watch TV. Yeah, we're watching it. Whew. So we have 8 seats left, like we were just saying. Alaska isn't closed yet. They still have an hour. Washington closed?
The site that I was using has now shifted. So I can't see.
But we still have Pennsylvania. We still have Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin,
There we go.
all hanging out there. Ohio going to Vance is check 1 for Ohio or for the Republicans, and I think the Bennett and Hassan race were 2 that we thought that the red wave might potentially sweep up,
Yeah.
and they both won by 13 points.
Alaska doesn't close until midnight our time.
So, and then that's the next polls then, I guess.
Arizona is just sitting at 50%. They have been at 50% for a long time.
Something else just got called. There are 145 seats left in play. We're at 171 Republicans. Jeffrey, this is exactly the thought I was just having. Jeffrey says, watching all of this is making me think, what are people voting on? Like, please explain. I think that that's an interesting question because to you and to me, likely, the issues seem so obvious. It seems so, it seems like it should be so clear what needs to be done. And the Republicans need to get, if the Republicans get a solid majority in the House,
Yeah.
There's an important point that needs to be made here. If the Republicans get a solid majority in the House, they will successfully stop the Biden agenda.
Yeah.
Straight up in its tracks. That's the goal on the national scale. I mean, we're feeling a little St. Louis County pain. We're feeling some Illinois pain, of course. But what needs to be remembered here, and, you know, regardless of how big you wanted to be able to spike the football in the end zone, maybe it's not going to be, you know, your touchdown dance isn't going to be as big tomorrow as it was potentially going to be before we walked into this. I really do think that it's important to remember now. Unless you guys talked about it when I wasn't here, we have not once mentioned how incredibly unfavorable the lay of the land was for Republicans in this election cycle. To be in a midterm year, if the Republicans pick up seats with the lay of the land that they were going into, the amount of seats that the Republicans in the Senate had to retain, and then the opportunities for them to pick off Democrat seats, it was incredibly unfavorable for the Republicans to have a wave in the Senate. And it really wasn't until probably the last 2 weeks that people were even discussing the potential for a red wave in the Senate.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe people got a little bit too high off the ground in their estimation of what that Senate would look like. But the important thing to understand is in 2024, it's an incredibly favorable map for the Republicans in the Senate. And the Republicans are really going to have to do some crazy soul searching to determine who the heck are we? Who do we want to be? Which path? There's a fork in the road coming, folks. And people are going to have to make a choice. And to Jeff's question, what are people voting on? I really don't think anybody's voting on issues. If you think you're voting on inflation, chances are you're voting Republican. Yeah. Like you're voting on the side of the aisle that you think handles all of those issues better. We are so incredibly divided that everybody thinks their side does it better. And if 50% think one way and 50% think the other way, guess what's going to happen in the next election? 50-50 split. We're going to be completely divided down the middle. Somebody, mark my words, somebody is going to have to figure out a way to bridge that gap and bring people together. You don't have to bring everybody together, but you have to prey on cooler heads prevailing and figure out who actually is fully invested in the idea that we need to do something better than the super divisive way that we're doing things now. And, you know, you can surmise from that whatever you choose to, but this method of this madness is just going to completely keep us divided through the whole process. Brad, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just saying that, and I wonder, like you're saying, somebody's going to have to figure out how to bridge the gap, and I wonder if there will be somebody that bridges the gap, you know, in a good way, or somebody that bridges that gap in a bad way, meaning that they are just so awful. And we think Biden is doing a terrible job, don't get me wrong, but he's hitting the stuff that other people, you know, that really far left people like, climate change, that sort of thing, free college, all of these things. So he's hitting that, but somebody's going to have to do something. If they don't do something incredibly good, it's going to be something incredibly bad to have the whole country go, whoa, let's not do that.
Amanda says, I'm 34 and was raised by a Union Democrat family. I've been voting Republican for the past few elections. Honestly, after the abortion ban, overturn of Roe, I almost didn't. I wonder how many are like me. That's an interesting thought. Debbie says 923 votes separate Walker and Warnock right now.
Well, that's going to head to a recount. I do think that any sort of pause in the country right now would be really good. I mean, you were never going to back the train up, but let's just stop. You know, it's triage. You know, The first thing you do is stop the bleeding.
Dawn says, I'm afraid to go to bed and they find ballots in bags somewhere. They stop counting till tomorrow. Dawn, I got news. Whether you go to bed or not, it's not going to stop what's going to happen before tomorrow morning. You can't hold down the fort. We got to remember that too.
I just want to let you guys know they just called Missouri District 1.
Corey Bush?
Corey Bush.
Oh, no. Think she'll come on our show now?
Mm-hmm.
Doubt it. That took a lot longer than I thought it would.
Mm-hmm.
Are we seeing red states get redder and blue states get bluer?
I think so.
Yeah.
Libby, thank you for everything. You gave us a big super chat, and we really appreciate it. We appreciate you being here and commenting all the time. We really are glad that you're here with us. Thank you.
Libby, good night. Thank you for being here with us.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for your generosity and supporting us. We really appreciate you. I'm getting messages from some state house reps.
In some Missouri races, looks like Ann Wagner is going to hang on. She's up 53 to 44 with 94% reporting.
Good.
Sam Graves is not a name we hear a whole lot about. He's a Republican, is going to beat Henry Martin, the Democrat. Blaine Luetkemeyer, the Republican, is going to beat Bethany Mann pretty easily. Jason Smith, Republican, is going to beat Randy McCallion. And that's about it for Missouri House, anyway.
I've just got a small screen to look here. Annie, those maps. Nebraska, Montana, Wyoming, Minnesota, Mississippi, Texas. They don't have anybody in the Senate up for a re-election. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. The Senate races, here, I'll show you. I can scroll. The gray ones are the ones that are still out. And let's see.
Jeffrey suggests, can someone sing the Annie Frey Show main song?
Come
Trying to
on,
get the blood
come on,
moving.
turn the radio on.
Yeah, Ryan.
Go ahead.
We can each take a part.
I just did mine.
Hit the dance floor. Hit the dance floor.
What?
Yeah,
Hit the dance floor.
that's Sia.
I don't remember the order that they go in now.
You don't. You
It's,
just can
it's
sing
come
any
on, come
part.
on, turn the radio on.
Saturday night and it won't be long. Gotta paint my nails, put my high heels on. Saturday and it won't be long till I hit the dance floor. Hit the dance floor. I got all I need.
I don't know those words
I
because
ain't
I always
got
end up
time.
hearing the clips
I
over it.
ain't got time. I got you, baby.
You can do the
Now I only know
News
how to
anchor
sing
part.
the Sia part. Hey, I don't know
cheap thrills.
tonight. I love cheap thrills.
I don't remember.
You don't remember the theme
I
song?
can't. No, I can't do them in order. I'm not. If you start singing,
Take
it,
a
I know the part.
Too much Waple Misky.
Waple Misky for all.
Ugh.
46. Republicans. 46. 47. 49. Gosh. What if
Brad's cut off and he's the only one that hasn't had a drop of alcohol tonight?
What if the Republicans lost the Senate? 49 seats was something that was talked about. That the Democrats could take a majority.
Anything under 51 doesn't matter. Well, I guess with
I mean, it
Joe
matters.
Manchin, it kind of does. And Kristen Sinema, but
Oh,
so they
man.
just called something. Okay, I think they just called Washington for Democrats.
Yep.
So that means Democrats are at 47, Republicans are at 46.
I know. I'm looking right here, and you've got, if Walker goes Republican, and I think Ron Johnson's going to win Wisconsin, and I think Murkowski will win Alaska. That's 49. And then you've got Nevada, which is nothing in. What is Nevada's deal?
They're weird.
Because I remember them last year, like, they didn't report anything.
Nevada's Laxalt, though.
Well, and
Yeah,
that's
but what about their reporting?
50.4%. Is that in this? That's in one county. God dang it.
Dang, Raphael Warnock is ahead in Georgia right now by like 400 votes. Maybe less.
Ooh. Not according to Fox News. I hate all this.
When do we find out?
Is that? No, that's Gwinnett County. Maybe not tonight. Hannah, tell us about your election night 2020. You said you went and voted for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
How did you take in? I mean, did you set up a studio in your basement and do like a live show?
I did not. I remember I was with Mr. Wonderful that night, and he was doing school or something on his TV that he couldn't have coverage up on his TV. So I remember his iPad was how we watched coverage of it. And I left, and I was tired, and I remember being confident, and then fell asleep, woke up, and the very first text I saw was from him, and it had some choice words in it, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
And I almost feel like I have, when I think about that, I just get so sad. I felt so confident. I feel like it just got swept under my feet.
Yeah.
So yes, this is the first election. I mean, I watched the primary pretty closely, but this sort of coverage and everything is definitely a first for me.
Somebody on Twitter has said, breaking, Guy Fieri has been reelected mayor of Flavortown.
See, now I'm going to say something that one day is probably going to get me in trouble. But I can't stand Guy Fieri.
That is not controversial.
No. And I mean, like, Patty Murray. That's the what? Is that the race you said? That's the way. Yeah.
Jackie Henrich from Fox News
Heinrich?
is saying, that Fox News Decision Desk is also projecting that the Republican incumbent Mike Lee will hold on to the Utah Senate race.
Good. Go away, Evan McMillan. Don't come out of your hole ever again. Go sit in your independent libertarian or whatever the heck it is.
They just called it. So 47-47.
Just go away. Stop trying to make fetch happen.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, and also take Mitt Romney with you.
What just got called?
Washington. Officially.
Did something else get called too?
Utah.
Oh, Mike Lee. Yeah, Utah.
Mike Lee's a good senator.
Yeah. So 47-47. Six seats left to go. Those 6 seats are Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, Alaska, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. All of them could be won by Republicans. So could none of them. Yo.
I'm
All right.
confident in Ron Johnson from Wisconsin.
Let's go around the room right now. Which, if we were going to split it 50-50 down the middle, which of these 3, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, Alaska, which 3 do you want to be Republican?
Do I want to be
You get to pick 3. I know which ones I'm picking.
I pick Blake Masters, Ron Johnson, and Herschel Walker. Actually, I don't know enough about Laxalt. I just know he's a Republican. So
What?
I can't really pick him from Nevada.
Okay. Georgia, Pennsylvania. And I need one more. Wisconsin.
What are you picking? We all get to pick our own 3.
Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia.
Hey, that was my 3.
You're allowed to pick the same 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can pick the same ones.
For now, until
Like,
JB
and
Pritzker and Sam Page tell you can't.
This is we wait.
Pritzker sucks. Still brought to you by Waple Miskey from Florida.
So this is wave a magic wand. These people win.
You get to pick 3.
Yeah. So Oz
Still
is-
split 50-50 Senate.
50, yeah.
It is
Yeah.
what it is, but you get to pick 3 of these last 6 Republican senators. Which
So
ones you
this
want?
is going to sound terrible, but I'm not picking 4 Republicans. I'm picking against 2 Democrats. I think John Fetterman is an absolute disaster. So I would pick Oz and keep Fetterman out of there, and I would pick Herschel Walker down in Georgia to keep Warnock out of there because Warnock makes my skin crawl.
Yeah, I agree.
And then Ron Johnson from Wisconsin.
Same exact reason, same 3 for me.
I want to see if you
'Cause-
have to pick
yeah.
a Democrat to put in, I'd pick Fetterman because that dude is such an embarrassment.
Jack Posobiec said
There's no
on
way.
the Annie Frey
Yeah.
Show that he will not serve a day in office. He
That's
will
probably
rescind
true.
his seat, and then the current governor, who's a Democrat, or the new governor, Shapiro, will. Well, Shapiro is that the current governor? He's running. Okay,
yeah.
so the current governor, who is a Democrat, and then now he is one, will appoint somebody new.
That's fine, but make them do that.
Okay, here's a real question: if Fetterman wins, do you want him as a Republican? Would you rather Ryan have that happen and not have Fetterman in there serving?
No, I'd rather see Fetterman in there
Why?
because it's such a terrible example of people voting for a candidate.
You get what you get. You
Yes.
get, and you don't throw
Don't
fit.
fit. I don't know. I think that's bad for the country, but I don't know that I would like
you
who
hear how
they
he
would
did
put
that?
in instead.
It's kind of like about you,
Oh yeah.
and I agree with you.
Yeah, I feel like we're the same person. We're too similar.
It's wild. So let's say things break really well overnight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Technically, Republicans still could get to 53.
They could.
Well, that's what I said. So all 6 races
Yeah.
could still go to
Yeah.
Republicans.
We
Could
could
also go.
we
the
could
other
go to
way.
bed tonight thinking.
Democrats could have 53.
Yeah, we
I don't
could go
think
to
they're
bed
gonna get
tonight.
Alaska, but
Yeah, we could go to bed tonight thinking it's going to be a 51-49 Democrat Senate and wake up to a 53.
New Mexico
Yeah.
governor, Democrat. That's another one.
that
These aren't
actually
even
was a lot
close.
closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought that was going to be a bigger blowout.
Well, I mean, like they were talking like Republican, like
Like you had a
yeah, a
chance.
Republican has a
Oh,
chance
yeah.
there. And again, I mean, the Illinois governor race. Let's look at this real quick. 55% for Pritzker.
Oof.
I mean, Hochul got 54.08%, and Pritzker got 55.07%. So J.B. Pritzker didn't outperform Hochul that much, and nothing was said about it. What is this?
48% in.
Yeah, that's a long way to go.
Well, this is exactly what happened in the primary.
Yeah. I can't imagine Katie Hobbs being the governor of a state.
She's already filed a lawsuit too.
For what?
Trying to leave the polls open in Maricopa County.
They turned that down.
Did they turn that down?
Yeah, they said no. They wanted to leave them open till 10 or something.
My battery's about to die. I gotta go plug this in.
Bring the charger out here. There's a power strip right there. Unless you want to sit in there. Gosh, that is so close.
Yeah, do we even think that whoever's in Georgia, whoever comes out on top, is gonna win in the run or go into the have 51% or 50 plus 1?
Raphael Warnock has 0.05% more right now. What did you say the difference was before? That's about what it's showing right now.
300 votes.
It's like 1,800 votes right now. Chase Oliver sitting in there just being a little
spoiler.
thing.
This is going to sound terrible, and I'm going to make a lot of people mad when I say this, but has the Libertarian Party outlived its usefulness?
I don't support it.
I
think that the Republican Party and the Democrat Party need to be better at representing more people.
Yeah.
And I think that the people in the party need to demand it. Unbelievable. Every vote counts.
Close.
1,858 votes separating this Georgia race here.
Wow.
89% in, which means unless somebody gets a vote dump of some red county or a
which could happen,
county, which can happen, nobody's gonna get to 50%.
Well, let's see.
But they're
here.
both very close.
Can you see the? What campaign at this point in the time where you're 1,858 votes apart? The reporters are at the victory parties and they're like, the candidates say they're feeling good. No, they're not. They're nervous as they could possibly be, but you're not going to say that. Of course they're feeling good.
Candidate is throwing up in the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly.
The candidate just walked by. His shirt is covered in vomit.
Sweat.
And sweat. His pits are yellow.
He looks like George
Ew.
Bush at the dinner in Japan.
So is Nevada, will we find out Nevada tonight?
I don't know.
I feel like that's one that is like
It's like they
2 days later.
tell you everything at once.
And we were doing the same thing in 2020. I was sitting right here. And everything mattered so much. And you're like, wait, Nevada's not going to be called for days? What?
I think 2 hours ago, I was saying Arizona's got about 50% in. Arizona has 51% in, according to this. 48 according to Fox.
48, 6.61. Oh, let's listen to this real quick. Hold on. We're listening to them talk about Nevada. But when? They'd be Pacific, right? So they would have had polls closed 2 hours ago. No, even longer than that. Oh. If polls closed at 9 p.m., that would have been 32 minutes ago. All right, they're going to Pennsylvania now. Oh my gosh. It is very much so a question right now about candidates.
Mm-hmm.
And if maybe if they run the table of 6 for 6 Republicans win, Donald Trump's going to claim victory and responsibility for all of it. If 6 out of 6 lose, then what does that mean? What is the
I don't know, because
burden to bear?
They're very different candidates too. I mean, Oz and Carrie Lake, they're very opposites.
So we're talking about people splitting votes and third parties. This is what I have here on the screen here. This is the option that you have as a voter for candidates for Senate in Nevada. Catherine Cortez Masto, Adam Laxalt, Barry Rubinson, Barry Lindemann, Neil Scott, or none of these candidates is one of the options.
Could you vote? Could you split a ticket and vote just the Barrys?
Barry? No, I don't think so. I think you'd spoil your whole ballot. We don't want that.
Write in
Let's look at the House.
Dems to Barrys.
Democrats are gaining some ground as we move into the left coast. 176 Republicans, 139 Democrats. I still would prefer to be the Republicans in this scenario.
Yeah.
But a lot of reddish areas out there.
What do they need? They need 218.
218.
So what do they need to get to 218?
24 plus 18, so 34, 42, I think. That's my, what we have been on here for 5.5 hours.
Saxon math.
Was that what I did?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Was it right?
I don't know.
We're like ish.
They have 176.
42?
Ooh. I think I'm going to go to midnight.
Okay.
Although Hannah's got a much longer drive home than me, so.
Hannah, you can stay here if you like. Let's see here. Let me get down these comments. I need to catch up. JD says he loves our show. Thanks, JD.
Thanks, JD. I like your show, JD.
Can poll workers in Missouri wear elephant earrings? That's a Interesting question.
Mm-hmm. Great question.
Brandon said, from the looks of it, Hannah may be sleeping in that chair. Funny, because Ryan, when you said my name, I was like, oh.
Oh, hey. I'm still here.
There's 143 people staring at me.
That's a really awesome thought right now.
Interesting that Fox is saying Oz Fetterman Senate race too early to call. Because New York Times is saying likely D. And what is up? Why is Arizona? It's they hit 50% and they just stopped.
Went backwards. 50% is like, no.
Hey, guys,
back
Chuck
up.
Grassley, he won re-election.
89.
He's 89 years old.
He's an older man. I think that's safe to say.
He was born in 1933.
Wow.
Whoa.
Senator Charles E. Grassley of Iowa, a Republican, has won his 8th term.
That is 48 years. That's 48 years.
That's incredible.
That's longer than all of our lifetimes.
That dude is apparently still pretty sharp, too.
Yeah, he definitely is a younger 89 than Joe Biden's 78.
Heck yeah.
Wow.
Weird standards that we have these days.
Yeah. How old is Feinstein?
About that.
Yeah, she's pretty old.
Matthew says we're troopers. Thank you.
We're super troopers.
Super troopers. Annie, can you explain the House seats? I don't know what you mean by that, but there are 119 seats left that have not been counted right now. The Republicans have won 176 seats. They need to get to 218 to have the majority. And there's still, like I said, 119 left. And what did we say, 42?
42. So they just need 42 of those.
42 of 119 seats left to go to Republicans.
You'd like to have a comfortable lead there, but ultimately the House...
Majority.
You re-elect them every 2 years,
Well,
so you just need a majority.
Well, and the thing about, the House, anything that passes the House just passes on a simple majority.
Yeah.
I am going to put a poll up with the people who are left here and see what they have to say. I thought my refrigerator was your stomach.
It might be.
It's
There's
like,
still some chicken back there.
wow, you good? Nothing like chicken that's been sitting out.
Mm-hmm. I love.
I thought you meant in your
food that's
stomach.
been sitting out.
There's some chicken back there.
I'm going to answer Jeffrey's question here because he said, I kind of understand how the House seats are won, but not really 100% sure how you win a House seat. So basically, a state is divided into congressional districts, and you have a congressional district, and then from there, it's just like any other election. You got to get a majority of the votes in your congressional district, and when you get that congressional district, that majority, then you win. So you just got to get more votes than the other guy out of the people that are in your district.
All right, here's the poll question. You can vote in the live chat on the YouTube channel. If you're watching us right now on something other than YouTube and you want to pop over and vote, please do. In the live chat section, here is the poll. People are voting right now. Do you support Donald Trump for president in 2024? Yes, no, or yes, but not as much as I used to. I would love to hear what you have to say about that. You can leave a comment, and if Hannah is awake, she might read some of them.
If Hannah falls asleep, I will
move her mouth like a puppet and talk for her.
That is so creepy.
It's really not.
The way you said that
Once you
made it,
see it.
extra creepy. Yeah, go vote and we'll pull some of your responses.
Not going over what this means again. I'm just going to update you. Collective bargaining rights, Amendment 1.
Is?
Right now, yes, it's now it's up to 76% of reporting. Yes is 59.5, no is 40.4.
That's incredibly close.
So we need a ruling. I'm looking at the St. Clair County results right now,
Okay.
and it's first of all, it says 187 of 86 precincts reporting, and I'm like, I know it's late, and I've had some Wapel-Miskey. That's what it says, right? 187
Of 86.
of
yeah.
86.
Mhm.
It says 49% of 80,000 voters in. And it says Kevin Schmidt has 46% of the vote over LaToya Greenwood's 29%.
What?
That's a Kevin Schmidt is up. But I have seen so many of these be up, and then East St. Louis dumps their ballots in, and it's a trouncing. So Kevin Schmidt, we're watching you. We see you.
Fox News has called the Missouri Senate race for Schmidt.
Really?
Kevin Schmidt.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Jeff B said, "This is like being at a sleepover and waiting for the first person to fall asleep. My vote is Hannah." Funny, because that is me at every sleepover
That
I've
was
ever
you?
been to.
Oh, and
That was
there's
me
a
too.
whole tray full of markers right there in front of you.
Yeah.
It's always been
That's true.
me.
Jeff says, what time do y'all have to be at work tomorrow? I have to be there at 8:30, but I may have to stay up till you call it quits. Jeff B's like, all right, let's make a deal. We have to be at work at varying times, but basically there's a job that has to be done, and it just matters on how much we have to cram in a certain amount of time. But we have been broadcasting live here on this YouTube channel for 5 hours and 42 minutes, and this is on top of doing a 3-hour radio show. And we had, I mean, what was it? 2 hours of time in between, including travel, to get our act together here and transition.
Well, in that 2 hour time, too, Hannah and I were doing things.
You had
like
to do post-show
post-show and all sorts of things.
Let's catch up on legalizing marijuana in Missouri. Right now, yes, 53%, no, 46%. And I'll tell you what, I don't do that. I don't do that.
What?
But it does look like it's going to pass.
The weed thing? Jeffrey wants to know, when are Ryan and Brad going to do their dance with Hannah?
Well, I can't dance, so it's going to take Hannah choreographing.
I can't.
I'm going to have to
Can't
choreograph
walk.
something.
Only thing about me is the way I walk. That's what you need to have him do, is just walk and dance around him.
I can't even walk
Flap
like
your arms,
that.
dance.
Can you maybe get one of those huge suits and we can reenact as the days go by talking heads?
What type of huge suit?
She doesn't know anything you're talking about right now.
Like one of those inflatable things?
Yes, an inflatable sumo suit.
Yeah, get a huge sumo suit, and then we'll just get a big man's shop suit, a real suit to put over that.
Okay, perfect.
And then we'll sing Same as It Ever Was, or Once in a Lifetime.
These are some interesting responses y'all are saying. Sean's been up since 4:20 this morning, working the polls. Thank you, Sean, for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
is the ugliest truck I've ever seen.
No, it's the second ugliest truck.
Second to?
The Cybertruck.
Oh, it's the Cybertruck.
Tesla's truck.
Oh, okay.
You know which one? You know what I'm talking about.
When you said that, I was thinking, is that the Tesla?
Hannah's got her work cut out for her.
Now, what was Annie's prediction about what was going to happen in Florida when it came time for a presidential campaign announcement?
I love this prediction.
How does Annie feel about that prediction?
Oh, I still feel like it would be the best idea.
Yeah. No. How do you feel about the likelihood of that prediction?
I said, and this is before Ron DeSanctimonious and Ron DeSantis's dramatic victory. Hold on a second. Warnock up by 29,000 votes. Fetterman up by 40,000 votes. Why did they switch it? 56,000 votes. Ron Johnson up 51%. Blake Masters getting his butt kicked with 50% in. Duh.
Yeah, still.
I think that Donald Trump needs to have his announcement at Mar-a-Lago. He said he's going to have an event on November 15th. November 15th. And he's going to make an announcement. And of course, I mean, anybody with a brain in their head knows that he's going to announce his presidency. But I'm just saying, what if he announced his endorsement for Ron DeSantis for president? Oh, that'd be so great. David White says, thank you for everything, AFS crew. I don't know if that means David White's checking out, but we get it. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Man, I would like to watch this almost 6 hours of broadcasting on like 100 times speed and watch the level of energy and Wapel Miskey and then the dissent.
My reaction to Schmidt winning versus now, I'm like
constantly watching us getting ready to ride the red wave and going, where's the red wave?
Waiting for it to come in.
David says he's still here.
David!
He's like Hefe.
Oh.
He's not going to bed
I'm still
yet.
here, guapo.
Oh, done. I fell asleep at a sleepover first and my bra got frozen. Do you know about that?
No.
Do you know about freezing underwear?
Oh, yeah, I know about that.
Huh?
No.
No.
Yeah, I know about that.
I don't know about it.
You take somebody's underwear or bra and like soak them in water. And then you put like bowls and stuff in the bras or whatever, and you put the underwear on a bowl or something, and you freeze it, and you take the bowl out, and then it's like a frozen solid. It's really embarrassing. Don't do that to your children or their friends or.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's what kids did when I was in school. I never did it to anyone else, but I think I had it done to me, or I was at parties when it was done to other people.
Look at that Oregon governor's races. Still tight.
Was it?
Yeah. Unless I looked at the numbers wrong.
Oh, we've got the first results from Nevada coming in.
Yeah, baby. I need a Laxalt in my life.
Laxalt's way up, but there's a total of less than 1% of the vote in.
Well, that's more than the one they called Pritzker. AP. Hannah, you want to read some comments?
Yep. Let's see. Let's get to the YouTube poll. So the YouTube poll is asking, do you support Donald Trump for president in 2024? The options are yes, no, or yes, but not as much as I used to. I'll read some comments really quick. Matthew Stuffle Bean said, I'd rather have Ron DeSantis, but if it's Trump, I'll still vote for him. Benjamin Bravo says, gotta say no. I think he provokes too much crazy without enough results. DeSantis would be better. TJ Wagers from YouTube said, I'd rather have conservative policies without the drama and constant stepping on their own message. Andy Harder said, no, I wouldn't vote for Trump. The last 2 weeks have revealed to me that he cannot win nationally. He hasn't won a popular vote, and I feel like, quote, his candidates like Walker Lake and among others are all losing. Patrick Riley said Donald Trump needs to stand down after tonight. DeSantis and Marco rolled tonight without Trump's support or endorsement. In fact, they rolled in spite of him. Kevin Dressel said, I appreciate President Trump for what he did in office, but it's time to move on. Brittany Wiedemann said, Trump, and if and when he endorses Ron DeSantis, I'm on board. Kelly Frederick said, if he's candidate, I'll vote for him, but the thought of that fight makes me tired. That comment sticks out to me. Did something get called?
No.
Okay. Bob to you said,
That's their
I'm frustrated by
version
tonight's
of
results, and I think it's
That's what they
partially
have right
now. Yeah.
fair to blame Trump for having raised so much money but not spending it on many of the races after he endorsed candidates.
How many is it?
Once again, I'm reading some comments relating to the YouTube poll that Annie put up just a couple minutes ago. It's asking, do you support Donald Trump for president in 2024? Yes, no, or not as much as you used to. Some more comments coming in. David White, our friend who is staying awake, he's not going to sleep. He said, Trump should announce he's not running and will endorse whoever wins the primary. Brandon says, Trump is doing what's best for Trump, not what's best for our country or for the party. It's a mistake, and I'm afraid it'll lead to an even rougher 2024. TJ said, if Trump is the candidate again, I will go third party. Solid no on Trump, and I voted pretty much straight Republican since I was able to vote. Mr. Brownhill said, I love his policy, energy, giving the backbone to the party. However, he also fights with everybody if he doesn't get his way, and he has made too many people not like him and would never vote for him. Thank you for all your comments coming in. I'll have to look. I'm sure more are coming in. It's pretty interesting to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
Brittany says, if Trump endorses DeSantis, I'd vote for that. If DeSantis ran against Trump, I'd cry forever. I hope that's never an option. He says he's not going to. That doesn't mean that he's not going to. But the Republicans need to do something to ensure that they know who they are so that they can do better in the 2024 cycle. And I will remind you that this is a very difficult landscape for Republicans in the Senate, but sure doesn't seem like the predictions of a red wave. Like, I don't know. I'm not feeling the red wave.
Nah.
And I'm not, I don't feel, I mean, I feel like I've done and said what I need to do and say to talk to people about how I feel about the issues. And I voted. What else could I possibly do about this? I want to call a spade, and I'm not going to sit here and try to come up with excuses. I'm going to try to make a plan for the next 2 years to try to figure out how you present a better case to the American people and show your options, show voters their options so that they consider what else you have to offer so that you can send these people to Washington with a mandate. They certainly haven't. I mean, I got to say, if Donald Trump's candidates don't take this home, who's the biggest winner of tonight? It's Ron DeSantis.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest winner of the entire night right now, I think, is Ron DeSantis.
Well, isn't that what Karl Rove was pointing out on the whiteboard? That J.D. Vance won his seat by 7%, but DeWine, who's a Republican, won by 25%.
They're both incumbent. Tim Ryan and DeWine were both incumbents, but
Edward says, I am Liberal, and I'll vote for DeSantis myself if it means Trump is gone forever. Edward, why? Edward, why? I mean, why is Trump that big of a deal to you? Like, what? I mean, this is this sounds like I'm being combative. I'm completely not being combative. And Edward, you're here on a regular basis. You spend time with us and you don't agree with us, but you're still here and you're respectful from what I can tell. So I'm asking you a sincere, honest question. I think Joe Biden is a horrific president. I think that Kamala Harris would be a disastrous president. I think Gavin Newsom would be a horrendous president. But, like, I don't think about them like that. And maybe I'm misunderstanding, Edward, what you're saying. But, like, that at all costs, never Trump thing, I just don't understand what kind of power he has over people. That it seems to extend well past my candidate, your candidate.
And Edward, I'll tell you what it appears like to us. It appears to us that people who are so against Donald Trump is they would rather burn the country to the ground than have Donald Trump be president or around it at any point.
And there are people on the right side who would rather burn the country down than cross Donald Trump.
Right.
And I mean, I think
I don't understand it.
We sit here kind of in the middle going, but the country. Like,
right.
But what about the country on both sides of it? And if Donald Trump is the solution for it, I'm all ears. But he has to continue to be America first. He can't be Trump first about it. And if he can show the country that he can do that, and the Republican Party that he can win that nomination being America first, his baby, let's go. But I'm not for Trump first, but I'm also not the same. Like, I think that the Trump last movement is the same thing as the Trump first. Like, you're the same side, or you're different sides of the same coin.
Georgia's got 94% of the vote in, roughly, and still nobody's at 50%. Raphael Warnock is at 49.4.
This is an interesting thought, too. Mr. Brownhill on YouTube says, we need better leadership, too. Get Mitch out and put somebody in that will support all the Senate candidates. Like, if you dig into the weeds and the details on a lot of these races, it is so... It is a good old boys club.
It really is.
And if you're... Could they have done more to...
Pennsylvania called
for Fetterman.
I can't believe it. I really can't believe that they would vote for that guy.
It called tonight too. That was not. It was expected that would last. That would take longer than tonight.
Wow. Oh.
Can you imagine watching that debate and being like, "That's my guy"?
Yes. Look at our president.
That's incredible. Incredible.
Maybe that's what they're looking for.
But I mean, this is the same thing that we were talking about. This is all still about Trump.
Yep.
Joe Biden is about Trump. So much so, Donald Trump, like to what Edward said, he'd happily support Ron DeSantis if that meant no more Trump forever. It is an ends justifies the means mentality. I'll do whatever I got to do because Trump. The end of the equation is always equals Trump.
Yeah.
And if Trump, I mean...
Wow.
Wow, that is a powerful place to be for Donald Trump. A very powerful place to be.
Yeah.
Nevada just
Edward gave you your answer, by the way.
Huh?
Edward gave you your answer, by the way.
Okay, I'm scrolling, Edward. I'm trying to get to it. I'm not bumming out on you. Was he nice or was he mean?
Just...
Bracing myself.
Yeah. No, it's not mean. It's just...
Bobby says people are sick of the hate and you all generate hate for views. Your scare tactics aren't going to work anymore. Bobby, are you new here?
Bobby's very new here.
Bobby, I'm going to give you a little bit of opportunity to catch up because I know that sometimes the TDS runs deep and thick. We aren't sycophants for anybody. We care about our country. We have views. We have perspectives. They may be different than yours, and your views are welcome here as well. Your insults aren't, and your disrespect isn't. So if you want to be a big boy, welcome to the party. We've been here for 6 hours covering this. We've been honest the whole time. We have given our own personal thoughts and opinions that are derived from our own experiences and our own perspectives. Yours are as welcome as ours, but your disrespect isn't. So you can make the call for yourself. Like I said, see if you can be a big boy. Thanks for being here. And also, I have to add to that, though. You all generate hate for views. Your eyes are on my YouTube channel right now. So hello. Go ahead.
Nevada just jumped up to 41%.
Boom! They're going to pass Arizona. Now it's kind of
Yeah.
like a race
Mhm.
in the desert.
And Arizona has ticked up to 53%.
Wow.
Nevada, it's only 41%, but Cortez Masto has a lead there. It's midnight. All right. I think I'm going to pack it up.
Okay.
I think I'm going to too.
See you guys.
I'm going to keep watching, but...
Yep, Joe, I'm with you.
I don't think Fetterman's going to get any better. And like, I know, Edward, you say that turns out most people understand that stroke victims eventually get better. My brother-in-law had a stroke 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And one of the side effects of that stroke is that, I forget if it's the left or the right side, but anyway, half of his body feels like it has a sunburn all the time. And that was 2 years ago, and it's still that way. If you don't see improvement early on from a stroke, the longer you get away from it, the more likely it is it's going to stay the same.
Well,
and
and
that's
I mean,
just
like,
the here and now of it.
the thing about Fetterman and his stroke is it's Fetterman's life, it's Fetterman's health, and it's Fetterman's progress that he needs to make. But it's the seat that belongs to the people of Pennsylvania. And if he can't meet the expectations of that seat, he should step down. He didn't, and Pennsylvania knew that. I mean, Pennsylvania voted for him. So in that essence, you're getting what you voted for.
All right.
Are you good? Do you want to stay?
No,
Okay.
I'll go home.
Text us when you
Yeah.
get home.
Text us when you get home safe and sound. You too, Ryan.
Going back to Missouri.
Yeah.
The freedom. You're going to feel the
See
freedom.
if they'll let you out. They might have
Yeah.
guards at the border.
No kidding.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Thanks for coming. I'm reading all your comments.
I think Bobby's made his decision.
I'm working on it. I want to see it before you bounce him, if you're going to bounce him. Is he suggesting I drank while I was pregnant? Bobby, are you suggesting that I drank when I was pregnant? Because I most certainly didn't. So you can be clear on that. Go ahead. Make yourself clear.
Ryan, did you grab your other laptop?
I did, but I'm looking for my shoes.
I got all the way outside. I was like, man, this ground's cold.
They're over here somewhere. There they are.
Let's look at the House. 181 Republicans and 143 Democrats. 111 seats still to go.
I won't feel good about that until it's across the finish line.
Oh, for sure. Come on, call Wisconsin.
Santos up by a lot.
93% in. Where are you going? Like in Fantasyland, where are you going if you move?
If I move?
Missouri?
Oh. If I could move anywhere, it'd be Florida.
If you were moving,
But
if you're
if
picking up
I want to keep my job and all that other stuff, it'd just be Missouri.
Jeffrey's staying till we turn off the show. Thanks, Jeffrey. You and me, let's keep rolling. I really just want to see 5 seats left in the Senate. Does this really not have Grassley called?
182.
Oh, no, that's not right.
Grassley's Iowa. It's red on there.
It's not. This is like weird all of a sudden.
.48.
Murkowski in Alaska. Ron Johnson in Wisconsin.
So Laxalt's down, but they
Laxalt.
just did Las Vegas. So you got that county at Las Vegas.
This
And I
is
think
deja vu all over again.
Reno's way down at the bottom too, isn't it?
I don't know. Adam says, just woke up for work. Is it better or worse than expected? Definitely worse than expected. This is definitely not a red wave.
There's 183.
Oh, Brett Bayer just said that it's possible that the House would not get called tonight. It's so close. You know, the thing that's going to be this, I would really like to know, and I'm not going to look it up now, but they can't call the House majority yet tonight. They're saying that might not even happen tonight. The House majority is split by like 5 votes right now, maybe.
Yeah.
The Senate is 50-50. Imagine the amount of money that was spent on these races for us to potentially land right where we started. A lot of people saying they're willing to welcome us to Missouri. Might have to.
Yeah, no joke. I'll take that.
Yeah, but still not. Karl Rove just said Karl Rove is projecting north of 225 for the House Republicans. Majority is 218 seats. So if it's 225, if it's north of 225, you're thinking maybe a 10-seat. Republicans just gain another seat. Vicky, who is still with us, thank you, Vicky, says, you know what it wasn't either? A blue mandate. This is 2020.
Yeah. This is a country divided. This is what it looks like.
My gosh. This is just like 2020. Is Karl Rove making the case for Lax Salt, Nevada? He needs this so bad because he screwed up. Karl Rove had money in Liz Cheney races. Like he was picking, it's just so dirty. Like the whole system is so, it's like these people who pull the strings. He's tired. I get you, Karl Rove. Maybe he's right. Joe says this feels so familiar, exactly like 2020. Yep, it does.
There's still 50%.
Isn't Maricopa the county that really went for Lake strongly?
I don't know.
I thought that was the one that was out in the primary. Polling is broken.
It's like it's what I said. Polling isn't predictive. It's persuasive.
Sean is checking out. Sean, thanks for being with us. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
It's 12:15. We get it. We're asking ourselves the same questions.
Yeah. Six hours and 15 minutes of being live.
Wow. To 50%, yeah. Who'd they just call for Republicans? Did they just call Wisconsin? No. Is 5 what we've been waiting on? I thought I saw the Senate tick up to 47. Was that what the Republicans were at? 47?
I think so.
Yeah. Looks like Regan Deering has, the Illinois 13 has been called for Nikki Budzinski.
Ew.
That is a bummer. He's going to be there for 6 years.
No, he's not.
That is unbelievable. What was that? So, there are 5 seats left in the Senate to call. Of those 5 seats that are remaining, Arizona, which has remained at 50%, Raphael Warnock is up almost a full percentage point at this point, and the question will be, they'll go to a recount. If they go to a recount, if he has 50% of the vote, then plus 1, then it'll be done. If he doesn't, then they'll have to go to a runoff. Arizona is still out. Wisconsin is still out. Wisconsin has been in Ron Johnson's favor the whole night, but not by very much at all. And then Nevada is still out. The incumbent, the Democrat, Cortez Masto, Adam Laxalt, is it Adam Laxalt?
Yeah.
Is challenging him, and so we're waiting for those. Those are the 5 seats, along with Alaska. Alaska closed 20 minutes ago, so I don't know if they expect to be able to call that very quickly or if that will take time. There are 97 seats left to call in the House, and the Republicans need 30 seats. 31 of 97. They need to win less than a third of what is left. Steven says, well, looks like 2 more years of saying you get what you voted for. Yes, you do. We're going to stick around here for another 10 minutes or so. And try to make it here till 12:30, and then we're going to wrap it up to let ourselves go to bed, but also to let you go to bed, give you permission to turn it in here. Jeffrey says y'all have to look at Fetterman's speech. All his kids are wearing hoodies and shorts. Yeah, we're watching it right now. That's the most clear I've heard him speak.
Uh-huh. Well, he's reading.
Hochul is down to 52.9%. That's getting, I mean, Lee Zeldin still lost, but that's getting a little bit closer than what it indicated before.
Yeah.
I want to look at these poll results before we go. Do you support Donald Trump for president in 2024? Yes, no, or yes, but not as much as I used to. 42% of you said yes. 35% of you said no. 23% said yes, but not as much as I used to, with 77 votes voted. But that's interesting.
Yeah.
A third of the people watching this stream saying no
Yeah.
either is very complimentary to our ability to appeal to people who disagree with us, or, you know, I know that we have people who dissent with what we think about things, but at the same time, I think the majority of people are more like-minded. Balls says, I'm here till you turn it off or I pass out. Or what if we pass out?
Yeah, no joke.
Remember in 2020 when you were sitting in maybe the same place you're sitting right now, and the results came in and they were heavy. And I remember that Christmas specifically, I like completely turned myself over to Christmas.
Yeah.
I needed to turn everything else off because it was too much. Every day was so heavy. And it's gotten, like, it's been a difficult 2 years. That time has actually passed pretty quickly. And it's been difficult. But I think that Democrats are going to claim this night as probably a version of a blue wave. I think Democrats are going to, as a party, and they should, because the narrative of the red wave is not the case. That is not what happened tonight. It sucks to say that out loud, but that's the truth. I think, and we've been talking about this on the show a lot, but I really think it's important, and I want to encourage you significantly to work very hard to not define yourself by political outcomes, because if we start defining ourselves by the things in our life that should be the priority, that are actually the most important thing, then maybe, you know, the phrase we always use is politics is downstream from
Politics
culture.
is downstream from culture.
And if we reorder things the way they're supposed to be and prioritize the things in our life that matter more than politics, and focus on those things and cultivate those things, then maybe we'll start to see politics reflecting the culture we want. And instead of always trying to fix the politics that are around us, Maybe we need to fix the culture and then just hope that the politics follow. Because right now, we are exactly where we started. We are exactly where we were in 2020. We are split down the middle. We do not only do we not see eye to eye, we can't even see each other to see eye to eye.
Yeah. No. Well, it's almost like we won't even look at one another to see one another eye to eye. And, you know, it's you listen to most of it, and it's not about the politics. It's about the politician. But we always say politics is downstream from culture. Or culture is downstream from family. And if you want to destroy a culture, you destroy the family. That is what has happened. And what needs to happen is a refocusing, a recommitment to the family.
I agree.
You know, think about all the broken homes out there, all the kids out there, you know, who raised without two parents for whatever reason. And study after study after study shows that's not the ideal way to go. And you do the best you can when you're in that situation. But really, idealistically, success in life comes from a child of a two-parent household where both parents are actively engaged in their lives. You can't control the world around you. You vote, you do your thing, but you can control yourself and you can control how you act and you behave. And that's really where this gets down to. Individual responsibility. You take responsibility for yourself. You start doing the right thing, and you start building the world that you want to see. It feels like there's an awful lot on both sides, a big effort of people trying to contort the world to what they want rather than build the world that they want to see. And
it has to.
It has to stop. It can't do this because you'll break it.
You have to have almost like a grassroots effort starting from your nucleus.
Mm-hmm.
The little version of the world that you control. Like, I see that as my family, my kids. Like, I have to raise 4 good humans, 4 good patriots, 4 good citizens, 4 good spouses, good parents. Like, my responsibility to the world is to raise humans who are going to continue to cultivate good people in the world. And I mean, I firmly believe that the way I vote, my conservative values, I think cultivate that. Like,
yes,
I think that,
absolutely.
this is not to set aside the idea that, like, that politics don't matter. They matter so much, but they don't, the issues that we talk about don't matter so that Republicans can win. The Republicans, you lend your support to a political ideology because the political ideology is supposed to serve the purpose of something else. The other thing, the family, the hard work that you put into your job, the volunteerism or the compassion and the care that you put into your community, that's not all to serve the political purpose. That's inverted. It's upside down. And Jim Carafano said it today.
Uh-huh.
He looks at established governments and says, is the government there to serve the people, or are the people there to serve the government? And I don't know that America, I understand the idea of democratic socialism and the push that we have right now moving into big bloated government and what that means. I don't think that the government right now is being served by its people, but I do not think that the idea of government is to serve the people.
Right.
I think it's backwards, and it's got to flip. It's got to change. It's 12:30. I think we're gonna wrap it up here. I'm kind of waiting to see. Man, Kathy Salvi got 1.5 million votes.
Yeah.
I'm kind of waiting to see here. Jeffrey says on Facebook, Annie, will you consider Collins on tomorrow's show at all? I think so.
Yeah.
That might be a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't generally do that, but I might. Yeah, Dawn says Fox has 4848. Who do they call? It's not on their website, but it's on their
Is Wisconsin not called yet? Because that might be who they called.
No, it's not on the website.
Yeah.
And they haven't donged. Rover says, sorry, Annie, tomorrow's going to suck. Nope, only if you let it. Don't let it.
It could suck, but I mean, if we come out of here, if the Republicans come out of here with 218 or more,
It's got to happen.
yeah.
Oh, man. $189 Republicans. That's two more than. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I'm going to be able to turn this off, but Brad, you can go. Jeff B says, this has been fun. Next election, can we all just come over and hang out?
I don't know that we got enough room for all you people there. I mean, there's still 100 people watching.
I know. I'm going to need you to set up a station for all the listeners. You all have to bring your own
mics.
computer. You need to bring a hotspot. You need to bring a microphone and a camera. We'll make it happen. David says, even Yachty couldn't frame this well enough to look good. I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Man, let's not talk about the Cardinals. Matt Holliday, happy about that?
Matt Holliday, yeah. I don't know about this new hitting coach or the new pitching coach, but
Aren't they the understudies moving up? They're not new to the program. What do you want to leave here? Everything? You can just take your
I'm
laptop?
going to take my laptop and, probably just my laptop, my backpack, headphones and such.
Well, 47. Who did they call? Why does it say 48?
Where do you see 48?
Stand by. Ron DeSantis got 55% in Miami-Dade County.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's Cuban Americans.
He said that almost at the same time you did. Can we take you off here?
Well, if you do, if I shut down, you're going to lose your camera.
Oh, well, don't shut it down. Do you have? Oh, because it's running through your camera. It's running through there.
Yep. And we'll lose audio.
Come on.
Pull it hard enough for the cord will break.
No, the connection is bad in the knobby thing. Can you guys hear me okay? Man, Wisconsin Democrat governor. Can you guys hear me okay? That's too big. My face is too big. Let me give me some space.
Are you good?
Yep, I think so. There's still 100 people here, guys. I'm going to stay with you if you're going to stay with me. Yeah, that does sound okay. Jared, you want to make some pancakes? I think he's probably upstairs right now. Jared, if you are upstairs, you can come down and hang out with me. Brad's going to wrap it up. Is there anything else you want to take?
Nothing that I want to carry out to the car right now.
Okay. You can turn that camera off if you want to. I don't know if it matters.
Yeah.
So that'll still work though, right?
What's that?
The monitor will still work.
Mhm.
I think I'm going to
As long as this is connected, it should.
do that. Let's do that. Oh no. Gosh, what was my election? How long was the election? I'm going to look it up right now. wonder if I can find it. Annie Frey,
I got half of mine.
2020. Huh?
I said I got half of mine before I leave
Call in what?
work.
Call off?
Yeah.
Well, give Hannah a heads up.
I don't even know how many off days I have because none of the stuff makes any sense when I look at it.
Let's see here. Content live.
I get home and see if I can go to sleep. As tired as I am right now.
November 4th. All right. So, copy. Let's see here. Copy link address. I don't even know if I want to do this. Here is the link. Oh, I don't know if that's right. Maybe that might be my behind the scenes studio. My coverage of the 2020 election was 9 hours and 4 minutes.
How long are we at now?
We are at 6 hours and 37 minutes. But it went till 3 a.m. last year. So, all right, you good?
Yeah, I'm going to turn this light out back here.
Okay. Jeff says tomorrow might be a best of. No, it will not. I will be there.
Yeah.
Doing the thing.
And I'd have to put one together, and that takes as long as doing the show.
All right. Drive safely.
Yep.
And be
Text
careful.
home.
Text me when you get home.
Bye.
Bye. Looking at Alaska. Man. Man, I'm listening to Kellyanne Conway right now talk about the consultants and the behind the scenes way that the machine works. And it is really something that's interesting to hear her talk about people who, it costs a lot of money. That's what I was saying before. If at the end of this night, so it looks like, what did they just call? This is 48. Let's look at this. One, two, three, four, five. How do you get 48? Fox News projects one of two Republicans will prevail in Alaska's Senate race. So I guess that means they don't know which one yet. But okay, Alaska, 48. So you need to get 2 out of Georgia, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Arizona. Whew. I'd really like to get those Republicans in the House over the 200 mark. 190. Need 218 for a majority. 91 seats left. 190 for the Republicans, which means they need 28 of 91 to get the majority. There's still room here for, a strong. Okay, let's frame the night. I think. Hold on a second. Let me catch up with your comments here. Did you get any text that the others have made home safe? Let me check. Let me need to know you all made it home so I can report. Brad's getting gas. Okay. 2 things are happening here, and I think that this is an important. I'm going to put this over here like that. And you know what? This is my face at 12:45 after my I've been doing this for 6 hours and 43 minutes. Plus I did 3 hours of radio today. So we're going on 10 hours of broadcasting. Battery's going to die. And I mean my battery in my computer, not my battery in my body. I wonder if my husband has passed out. I want to give you a little bit of a dose of perspective. And I think that this is important. The first thing that you need to understand is the red wave that I thought was coming, that you probably thought was coming, it didn't happen. So, the idea that it is obvious to people that the connection to the economy right now, the border crisis right now, as a mother myself, I am fearful of what JB Pritzker. I mean, the biggest, the existence that I know in the state of Illinois is one controlled by Democrats, which means that my existence is going to probably remain status quo. That's not bad news outside the fact that before the election results were called, Illinois voters had hope. St. Louis County voters had hope before Sam Page got reelected. I think that you need to understand that the Republicans had a very, very difficult mountain to climb in order to take a majority in the Senate. It's still possible that they do. Let's see here. This 48-48, 4 seats left. Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, I think they're going to call that soon. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't already. He's up by almost 38,000 votes with 93% in, but who knows what happens here at the end. And Blake Masters or Raphael Warnock, one of those, or Adam Laxalt in Nevada, one of those needs to go the Republicans' way. That's what we're doing right now to try to get back to 50. This isn't what was advertised. This isn't what pollsters were saying about voters being upset. Basically, there are a lot of people spending a ton of dollars trying to keep your attention on every ounce of information to keep you in your heart married to the political scene. And some people might say, Annie, isn't your show the same way? I try to make my show not be like that. I try to talk about issues that matter to people. Politics happens to be an issue that matters to people. But so are relationships. So are, the different types of things that you go through a day. You're working, you're trying to feed your family, you're trying to save, you're trying to take vacations, you're trying to, go up in your job and get promoted, and you're trying to work hard, and you're making sacrifices where you deem them to be worthy of your time. In the entertainment business, politics in the entertainment business, to me, it's like, it's kind of like we're realizing now, and maybe we should have known this already. Maybe we're just learning this lesson for the second or third or fourth time, that this version of politics is kind of like reality TV. There's an element of truth to it, but it's staged. And I don't like my emotions being, strung along so that I can stay glued. Because I nerd out on this stuff. The Senate was tough. That's what I've said multiple times. The House should go to the Republicans. And if at the end of this night, the House does go to the Republicans, if at the end of this night, we have a divided government because the Republicans have inched over that 218 mark in the House, and the Democrats cannot pass through anything in the House. House is a simple majority. It's a simple majority in the Senate to pass things if it's a budgetary item, and through reconciliation, that's the way that works in the Senate. Otherwise, it needs to be 60 votes, and they don't have that. We're still super divided. I think that on the whole, if the Republicans are able to take the House, then the divided government is what we needed to try to slow down the Democrat policies of the Biden administration. And if that's the case, then we are better off than we were yesterday. And I think that that's what you're going to have to take away from this. And then you're going to have to quickly, I'll go back to what my dad says when I complain about things, or if I'm upset about something, and he says, "Are your kids healthy?" And I realize that if my priorities are in order, it puts into perspective. It doesn't mean that those things don't matter. It just means you pay attention to things that really, really do matter more. And it makes the other things a little bit easier to handle. Looks like McCarthy is going to speak here. Kyle says, "Hi, Annie," on Facebook. "Thanks for your comments, and I totally agree with what you just said. Red wave was disappointing. Any updates on local races?" I have word that I think Erica Harris has won her state Senate seat in Illinois, so she would be my state senator. That is a Republican gain in the Illinois State Senate. Amy Ellick is my state rep, and she seems to have won re-election. I don't think that Jen Cordy pulled it out, but I'm not 100% sure. It is impossible to find these results. I'm shocked by how ridiculous that there's no collective place to consume this information. It's difficult because a lot of the reports are coming through, at least in Illinois, in on county websites, but some of these districts span multiple counties. So they give you the total from the counties that they have, but I don't have total votes. I mean, this is literally what it says here. The 114th representative results. Right here. You see what that says? 189 of 86 precincts reporting. 50% of the vote is in. 40,314 ballots cast. Kevin Schmidt is winning. But there's a difference there of 6,000 votes. 7,000 votes. If 50% are reporting, what the heck does 189 of 86 precincts reporting mean? What does that mean? I've seen this specific district look like, oh my gosh, you totally did it. And then in the morning, it's like a resounding loss. So Kevin, I'm pulling for you. I hope you pull it out. So that's what I know from those local races. That's it. Rover says, go to bed, come up with happy things tomorrow. Happy things are better than anything. They go by quick. Here's a question for the 88 people who are watching right now. God bless all 88 of you. I'll have a choice to make tomorrow. And I said this before, and I'll say this again. Nobody tells me what to talk about on my show. Nobody tells me what I can say. Nobody tells me what I can't say. Nobody's ever told me how I'm going to do my show. I have to figure out what to do tomorrow. Whatever I do will be an honest, true depiction of where I am on these issues. If you're tuning into the Annie Frey Show tomorrow, do you want silver linings? Do you want rage? Are you wanting to find out like all the reasons why things didn't go the way they were supposed to? I mean, things went the way they went. That's the way it is. If they didn't go the way they were supposed to, then the details, the intel leading into it was misleading. That's why I hate polls. Let's just read this live for the first time to you. You know, there's still hope for Republicans taking the Senate. There's still hope that they have a majority in the House. I never expected for them to take both entirely, but to spend their time next 2 years stopping this train as it is. If they take one of them, they can try to pass initiatives and force the Dems to show their stripes by voting against them. Good legislation that will help us and show the president's stripes too. Yep, Robert, that's exactly right, which is why it's important that we pay attention to this 86 seats left in the House that haven't been called yet. The Republicans need 28 of those 86 House seats, and the Democrat, it's like one step forward, two steps back right now with these races. And I mean, if it's one step forward and two steps back, 28 seats, that would get them there. But my goodness, it's going to be so razor thin. It's going to be super tight. I'm going to call you Zazie. Is that how you say that? That's how I'm going to say it. Do a call-in show and talk to some viewers. I think I will. I call them listeners when they're on the radio, but I think I'm going to do call-in tomorrow. Here's the deal, though. If I do a call-in, I have to give you a topic. You have to stay on topic. And I have to go through and get people in and out. That's the way it has to go in order for it to be good radio. But maybe I will. Thanks, Betsy, for being here. Man, why are you all up 1 o'clock in the morning, soldiers?
Karl Rove's talking about Nevada Senate. Oh, Lord. Kyle says decompression. To be honest, it's all still so raw. It may benefit you to wait a day to go over stuff. You know, I got to be honest. It is. Elections are exhausting, and for me, I have been waiting for election day to be over for a while because it is demanding. People are demanding of my time, and I feel passionate about giving of my time because I feel like if I can and it is helpful, then I want to be able to do that. But the time that I have to give, it starts creeping into the time that I have to take from my kids. And so when I reach that threshold, I have to start saying no. And I don't like to say no to people, but I mean, honestly, guys, listen, it is November 9th and Christmas is here. I mean, like, that's crazy. I know that you probably didn't expect me to say that, but Thanksgiving is a couple weeks away and Christmas is going to be right around the corner. And it's a wonderful time. And this is not going to steal my joy on that. I'm not going to spend 1 ounce of, oh my gosh, the red wave didn't happen, moping, taking away from the joy that I'm going to spend in the next couple weeks with Molly being, 18 months old at Christmas and all of that stuff. So just to choose joy and try to have it rub off on some people around you who can't really find a way to choose joy. Oh, by the way, let's see here. Got an update. Hannah is home, so yay for that. She probably will tune in and see this, so say goodnight to Hannah. And Ryan says, I'm all good. He said that at 12:48, 10 minutes ago. So, and Brad is probably still on his way home. So everybody is good right now. Let's listen to Kevin McCarthy. Gosh, the Democrats in the House are just ticking up and up. Benjamin, I'm going to do that. I hope so. You better get there. 193. Brandon says, I think you do 90 minutes of passionate election recap and 90 minutes of Wiggins dancing in his fur coat. Is that a first 90 minutes of election recap and then a chaser of 90 minutes of Wiggins in his coat? Or do you want me to intersperse them? Thank you, Vicky. Sure hope so. McCarthy just says that when you wake up in the morning, the Republicans will be in the majority and Pelosi will be in the minority. All you guys telling me to do what I do is making me kind of like teary-eyed. Thank you. Chris with the first dose of incredibly fake news. Man, I'm not even joking. There will be Christmas decorations up in my house this weekend. Jimmy says, take courage, Annie. God is still in control. Thank you for all that you do to promote that which is good. Definitely that first part, Jimmy. Exactly. Don wants to know what the numbers currently are in the House. You can see them here on the screen, Don. There are 80 seats left in play right now. The Republicans have 192. The Democrats 163. I have noticed this throughout the night. The website on Fox News says 192 Republicans, but the television says that the Republicans currently have 193. So hey, my TV just dumped. Why? Oh, it's back. The Rover, do I know you? Maybe I don't realize who I'm talking to. I don't have suggestions for tomorrow, but maybe tell people to launch a campaign to annoy the St. Louis County Republican Party to do their dang job. I had so many votes today that were D only, no R choices. The people in North County are so desperate the campaign could literally win by just adding a Republican to the ballot. Take the prosecuting attorney for the county, for example. That job prosecutes crime. The county has a problem with crime. Put someone in that job to enforce the law. Rob, you already started putting up Christmas lights? Man, I love Christmas lights on my house, and I hate my husband crawling on our roof. This is an ongoing thing. I've looked into having somebody do it. It is so expensive to have somebody put lights up on your house. Come on, Republicans. Chris, Merry Christmas to you. Try it on for size. Yes and no, Rover? Benjamin Bravo, are you Lutheran? Do I know you? Man, I always wonder who I know on here in real life that I don't know that I know. Every day is Christmas, right? You can celebrate Christmas every day. Every time I look up for the House, the Democrats have one more and the Republicans are just sitting at 193. Oh, Benjamin, you're Catholic. Okay. Well, that's well, let me put it this way. People who I know who come to my Lutheran worship service think that it's Catholic, but we probably know the differences. Soon. Let's get some Merry Christmases up in here. Yep, 166. One more for the... Holy cow. Come on, guys. Jeff, maybe I do have a suggestion for tomorrow's show. A chat up to the 80 idiots who stayed up till 1 a.m. with you. Oh, man. I wonder how many times they have to reapply their makeup. Jeff says, let's quote Griswold Family Christmas Vacation. I've still never seen that film. I gotta see it this Christmas. I think Fox News is packing it in. Dawn, no, I've never seen Christmas Vacation. I know. I mean, I've seen parts of it. I've seen it on TV, but I kind of have always been of the mind that like a movie like that, if you want to watch it, you shouldn't watch it the first time on television with commercials and edited. So I never have really sat down to watch it. It's like watching Bull Durham or Shawshank Redemption or Spaceballs edited on TV. It's such a different experience. All right. Well, we outlasted Fox coverage. Let me see what Trace Gallagher is going to do here. Kelly said you watch Polar Express. Polar Express is a fam favorite in my house. 194. Okay, the Republicans went up. And I watched the Polar Express. If you've never seen the Polar Express, watch it. I never watched it until like I watched it with my kids. But I find the Polar Express to be like a theologically correlative movie. I don't think it was intended to, but that's how my brain sees it. But maybe I'll watch Christmas Vacation and then Polar Express. YouTube decided to interrupt for a loud ad after 7 hours, scared the crap out of me, but I'm awake now. Man, I wonder if it's gonna. I basically every show that I do, if it has music in it, it can't be monetized. So those ads don't even benefit me. They benefit the people who have music in them. But I didn't have any music in this, so I wonder if they'll let me keep my video and own my video. Fox News are a bunch of quitters compared to us. Home Alone or the Santa Claus? Home Alone. I've seen the Santa Claus, but I watched it once and I've never really cared to watch it again. Home Alone's good though. I have done the Polar Express. I've done it with my kids and it was super fun. I call it the North City Polar Express. Tim Ryan's got to be feeling like a total dog in this whole situation. All these Democrats hold on, but Tim Ryan gets beat pretty by 6 points in Ohio. Oh my. Elf, yes, Elf. Top-notch Christmas film. Elf. It's late, guys. The 3 Fry family Christmas films must watch: Polar Express, White Christmas, It's a Wonderful Life. Polar Express is kind of like my little family's fave, and White Christmas is my husband. That was kind of their holiday film, and It's a Wonderful Life was kind of my grown-up family holiday film. Brad Range is home, and we're still broadcasting. Go to bed, Brad. Just like old times. Jeff, what about Christmas Story? I've never seen a Christmas Story. Sorry. If I had to watch Christmas Story or Christmas Vacation, which one should I watch first? Yes, everybody made it home. Ron DeSantis. He's the winner of the night. Man. Christmas Vacation for... Okay, Patrick says Christmas Story. Dawn says Christmas Vacation. Maybe that will be our non-political poll for tomorrow. Which Christmas movie should Annie watch first that she's never seen? I got home and heard your voice coming out of my bedroom, LOL. Aw, good night, Terry. I was not in your wife's bedroom talking to her about Christmas movies. Brad says vacation. Okay, like, are we gonna? Man. Kelly, me too. Everyone's got an angle. I've used that line many times. Ooh, Die Hard, another so-called Christmas movie that I've never seen. Sorry, guys. I am not joking when I say I don't see movies. Fred Claus. Never seen Fred Claus. Jeff. No. I just want to see them call more house races. I want to get closer. I wouldn't mind watching Die Hard. Here's the thing, like Christmas Vacation, like I was saying, I don't want to watch Christmas Vacation. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here in the comments, but Christmas Vacation is not like a sit down and watch with my family movie, is it? I'm assuming it's not. Oh man. I want to. No, TJ says no. I want to watch it in its like artistic original form. And I have little people around me all the time, so I can't really do those things. And if my husband and I, when Molly was like baby, and we'd have to wake up for late night feedings, we would just stay up and watch Game of Thrones and Sopranos. I think those are the two that we watched the most. We didn't watch any Game of Thrones when it was out for real. We went back we like started it from scratch and watched it all the way through my maternity leave and finished that. And then we went to Sopranos because we didn't watch any of that and finally finished that. But we would like put the big kids to bed at 8:30, 9 o'clock. And then we put Game of Thrones on and we'd start watching Game of Thrones in our room and let Molly sleep in her bassinet in our room. And we would be able to watch like, I don't know, 3 episodes, 6 episodes, kind of depended on the night. But then when Molly was old enough to put her in a crib and she didn't need to be waking up every 4 hours or whatever, we didn't wake her up. She was a 4th baby. We didn't do that wake the baby thing. In the 4th baby, we waited for her to wake up, but she didn't wake up in the middle of the night. So we slept through the night and we stopped watching shows and movies. So that was the only way that we would really get to watch stuff that we didn't want our kids to see. But Molly has seen all of Game of Thrones and Sopranos. Looks like these Democrat governors all won with 52%, 51%, 52%. Patrick Riley. Isn't that the name of the basketball coach? Patrick Riley? Pat Riley? Pat, am I right? Was it Louisville? And maybe, what was the NBA team he coached? Maybe, you know. I'd watch Christmas Story with my kids. Right now, Warnock has 49.4% with 97% in. I could go to a runoff. Man. Pat Riley was NBA Miami. Thank you, Brad. Brad, you do not have to stay up. You can go to sleep. Or like your wife, you can fall asleep watching. He spells it wrong. Okay. Miami Heat. Yeah. I was thinking black and red. I was like, it's not the Bulls. $31,000 vote difference in Georgia to Warnock's favor. This is exactly like 2020. How annoying. Yeah, the numbers aren't moving. Are they done calling races? Yeah, I don't think I can. David, watch It's a Wonderful Life. I can quote the movie word for word. Watch it every year. Love it. Favorite. Love it. Don't you know me? Yep, I know. I know the lines. Man, I could go watch that movie right now and make me feel better about life. Because it is a wonderful life. What a good message. Okay. Is this, are we done? Is this, are they done calling races? The Oregon, was that Oregon? Kotek governor race. Oh my gosh. Steve Hilton just said that Biden 2024 is more likely after tonight. What? That was rude to say. I think I'm turning it in, folks, because they're not calling any more races. 7 hours and 25 minutes of live broadcasting. And I will be back at it in 10 and a half hours on the radio. Brad, we're taking calls tomorrow. And you can pilfer Mark Cox's sound. And we will do the best we can because we have no other choice. Thank you all for being here. You guys are great. I appreciate each and every one of you. You have 77 people. I didn't realize that I would be turning this off at 1:30 in the morning with 77 people still watching. Thank you all for being here. And please, please, please join us again, noon to 3, right back here. Wherever you're watching from, we'll be back here tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that. And we'll keep fighting. Love you all. Thank you guys for being here tonight.